Chapter 1 Accidentally Used the Female Lead's Aunt as a Body Pillow. Have you heard? Lin Xiaoxiao, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, is getting engaged to that poor boy named Chen Fan today. Shoo! Keep your voice down. He's about to become the prince consort. The prince consort? Ha, a powerless orphan. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoxiao's unwavering devotion, he wouldn't even be qualified to enter this door. Inside the banquet hall of the Lin family manor, several wealthy young men gathered together. Looking at Chen Fan, who was drinking alone in the corner, his eyes were full of undisguised contempt and disdain. Chen Fan, dressed in an ill-fitting rented suit, sat alone in a corner, drinking one glass of wine after another in silence. What sins have I committed to deserve this treacherous banquet? Chen Fan mentally ranted and complained. He was just a corporate slave who wanted to live a peaceful life, but when he woke up one day, he found himself transmigrated into the body of the unlucky male supporting character in this urban fantasy novel. The female lead, Lin Xiaoxiao, has a boyfriend who is a simp, but he gets humiliated by various villains in the early stages. The only purpose of its existence is to allow the male protagonist to rescue the damsel in distress, and incidentally, to give her an eco-friendly hat. No, this situation won't work out. I need to find a way to break up with Lin Xiaoxiao as soon as possible and get away from this place of trouble. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, a slick-haired young man walked over with a wineglass in his hand. His name is Zhao Feng. He is one of Lin Xiaoxiao's many suitors and also the cannon fodder character who most likes to cause trouble for Chen Fan in the early part of the book. Hey, isn't this Chen Fan? What are you doing drinking alone here all by yourself? Zhao Feng patted Chen Fan's shoulder with a forced smile, so hard that Chen Fan almost spilled his wine. Come on, brothers, our future son-in-law of the Lin family is here, come and toast him. Zhao Feng shouted loudly, and instantly a group of rich second-generation kids who loved to watch the excitement gathered around. Chen Fan, I'd like to raise a glass to you, wishing you and our little one a healthy baby soon. Yes, this drink must be finished. Not drinking means you're not giving us face. A group of people started jeering and jeering, handing Chen Fan glass after glass of strong liquor. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the swaying wineglass in front of him. There's no way to run away now, so let's drink. I'll drink you all under the table today, or I'll change my name. Chen Fan hardened his heart, picked up the wineglass, tilted his head back and chugged it down. The spicy liquid slid down my throat, like a fire being ignited. He knew these people had ill intentions and might have spiked the drink, but he had no other choice at the moment. After several rounds, Chen Fan felt dizzy and his stomach was churning. Zhao Feng looked at his flushed face, a sinister glint in his eyes. That's about enough. Take him to a nice place to sober up. Zhao Feng winked at his lackey. Chen Fan sensed something was wrong and, fueled by alcohol, abruptly pushed away the person next to him. The toilet. I need to go to the toilet. He shouted incoherently and stumbled out of the banquet hall. Trying to run? Chase after them. Zhao Feng's face darkened, and he immediately led his men to give chase. Chen Fan's mind was a complete mess. All he wanted was to get away from that group of people. Driven by instinct, he bypassed the magnificent main building and plunged into the quiet, dark backyard. Under the moonlight, a quiet detached villa stands silently deep in the backyard, completely out of place with the bustling noise in the front hall. A prominent sign hangs in front of the villa's gate, absolutely no entry. Who cares about forbidden areas? It's better than getting caught by those bastards. All Chen Fan wanted to do was lie down somewhere. He swayed as he pushed open the half-closed courtyard gate and collapsed inside. He walked through a garden that exuded a strange fragrance and saw a mahogany door on the second floor of the villa that was half open, letting in a hazy moonlight. We've finally found the guest room. Chen Fan, under the influence of alcohol, had lost his ability to think clearly and mistakenly believed that this was a lounge prepared by the Lin family for their guests. He staggered inside, and a cool and strange fragrance wafted towards him, more intense and intoxicating than the scent of flowers in the courtyard. The fragrance seemed to have a magical power, instantly numbing his last shred of reason. He couldn't see anything clearly and could only grope his way to the soft bed in the center of the room. The bed was large, soft, and slightly cool. Chen Fan let out a comfortable groan and sprawled on the bed like an octopus, his cheek rubbing against the cool, silky sheets. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep. In the darkness, a pair of cold, slippery arms slowly wrapped around his neck. Immediately afterwards, a soft and cool body pressed against me. Chen Fan was startled. Ha! The room service is so attentive? They even provide a throw pillow? The alcohol and the strange smell completely destroyed his judgment. He assumed it was some kind of human-shaped doll provided by the hotel, and instinctively rolled over, hugging the pillow tightly to his chest. It feels amazingly good to the touch, soft, smooth, and with a refreshing coolness. In the darkness, the arms that were wrapped around him stiffened slightly, then tightened their grip. The temperature inside the room seemed to be quietly rising. Meanwhile, not far from the villa, 2 bodyguards from the Lin family were dutifully guarding the area. Why is Miss Chinga still cultivating on such an important day? Who knows? Don't try to guess what she's thinking. All I know is that the mysterious ice technique she cultivates is most sensitive to being disturbed. Especially avoid being near men with strong yang energy, otherwise you will suffer a chi deviation and lose all your power. Hiss, is it that serious? We'd better keep a close watch and make sure no one gets in. Don't worry, who would dare? Are they out of their mind? The next morning, Chen Fan was suddenly awakened by a strong feeling of suffocation. He felt as if he were being tightly coiled by a giant python, his chest tight and he could barely breathe. Who is murdering me? He struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurring from the hangover headache. As my vision gradually cleared, I was greeted by a face that could only be described as stunningly beautiful. The woman's features were so exquisite, like God's most perfect masterpiece. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were like painted strokes, and her long eyelashes cast a beautiful silhouette in the morning light. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded onto the snow-white pillow, creating a striking visual contrast with her fair skin. At this moment, her eyes were closed, as if she were still asleep. The source of that suffocating feeling was her 2 jade-like arms, which were tightly locking him in her embrace. 2 long, straight legs also wrapped around his body domineeringly. The whole person is like an exquisite human-shaped shackle. Chen Fan's brain went blank for 3 seconds. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do last night? He tried hard to recall the details of last night. An engagement party, being forced to drink, escaping Zhao Feng, stumbling into a strange villa. Then, it seems like they gave me a life-sized body pillow that felt incredibly soft. A throw pillow? Chen Fan looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms. Recalling the enchanting sensations and absurd dream from last night, a bolt from the blue struck his mind. That cushion from last night was alive. Chapter 2, The Queen Seal, You Are My Private Property. Oh no! Did I do something wrong while drunk? Chen Fan was on the verge of tears, as he didn't even know who the other person was. Wait, this face looks familiar? He scrutinized the woman's face, and a terrible thought came to his mind. He recognized that face from Lin Xiaoxiao's phone photo album. Lin Xiaoxiao's legendary aunt Xinxinga. A woman who, at only 28 years old, already stands at the top of China's wealth pyramid. Rumor has it that she has extraordinary influence and is not only the head of a top conglomerate, but also known as the Queen of the Night in the underworld. Ruthless and decisive, they are a taboo subject that many people fear. And he himself, last night, not only trespassed into her forbidden area, but also. Chen Fan felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if he could already see death beckoning to him. Calm down. Calm down. She's not awake yet. I can still slip away. As long as I run fast enough, death can't catch me. Chen Fan tried to break free from Xinxinga's embrace, but he only managed to move less than a centimeter. The woman in his arms opened her beautiful eyes. Her eyes, as they moved, showed no trace of the drowsiness of someone who had just woken up, nor the shyness or anger that an ordinary woman would feel after losing her body. What they possessed was only a chilling scrutiny and a terrifying possessiveness. And that fleeting, chilling killing intent. Chen Fan froze instantly. He felt like a frog being targeted by a venomous snake, and even his breathing became cautious. Gulp. He swallowed nervously, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Xinxinga's gaze followed his Adam's apple, and then she slowly raised her hand. A cold, jade-like finger traced across Chen Fan's throat. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He had no doubt that if she exerted even the slightest force, he would lose his life here today. Big sister, auntie, no, beautiful lady. Your Majesty. I was wrong. I drank too much last night, I didn't mean to, I went into the wrong room. Chen Fan forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao's anxious shout suddenly came from outside the door. Auntie. Are you inside? I can't find Chen Fan anywhere. Could he have come here? Outside the door, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Auntie? Are you there? I think I heard something inside. Chen Fan held his breath instantly, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. If Lin Xiaoxiao saw him lying on his aunt's bed with his clothes disheveled, let alone Chen Fan at this moment, even a great immortal would be killed on the spot. Don't make a sound. Chen Fan mouthed frantically. Looking at the panicked man beneath her, Xinxinga's coldness softened somewhat, replaced by a playful, cat-and-mouse-like expression. She didn't respond immediately to the door, but slowly leaned down, her stunningly beautiful face magnifying in Chen Fan's pupils. Scared? Before Chen Fan could nod, a cool hand covered his mouth. Chen Fan's eyes widened. With his other hand, he slowly slid down Chen Fan's chest, raising goosebumps wherever his fingertips touched. She leaned close to Chen Fan's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, but the words she spoke sent a chill down his spine. Since you dared to barge in, you should have been prepared. Now you want to run away? It's too late. The knocking on the door sounded again, this time more urgent. Auntie? If you don't say anything, I'll come in. I placed my hand on the doorknob, and it made a soft metallic turning sound. Chen Fan's muscles tensed as he struggled desperately, only to find that the woman was incredibly strong. Just as the door lock was about to open, Xinxinga finally spoke. I'm changing clothes, you're not allowed in. The noise outside the door stopped abruptly. Ah. I'm so sorry, Auntie. I didn't know you were. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice noticeably weakened, carrying a hint of awe. I wanted to ask if you've seen Chen Fan. Xinxinga glanced at the man she was pinning down and replied casually. I didn't see it. Look elsewhere. Oh, okay, then I'll go take another look at the back mountain. Sorry to bother you, Auntie. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance until they disappeared completely. Chen Fan let out a long breath, feeling as if he had just narrowly escaped death. Mr. Shin, Aunt Shin, the misunderstanding has been cleared up, could you please let me go? Chen Fan tried to reason with them. What happened last night was purely accidental. We're all adults, so let's just treat it as a dream. Whether we're moved or too scared to act when we wake up, we know what's going on. There's no need for that. Before he could finish speaking, Xinxinga suddenly lowered her head and bit him hard on the most conspicuous artery in his neck. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through Chen Fan, who gasped in pain. Was this woman a dog? Xinxinga released her mouth, looked at the neat circle of bloody teeth marks left on it, and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. She stuck out her tongue and gently licked the bloodstains from the corner of her lips, looking as alluring as a legendary vampire queen. This is a stamp. She straightened up and looked down at Chen Fan, like a queen surveying her territory. From today onwards, you are my private property. Without my permission, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back, break your legs, lock you in the basement, and make sure you can only look at me for the rest of your life. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. This isn't just good luck and love, it's a disaster. This woman is a top-tier Yandere. Did you understand? Xinxinga's voice suddenly turned cold. I understand. I understand. Chen Fan nodded frantically, knowing better than to suffer a loss. Xinxinga then got up from him with satisfaction and stepped barefoot onto the thick carpet. Without flinching from Chen Fan's gaze, she walked straight to the dressing room. Her silhouette is graceful, her curves are stunning. But Chen Fan has absolutely no interest in appreciating it right now. If we don't run now, when will we? While Xinxinga was getting dressed with her back to him, Chen Fan grabbed the tattered suit from the ground with the fastest speed he had ever seen. He didn't even have time to button his clothes before he scrambled out the window. The second floor was a bit too high for him now, but he relied on his survival instinct to slide down the drainpipe, almost twisting his ankle when he landed. Goodbye. Whoever wants this kind of good fortune can have it. Without looking back, Chen Fan plunged into the morning mist. At the second floor window, Xinxinga was wearing a black silk nightgown. Holding a glass of red wine, she quietly watched Chen Fan's disheveled escape. They run pretty fast. But where can you run to? Chapter 3, Getting Stronger by Lying Down? My rich sister carries me to new heights. Chen Fan ran for 3 kilometers in one go until his lungs were burning with pain. Only when he was sure there were no pursuers behind him did he collapse onto a large rock by the roadside. This is a mountain road, and the cold morning wind on his face calmed his feverish head a little. What a disaster. I've already offended the ultimate boss on my very first day in this book. How am I supposed to live like this? Chen Fan grabbed his hair, looking utterly hopeless. He touched the tooth mark on his neck that was still throbbing, and his heart pounded with panic. A woman of Shinshinga's caliber always keeps her word. Breaking legs and locking someone in the basement. Why is the plot getting more and more criminal? Just when he was in despair. Ding! Host's mental state is extremely unstable. The amorous system is activating. Activation successful. This system is dedicated to helping the host become stronger effortlessly and reach the pinnacle of life. Chen Fan was stunned. System? Cheat code? He sprang up from the ground instantly, his earlier dejection vanishing completely. Brother Tong. You're finally here. Quick, do you have any magic medicine that makes someone instantly invincible, or that can erase someone's memory? I need to make Shinshinga forget what happened last night. Host, please don't dream. This system is called the amorous system, and its core purpose is to build bonds with high-quality members of the opposite sex. Detection indicates that the host has made deep, close contact with Shinshinga, the Lady of Destiny, achieving the highest level of binding conditions. Forcibly binding Shinshinga as the first romantic partner. Binding successful. Chen Fan's smile froze. Who are you binding to? Say it again? Shinshinga. Oh, congratulations, host. You've already reached the ceiling of combat power and wealth in this world right from the start. Retrieving the attribute panel of the bound object for you. A semi-transparent blue light screen appeared in front of Chen Fan. Bound to Shinshinga. Identities: head of the Shin family, queen of the night, outcast of a reclusive sect. Cultivation level: peak lesser grandmaster, half-step grandmaster. Constitution: 19 meridians. Extremely cold constitution, requires the balance of yang energy, otherwise will not live past 30. Affection for the host: 50. A complex mix of wanting to kill but being reluctant, greater than 10 due to the suppression of the cold poison by the extreme yang energy last night. A strong possessive desire has arisen. Current status: currently cultivating the supreme record of forgetfulness, mood. Chen Fan looked at the 19 meridians and the peak grandmaster realm, and swallowed hard. This woman is actually a martial arts master? No wonder she could suppress me with one hand. And this physique, does that mean I was a human hand warmer last night? Martial arts realms are divided into 3 major realms: Foundation Establishment Realm, Opening Mansion Realm, and Grandmaster Realm. The Foundation Establishment Realm is divided into Body Tempering Stage, Chi Refining Stage, and Meridian Opening Stage. The Keifu Realm is divided into the Spiritual Movement Stage, the Manifestation Stage, and the Return to Origin Stage. The Grandmaster Realm is divided into Lesser Grandmaster, Greater Grandmaster, and Celestial Realm. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. Ding! Due to the host's exceptionally high luck value upon first binding with a new target, the system is issuing a special Supreme Newbie gift pack. Open? Open. Open it now. If you don't open it, I won't live past tonight. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ancient Sacred Body Incomplete Version. Description: one of the strongest physiques of ancient times. Although incomplete, it is enough to sweep through the urban dimension. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill eating soft rice and sticking to it. Description: for every point the bound object gains in strength, the host receives a tenfold return. Get stronger without even lifting a finger. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful surge of heat appeared out of nowhere within Chen Fan's body. Holy crap! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Chen Fan let out a scream and curled up on the ground. When the pain subsides, the body feels refreshed and full. Chen Fan got up from the ground, feeling as light as a feather, yet as if a tyrannical dragon was lurking inside him. He clenched his fist, and a slight sonic boom was heard in the air. This is the ancient sacred body? Looking at the granite slab, about the size of a millstone, that Chen Fan had just been sitting on by the roadside, a sudden urge to try it out surged within him. Drink! He let out a low shout, and without using any techniques, he threw a punch purely with his physical strength. Boom! A muffled thud. The hard granite was as fragile as tofu under Chen Fan's fist. It shattered into pieces in an instant, sending shards flying and turning into dust on the ground. Chen Fan stared in disbelief at his fist, which was completely unharmed, not even a scratch. Is this even human? He muttered to himself. Just then, the system notification sounds in my mind started flashing across the screen again. Ding! Detected that the bound object, Shinshinga, is cultivating and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Synchronized activation. Tenfold return triggered. Host receives cultivation boost. Rumble. If the ancient sacred body we just experienced was a transformation of the physical body, then the energy surging in now is pure true chi. Shinshinga only absorbed a trace of spiritual energy, but when it reached Chen Fan, it turned into a great river. Chen Fan felt his dantian instantly filled, as if someone was pouring water into his body with a high-pressure water gun. Body tempering level 1. Broken. Body tempering level 2. Broken. Body tempering 9 levels. Broken. In just a few breaths, Chen Fan surpassed the realm that ordinary martial artists had cultivated for 10 years, directly entering the 9th level of body tempering, approaching the threshold of the chi refining stage. This is too awesome. Chen Fan felt the surging true energy within his body and couldn't help but want to roar to the sky. Shinshinga isn't a female demon, she's clearly my golden thigh. She practices, I practice, she stops practicing, I keep practicing. This cheat code is a bit too much. Of course. Anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be top-notch. As long as the host clings to the rich woman's coattails, becoming an immortal is just around the corner. Chen Fan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Although Shinshinga was terrifying, this "it smells so good" phenomenon was indeed true. After the initial excitement wore off, real-world problems began to emerge. Chen Fan looked down at himself. His rented suit had turned into a beggar's outfit. It was covered in dark, grime from the body and emitted a nauseating, sour stench. I need to find a place to wash up first. He quickly rinsed himself off at the public restroom by the roadside and threw his tattered suit into the trash can. She came out wearing only a white shirt that was torn and somewhat deformed. As soon as I turned it on, the phone started vibrating wildly. Dozens of missed calls, all from Xiao Xiao and the caller ID. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Although he was a transmigrator and didn't have much affection for Lin Xiao Xiao, the original owner's memories and physical instincts made him feel a strong sense of guilt. He just slept with someone's aunt, and now he has to face his girlfriend. This love triangle is starting to unfold a bit too soon. The phone rang again, and Chen Fan pressed the answer button. Hey, little Chen Fan. Where did you go? I'm so worried. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came through the phone, trembling with tears. Do you know I looked for you all night? I thought Zhao Feng and his gang had. Hearing the girl's anxious and concerned voice, Chen Fan felt even more guilty. Well, I drank too much last night and fell asleep somewhere in the back mountains. My phone died, and I just woke up. Chen Fan forced himself to lie. I'm fine now, I'm just about to go back to school. Really? You're not lying to me? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of doubt. It really is real, more real than real gold. You've been working hard all night, go and get some rest, don't worry about me. After finally calming Lin Xiaoxiao down and hanging up the phone, Chen Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Is this what a scumbag's daily life is like? He has such high psychological requirements, I can't do it, I have to find a way to break off the engagement. However, before he could put his phone back in his pocket, the screen lit up again. This time it was a text message. There was no note, only an unfamiliar number. But the moment Chen Fan saw the content, he froze. The text message was extremely brief, containing only a location address and a line of cold, impersonal text. Tonight at 8 p.m. at Villa No. 1, Royal Bay. 1 minute late, and a finger will be cut off. Don't say you weren't warned. Chapter 4. This gigolo is really delicious. This act of showing off is so satisfying. Even through the screen, Chen Fan could feel the murderous aura emanating from the screen. Royal Bay No. 1, that's another luxury mansion of Shinshinga in the city center. Did this woman install radar? I just turned it on. Chen Fan was on the verge of tears. To go or not to go? This is a potentially disastrous question. No, given Shinshinga's personality, she really would dare to cut off his finger. They might even tie him up and turn him into a specimen. Going there would be like throwing a lamb to the slaughter. Whether you emerge alive or not would depend entirely on the other party's mood. System, I have the ancient sacred body and the 9th level of body tempering cultivation. Can I defeat Shinshinga? Chen Fan asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. Host, your current strength is equivalent to that of a strong ant, while Shinshinga is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The host is advised to behave obediently and try to please the other party. Perhaps you can unlock more positions. No, more rewards. Roll. Chen Fan cursed and sighed resignedly. It seems I can't avoid this trap tonight. Since we can't avoid it, we can only accept it as it comes. Anyway, with the system around, the worst that can happen is I'll just have to pay with my body. As Chen Fan mentally prepared himself, he walked towards Jianzhou University. The original owner was a senior student at Jianzhou University. Although he was an orphan, he was a popular figure at school thanks to his handsome face and his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao, although most of the news about him was negative. He had just reached the school gate and hadn't even entered when a bright red Ferrari, accompanied by a screeching sound of brakes, blocked his way. The car window rolled down, revealing Zhao Feng's slicked-back face. "Oh, isn't this our future son-in-law?" Zhao Feng took off his sunglasses and looked Chen Fan up and down, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. "How did you get into this state? Did you spend the night in some garbage dump last night?" TSK, if Lin Xiaoxiao saw you like this, she'd probably be so disgusted she'd throw up her dinner from last night. A heavily made-up girl was sitting in the passenger seat, and she also covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother Feng, is this Chen Fan, the gigolo? He really stinks, he smells like a poor wretch." If it were the old Chen Fan, he would have been filled with shame and indignation by now, and would have left hastily with his head down. But now, Chen Fan looks at the cannon fodder villain in front of him, whom he once hated with a passion. Surprisingly, I felt completely unmoved, and even felt a little like laughing. After all, what if you had the power to shatter granite with a single punch? Looking at this kind of rich second generation who only knows how to bully others is like looking at a grasshopper jumping around. Zhao Feng sat in the Ferrari, looking at the once timid and poor boy. How dare they look at me like I'm an ant? My anger flared up instantly. "You shameless bastard." Zhao Feng pushed open the car door. Although this man was a playboy, the Zhao family was still a martial arts family. Having used pills to reach the 7th level of the Foundation establishment realm, he was more than capable of dealing with an ordinary person. More and more students gathered around. "Isn't that Chen Fan? I heard he ran away from the Lin family's engagement banquet last night? Is young Master Zhao about to make a move? Chen Fan's physique can't withstand it." Just then, a round figure squeezed out from the crowd and spread his arms to block Chen Fan's way. "Zhao Feng, don't do anything reckless. This is a school." The person who came was Wang Kai, Chen Fan's only best friend in college. He weighed 180 pounds but had only 18 courage. Although her legs were trembling, she still held tightly to protect Chen Fan. "Old Chen, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Run. Go find the counselor." Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at that broad, kind back. This fat guy, although he's a bit timid usually, he can really handle things when it counts. Zhao Feng sneered, and a faint current of energy surged in his palm, which was the starting stance of the Zhao family's ultimate technique, stone-shattering palm. "Get out of my way, you fatso. Since you want to die with him, then I'll grant your wish." The palm strike, accompanied by a whooshing sound, headed straight for Wang Kai's face. Wang Kai closed his eyes in fright but didn't move an inch. However, the expected pain did not come. A long, slender hand with distinct knuckles suddenly appeared from behind Wang Kai and firmly gripped Zhao Feng's wrist. Smack! The soft sound was particularly clear amidst the noisy school gate. Zhao Feng was stunned. He felt as if his hand was encased in a concrete block, completely immobile. Zhao Feng looked up in astonishment and met Chen Fan's calm eyes. "Trying to mess with my brother?" Chen Fan tilted his head. "Did you get my permission?" Ding! Detected that the bound object, Shinshinga, is currently engaged in high-intensity physical training swimming. Synchronized activation. Tenfold return triggered. Host's physical strength temporarily increased by 20%. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "This is allowed? This woman is swimming so early in the morning? Does that mean I'm—" An even more powerful force exploded within his body. Chen Fan didn't even use any force, he simply clenched his fingers instinctively. Click. The crisp sound of bones cracking was enough to make your teeth ache. Ah! Zhao Feng let out a pig-like scream, his face instantly turning a deep liver color from the pain, and his body twisted uncontrollably as he knelt down. Let go, let go. My arm is broken." Chen Fan did not let go. Instead, he stepped forward and, without any fancy moves, simply unleashed a punch with the brute force of the ancient sacred body. This punch created a sonic boom. Boom! The air was compressed to its limit, producing a muffled, thunderous explosion. Zhao Feng, along with his expensive custom-made suit, flew backwards like a rag doll. It flew for more than 10 meters before crashing into a stone pillar at the school gate with a loud bang, then slid down, its fate unknown. The windshield of that bright red Ferrari was cracked by the force of the punch. The entire room fell silent. The onlookers who were just pointing and commenting are now gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Wan Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Feng, who had fainted in the distance. He glanced at Chen Fan, who was rubbing his wrists beside him, and his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Old Chen? Have you been possessed by some peerless master? Chen Fan dusted off his hands and glanced at Zhao Feng's terrified henchman. Aren't you going to get lost? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a feast? Those rich kids suddenly realized what was happening. Screaming, he dragged the clueless Zhao Feng along, too afraid to even drive, and fled in a sorry state. Chen Fan pulled Wan Kai, who was still in a daze, up and walked into the campus as if nothing had happened. Let's go, fatty, I'll treat you to dinner at the cafeteria. The system notifications sounded in my mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully shown off using the ability granted by the bound object. Feeling pleased. Because the bound object, Shinshinga, is in an extremely pleasant mood having just finished swimming, an emotional resonance reward has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill, Aura Concealment. As long as you don't actively reveal yourself, those below the Grandmaster level cannot see through your cultivation level. Chen Fan's lips twitched. What the hell is this emotional resonance? What does her being in a good mood while swimming have to do with me showing off? She's really enjoying being a kept woman. Chapter 5. Starting tonight, I will live with the Barefoot Queen. Back in the dormitory, Wang Kai circled Chen Fan 3 times, looking at him as if he were an alien. Tell me honestly, have you been practicing some kind of evil martial art behind my back? Or have you taken some kind of super powerful pill? That punch just now, is that something a human could throw? Wang Kai poked Chen Fan's arm. It was rock hard. Chen Fan casually took off his jacket, revealing his well-defined muscles. If I said I was a peerless genius who had been hiding my true strength all along, would you believe me? I don't believe you for a second. You almost threw up during the 1,000-meter run test in PE class last week. Wang Kai rolled his eyes, but quickly became worried again. But old Chen, you crippled Zhao Feng today. The Zhao family will definitely not let this go. Why don't you go into hiding? Chen Fan paused for a moment while washing his face. The Zhao family? The Zhao family is nothing compared to that woman. His current worry isn't the Zhao family, but rather his date at 8 p.m. tonight. It's alright, I know what I'm doing. Chen Fan wiped his face and glanced at his phone. 19:30. There's still half an hour left. Fatty, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be going back to the dorm. You're leaving already? You're not going to run away, are you? Chen Fan didn't explain, grabbed a clean hoodie, put it on, and walked out of the dormitory building. As soon as I stepped out of the building, 2 blinding headlights shone directly at me. A black extended version of the Hongqi sedan was blocking the middle of the road, with the license plate A00001. This type of license plate has only one owner in Jiangzhou. Students passing by would walk around it, afraid that even a scratch would cost them a fortune. The car door opened, and 2 burly bodyguards in black, wearing sunglasses, stepped out. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, and they exuded a murderous aura that only those who had seen blood possessed. The bodyguard on the left walked up to Chen Fan with a blank expression and bowed slightly. Mr. Chen, Miss Chen requests your presence at the appointment. Chen Fan glanced at the 2 men. Peak of the Meridian opening stage. Is this the kind of pomp and circumstance Shinshinga has? Even her driver has this kind of power. What if I say I'm not going? Chen Fan asked tentatively. The bodyguard didn't speak, but silently made a pleased gesture. His other hand, however, was placed intentionally or unintentionally on the bulge at his waist. Fine, go away, the service industry these days is really inhumane. Chen Fan pursed his lips and climbed into the back seat of the car. The moment the car door closed, it shut out all the noise from the outside world. The air conditioning in the car was on full blast, filling the air with a faint sandalwood scent, exactly the same as the scent Shinshinga had that night. Chen Fan leaned back in the leather seat, his heart pounding uncontrollably. System, are there any life-saving items at this time? Like an instant teleportation talisman or something? Host, don't be a coward. We're going to conquer the queen, not to die. Furthermore, according to the system's detection, although Shinshinga's favorability towards you is low, her interest in you is skyrocketing. A surge in interest usually means I'd be lucky to die. The car drove smoothly through the night, quickly leaving the city and entering the Yujingwan Villa area located halfway up the mountain. This is the real affluent area of Jiangzhou, where every inch of land is incredibly valuable. Villa number 1 stands atop the mountain, overlooking the entire night view of Jiangzhou, symbolizing supreme power. The car stopped in front of a huge, ornate iron gate. "Mr. Chen, we've arrived." Chen Fan got out of the car, looked at the castle-like building in front of him, and took a deep breath. This is a den of dragons and tigers, but also his gold mine. The main door opened automatically, and 2 rows of maids dressed in maid outfits, who had been waiting for some time, bowed in unison. "Welcome home, Mr. Chen." Chen Fan forced a dry laugh, but didn't dare to reply. This villa is ridiculously large. It took a full 2 minutes just to walk from the entrance to the living room. The carpet under his feet was as soft as clouds, and each of the oil paintings hanging on the wall was enough for him to work hard for 10 lifetimes. Is this the happiness of the rich? If I didn't have to worry about getting my kidneys cut all the time, I'd be quite happy to enjoy it. Chen Fan muttered to himself, but dared not let his gaze wander. In the center of the living room, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, a figure stood with his back to him. Xinxinga wore a black silk robe, her long hair casually tied back, with a few strands falling onto her fair neck. She held a half-empty glass of red wine in her hand, the scarlet liquid leaving ambiguous streaks on the glass. Beneath her feet lay the dazzling night view of the entire Jiangzhou city, with countless lights prostrate at her feet. Hearing footsteps, she didn't turn around, but simply took a small sip of her drink. "Sit." Chen Fan obediently sat down on the single sofa furthest away from her, only daring to touch half of it with his buttocks. Mr. Shen, why did you call me here so late at night? Is there any instruction you need?" Chen Fan tried to break the suffocating silence. "If it's because of what happened last night, I once again express my sincerest apologies and am willing to take responsibility." Smack! A thick file folder was thrown onto the coffee table in front of him, interrupting his words. Xinxinga turned around, her bare feet stepping on the wool carpet, and walked towards him step by step. She wasn't wearing makeup, but her bare face was still breathtakingly beautiful. But in those phoenix eyes, the gleam of a hunter sizing up his prey was now gleaming. "Open it and take a look." She sat down on the sofa opposite him, her long legs crossed, her posture languid. Chen Fan swallowed hard, picked up the file folder, and pulled out the papers inside. The first page features his high-resolution ID photo. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 22. Place of origin, Jiangzhou. Experience, entered the Sunshine Orphanage at age 3, was bitten by a dog at age 7 for peeping at Aunt Wang next door taking a bath. Note, actually, she accidentally wandered in while retrieving a ball, won 3rd prize in the school's math Olympiad at age 12, was admitted to Jiangzhou University at age 18. Preferences, extra spicy hot pot, iced cola, likes to sleep with something in my arms, wears red underwear during my zodiac year. Chen Fan's hand trembled. This wasn't information, it was as if they had stripped him naked and put him under a microscope. "Mr. Shen, aren't you violating my privacy rights?" Chen Fan closed the document and tried to remain calm. "And the investigation was so thorough, anyone who didn't know better would think you had a crush on me." "Unrequited love?" Xinxinga seemed to have heard a joke. She suddenly stood up, and in a flash, she closed in on Chen Fan. A faint, cool fragrance wafted towards me. Before Chen Fan could react, a cold hand had already lifted his chin. Xinxinga looked down at him, their faces no more than 10 centimeters apart. Chen Fan could even see his own panicked reflection in her pupils. "Chen Fan, do you think?" Xinxinga's fingers slowly slid down his jawline, finally stopping at his Adam's apple, and gently pressed, "that I'm 6 years older than you, and therefore an old woman? This is a question that could cost you your life." The alarm bells in Chen Fan's mind went off instantly. How is that possible? Chen Fan didn't even blink. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is like holding a gold brick. A woman 6 years older, that's like holding 2 gold bricks. President Chen, you are at the prime of your life, how can those naive young girls compare to you? You are like a ripe peach, a fine vintage wine, you are. Shut up. Xinxinga calmly interrupted his flattery, and with a slight pressure of her finger, Chen Fan immediately fell silent. She stared into Chen Fan's eyes, as if trying to detect even the slightest hint of disdain or a lie. But Chen Fan's survival instinct is now off the charts, and his eyes are so sincere he could be considered a party member. "You ran so fast last night, were you disgusted with me?" she asked. "That's shame. That's inferiority." Chen Fan said righteously, "I feel unworthy of someone as noble as you, so that's why." Glib-tongued. Shinshinga gave a soft snort and released her hand, but instead of moving away, she pressed herself down even lower. The oppressive aura of someone in a superior position, mixed with her unique, cool fragrance, made Chen Fan's heart race. Ding! Detected emotional fluctuation in the bound object, Shinshinga. A mix of pleasure and a desire for control mingled within her. She seemed pleased with your survival instincts and even felt a mischievous urge to tease a pet. Congratulations, host! You have received the following reward: passive skill, mind reading pseudo. Note, you can vaguely sense whether the other person's next sentence is true or false. Or maybe he wants to kill you or sleep with you. Chen Fan was secretly delighted this skill was really useful. Just then, Shinshinga spoke again. Since you don't mind, you can stay here from today onwards. The system in Chen Fan's mind immediately displayed a red true character. Ha! Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Living here? Isn't that inappropriate? A lone man and woman, it won't be good for your reputation if word gets out. Besides, the school will be checking dormitories. Reputation? Shinshinga straightened up, walked back to the French windows, and turned her back to him. In Jiangzhou, no one dares to talk about my reputation. She paused for a moment, then said, as for the school, I'll have someone put in a word with them. Your luggage will be moved over tomorrow. No, Mr. Shin, let's reason this out. Here, I am the truth. Chen Fan. We can't talk today. Chapter 6: The Female Demon. Wash yourself clean, come in and scrub my back. Chen Fan sat on the sofa, feeling as if he had nails stuck to his bottom. Living here? Are you kidding me? If I move into this den of wolves, won't I be eaten alive, leaving not even bones? Mr. Shin, Chen Fan decided to lay his cards on the table. Although you are very rich and powerful, I, Chen Fan, am also a man of principle. I sell my art, not my body. No, I sell neither my art nor my body. I have a girlfriend, and I love her very much. Please respect my feelings. When the word girlfriend was mentioned, Chen Fan clearly felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. Shinshinga turned around, and a document appeared in her hand without her noticing. She didn't say anything, but simply tossed the documents in front of Chen Fan. More documents? Is this woman a document wholesaler? Chen Fan picked it up with a puzzled look, and his expression changed after just one glance. Lin Group Debt Transfer Agreement. Party A, Shin's Capital. Party B, Lin's Group Legal Representative, Lin Guodong. Lin Xiaoxiao's father, due to poor management, borrowed 30 million from an underground bank last month for working capital, and with interest compounding, it is now 50 million. Shinshinga spoke in a flat tone. Originally, I wouldn't have bothered with this mess, but since you're the Lin family's prospective son-in-law, I'll just buy it. Chen Fan tightened his grip on the document. Lin Xiaoxiao, that naive and innocent girl, probably doesn't know that her family is already in dire straits. What do you want? Chen Fan looked up, his eyes darkening. Shinshinga walked up to him and bowed slightly. Her slender fingers gently tapped his chest. I don't care what happens, as long as you behave. I can postpone this debt indefinitely, or even forgive it. But if you insist on leaving, I don't mind calling Lin Guodong right now and telling him to sleep under the bridge tomorrow. Despicable, Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Shinshinga said casually, the business world is like a battlefield, all's fair in war, and besides. She leaned close to Chen Fan's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. I've never failed to get what I set my sights on. Chen Fan was filled with hatred. This isn't a rich woman, she's practically a female bandit. Are you cursing me in your heart? Shinshinga seemed to see through his thoughts. I wouldn't dare, Chen Fan replied curtly. I agree, but I have one condition: you must not lay a finger on Lin Xiaoxiao or a single hair on her head. Make a deal. Shinshinga straightened up, a victor's smile on her face. Although the smile was faint, it instantly brought her cold face to life, making her breathtakingly beautiful. She suddenly reached out, pressed the back of Chen Fan's head, and gently kissed his forehead. It has a cool, soft texture. Chen Fan froze, completely stunned. This is a reward. Shinshinga released him, seemingly in a very good mood. If you behave well in the future, there will be other rewards. Ding! Detected that the bound object, Shinshinga, has achieved her goal and is extremely pleased. Her desire for control over you has been satisfied. Congratulations, host, for triggering a critical hit reward. You have obtained the following item: Mighty Vajra Kidney Passive Enhancement. Note, how can you survive in this house without a good set of kidneys? This system is designed to help you strengthen your kidney function and improve your recovery. Shinshinga put down her wineglass, and her black silk nightgown slipped down slightly with her movement. She didn't look at Chen Fan, but went straight to the bathroom, leaving behind only a light, casual remark. I'm going to take a shower. Come in 10 minutes later and scrub my back. As she approached the bathroom door, she paused, turned her head, and her phoenix eyes remained completely still. Don't lock the door, you know the consequences. The frosted glass door to the bathroom closed, and soon the sound of running water could be heard. Chen Fan froze on the sofa, feeling like a lamb to the slaughter while the butcher sharpened his knife inside. A back scrub? What decent person would want a member of the opposite sex to scrub their back? This is clearly the second half of a trap. Chen Fan roared inwardly. System! System! Help! This woman doesn't play by the rules. Will my small body be able to come out upright after going in? Host, stay calm. We've detected that you're about to face intense physical exertion. The mighty Vajra kidney is warming up. Friendly reminder, although Shinshinga is terrifying, her primordialine energy is a great tonic for the host's ancient sacred body. Go for it. Screw you. I'm afraid of being drained dry. Chen Fan paced back and forth in the living room, wanting to run away. But just thinking about that debt agreement and that phrase, cut off a finger, makes my legs tremble. 10 minutes passed faster than 10 seconds. A languid voice came from the bathroom, it's time. Chen Fan braced himself and pushed open the door. Ding! It has been detected that the host is engaging in high-intensity emotional exchange dual cultivation with the bound object. Experience points skyrocketed. Cultivation level plus 100. Plus 100. Plus 100. That night, Chen Fan truly understood what it meant to be in unbearable pain. Shinshinga was like a tireless perpetual motion machine, frantically draining every bit of young energy from his body. If it weren't for the powerful kidneys of the system supporting him, Chen Fan felt he might have become the first transmigrator in history to die in bed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell onto the messy bed. Chen Fan opened his eyes and felt as if his waist was broken. He could barely lift a finger. In contrast, Shinshinga, who had already gotten up and was sitting in front of her dressing table, had a rosy complexion. Her skin was crystal clear, and she looked radiant, as if she had become 5 years younger. Woke up? Shinshinga glanced at him through the mirror, holding an eyebrow pencil in her hand as she drew her eyebrows. There's breakfast downstairs, it's specially prepared for you. After you eat, the driver will take you to school. Chen Fan struggled to get up, looked at the spirited female demon in the mirror, and felt nothing but awe and a desire to cry. This isn't a rich woman, she's clearly a vixen who drains young energy to replenish her yin. I went downstairs to the restaurant, where a pot of thick soup was on the table. The butler stood aside and respectfully lifted the lid. Mr. Chen, this is a nourishing soup of ox penis and deer antler that Miss specially ordered the kitchen to prepare. Please enjoy it. Chen Fan stared at the bowl of dark soup, his lips twitching uncontrollably. They're raising me like a stud. He picked up the bowl in grief and indignation and gulped it down in one go. A surge of heat instantly coursed through his body. My previously aching lower back has miraculously eased considerably. At that moment, my phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message with the contact name She Devil. Come home early tonight, let's continue. Chen Fan's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his phone into the soup bowl. Should we continue? Even the production team's donkeys wouldn't dare be used like that. Arriving at the school in the Hongqi car with license plate number A00001, Chen Fan specifically asked the driver to stop 2 streets away from the school gate. His legs are still a bit unsteady. If someone sees him getting out of this car, the school forum will probably explode tomorrow. As soon as I stepped on the campus, that feeling of being pointed at and talked about returned. This time, however, the way people looked at him was no longer simply contempt, but rather a mixture of fear and curiosity. After all, the scene of Zhao Feng being sent flying by a single punch yesterday was too shocking, and no one knows whether Zhao Feng is dead or alive. Chen Fan ignored the stares and just wanted to find a place to catch up on his sleep. But just as he reached the edge of the artificial lake, a familiar figure blocked his way. Chapter 7 just got off the rich woman's bed and ran into his ex-girlfriend with tears in her eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a faded denim jacket, and her eyes were red and swollen like 2 peaches. His hair was a mess, clearly indicating he hadn't slept all night. Upon seeing Chen Fan, her previously dim eyes lit up. But then her mood quickly darkened, and tears streamed down her face. Chen Fan. That cry was so poignant and heart-wrenching, filled with sorrow and despair. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Last night, he made love to Xinxinga in her bed, while the girl cried all night outside. Although he and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have any real feelings for each other, he was still in charge of the title of her boyfriend, and his guilt kept rising. What's wrong? Chen Fan quickly went over and reached out to wipe her tears, but then withdrew his hand halfway through. The lingering scent of Xinxinga's fragrance on his hands made him feel incredibly awful. Lin Xiaoxiao sniffed, her voice hoarse. Chen Fan, my family is finished. Take your time, there are tall people to hold up the sky if it falls. Chen Fan pulled her to sit down on a bench by the lake. Lin Xiaoxiao sobbed as she recounted the whole story in fits and starts. It turns out that the farce at yesterday's engagement party was just the beginning. The real crisis facing the Lin family comes from a behemoth in the capital, the Yi family. The Yi family? Chen Fan frowned. He searched through the original owner's memories but couldn't recall anything. The Yi family of the capital, that true martial arts family. Lin Xiaoxiao gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. Yi Tianxi, the young master of the Yi family, is a sickly man by nature. I heard he won't live past the age of 25. The Yi family consulted a fortune teller who said that he needed a woman with a pure Yin constitution to bring him good luck in order to prolong his life. At this point, Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at Chen Fan, her face full of despair. I am that person with a pure Yin constitution. Chen Fan's brows furrowed into a deep frown. A marriage to bring good luck? What era are we living in? How can such feudal dregs still exist? Did your dad agree? How could he disagree? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly, tears streaming down her face again. The Yi family said a butler who, with just one finger, pierced the collarbone of the bodyguard captain that my father had hired at great expense. That's a martial artist at the Meridian opening stage. In Jianzhou, those at the Meridian opening stage are like gods who dares to defy them? The period of Meridian opening? Chen Fan weighed the options in his mind. I am currently at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and I can challenge opponents of higher levels thanks to the ancient sacred body, but I estimate that I would have a hard time against those in the Meridian opening realm. So, you haven't thought about asking someone for help? Chen Fan asked tentatively, like, your capable aunt? Lin Xiaoxiao's body visibly trembled when Xinxinga was mentioned. It's no use. She shook her head, her eyes filled with fear. My aunt, she hates my mother and the Lin family to the core. Back then, my maternal grandfather forced my aunt to marry a mentally challenged man for the sake of the family's interests. It was my mother who stirred things up and even stole my aunt's only hope at the time. I don't know the specifics, but my aunt refused to give in and ran away from home. Later, my aunt rose to prominence and became the head of the Xin family. The first thing she did was to suppress the Lin family. If it weren't for my deceased grandmother, the Lin family would have gone bankrupt long ago. Lin Xiaoxiao gave a bitter laugh. If I beg her, it will only make her happier, and she might even help the Yi family kidnap me. Chen Fan was stunned. The feuds within wealthy families run deep. Xinxinga is truly ruthless, she even tries to kill her own sister. But considering that woman's personality, she's absolutely capable of doing something like that. The Yi family has given us 3 days. Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed Chen Fan's hand as if she were grasping at a last straw. They'll be here to pick me up in 3 days, Chen Fan. I don't want to marry a dying man, and I don't want to die. What should I do? Looking at the helpless girl in front of him, Chen Fan's chauvinistic tendencies were stirred up. Although he wanted to lie down and curry favor with a rich woman. But that doesn't mean he can just stand by and watch his nominal girlfriend get pushed into a fire pit. Moreover, if the Yi family really takes Lin Xiaoxiao away, won't that perverted woman Xinxinga think he's a good-for-nothing? Ding! Random quest triggered, rescue the unlucky supporting character Lin Xiaoxiao. Mission description, as a tough guy determined to live off a woman, how can he tolerate his ex-girlfriend being stolen away by someone else? Take down the Yi family, or use someone else to do the dirty work. Task rewards, unlock the new system feature favorability perspective, obtain a trial card for the skill one-hit kill limited time 3 seconds. Lin Xiaoxiao's favorability plus 100 may trigger hidden binding. The system's task came at just the right time. Chen Fan grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand in return, his eyes becoming unusually serious. Don't be afraid. Although it's a very cliched line, it surprisingly has a certain credibility when combined with his serious expression at this moment. I'll handle this. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned, looking at him with teary eyes. How are you going to solve this? That's the Yi family with a chi refining stage cultivator in charge. Chen Fan, don't do anything foolish. I'm not worth your death. Who said I was going to my death? Chen Fan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I'm not stupid. Of course, you can't fight this behemoth head on. You have to use your brain. He pointed to his head. Believe me, within 3 days, I will make the Ji family roll back to the capital. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him, though reason told her it was impossible. But Chen Fan's inexplicable confidence eased the weight on her heart a little. She suddenly threw herself into Chen Fan's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and burst into tears. Chen Fan was stiff all over, his hands hanging in mid-air, unsure whether to hug or not. If Xinxinga saw this. The image of Xinxinga holding a scalpel, smiling, and asking him which hand he wanted instantly flashed into his mind. Shivering, Chen Fan quickly patted Lin Xiaoxiao on the back. All right, if you keep crying you'll really turn into a rabbit. Hurry back to your dorm, wash your face, get some sleep, and leave the rest to me. Chen Fan had finally managed to coax Lin Xiaoxiao away and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Lin Xiaoxiao turned back. She pulled a black card from her inner pocket and shoved it into Chen Fan's hand without saying a word. What is this? Chen Fan was taken aback. This is the pocket money I've saved since I was little, plus a dowry my mom secretly gave me, which is about 3 million. Lin Xiaoxiao sniffed and said earnestly. I know you don't have any money right now. You'll definitely need to bribe people to resolve things with the Yi family. Here, take this money. It's not much, but it's all I can offer. And this too. She then took out a small bottle. This is the only chi gathering pill left in the house, although its quality is average. But it's good for cultivation. If you really want to fight the Yi family, you must protect yourself first. Chen Fan held the bank card, still warm from his touch, and the rough little porcelain bottle, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Is this what a naive and innocent girl is like? Even at this point, I'm still thinking of giving him money in medicine. To be honest, 3 million is still quite tempting for Chen Fan right now. Although Chen Fan loves money, he also has his own bottom line. Is a man who uses a woman's money to settle disputes still a man? Besides, he now has Xinxinga as his backing, a gold mine, so why would he need this little bit of money? Take it back. Chen Fan stuffed the card and medicine bottle back into her pocket, his tone leaving no room for argument. But. No buts. Chen Fan said sternly, if I use your money, what would I become? A gigolo? Although he is indeed playing the gigolo now, that's for a female devil like Xinxinga. He can't bring himself to do it to an innocent rabbit like Lin Xiaoxiao. I have my own way, and I don't need money. Chen Fan waved his hand, turned around and left. Go back to sleep and don't overthink it. Watching Chen Fan's departing figure, tears welled up in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes again. Chapter 8, Living off a woman while forcing herself to work, her cultivation skyrockets, and the female CEO takes the initiative to feed her. After leaving the school, Chen Fan did not return to his dormitory, but took a taxi directly back to Yujingwan. He certainly can't handle the Yi family on his own. That period of meridian opening was like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. The only solution is to use one tiger to devour another. Pushing open the door of Villa Number 1 in Yujing Bay, a blast of cold air hits you. It's not that the air conditioning is set too low, it's cold in a physical sense. The crystal chandelier in the living room was covered in white frost. The armrests of the genuine leather sofa feel like blocks of metal just pulled out of the freezer. The central air conditioning vents were spewing out visible white steam, making the entire villa look like a giant freezer. Goodness, is this what they call aloofness? On a physical level? Chen Fan rubbed his arms and exhaled a puff of white breath. In the center of the living room, Xinxinga sat cross-legged on a black futon of unknown material. Her eyes were closed, and a faint blue light swirled around her, the chill emanating from her body. Even just looking at him from afar, Chen Fan felt a little short of breath. That is the natural suppression of those of lower status by those of higher status. Is this woman really human? Chen Fan muttered to himself. Isn't it a bit too arrogant to cultivate immortality in the lobby in front of the servants? Ding! Detected that the bound object, Xinxinga, is absorbing and exhaling a high concentration of spiritual energy, with a large amount of unclaimed pure energy emanating from the surrounding area. Host. Stop spacing out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gain experience. This is practically a walking, talking nuclear power plant. Go suck her up. Chen Fan's lips twitched. Suck her? Can you use a more elegant word? Besides, if I go there now, won't I be frozen into an ice sculpture? Fortune favors the bold. And the host possesses the ancient sacred body in complete version. Although it's damaged, its hardness, cough cough, its resilience is top notch. Hurry up, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Looking at the blue specks of light floating in the air like fireflies, Chen Fan admitted that he was tempted. It's like having a super rich neighbor who has a 100 megabits per second fiber optic connection but forgot to set a password. You'd be doing your phone a disservice if you didn't use their Wi-Fi. Chen Fan tiptoed over. 5 meters away from Shinshinga, it was as cold as late autumn. 3 meters away, it felt like the dead of winter. At a distance of 1 meter, Chen Fan felt like his eyebrows were about to freeze. He steeled himself and sat down to the side, about half a meter away from Shinshinga. Mr. Shin, I think you're like having central air conditioning on, it's consuming a lot of electricity. Let me help you share some of the heat, share some of the cold. Chen Fan muttered something under his breath, trying to save face for himself. Shinshinga didn't react at all, not even her eyelashes trembled. Chen Fan closed his eyes and began to try to guide himself according to the introductory techniques instilled in his mind by the system. In an instant, a strange change occurred. If normal cultivation is like drinking water with a straw, then Chen Fan feels like someone is shoving a high-pressure water gun directly into his mouth. Boom! The overflowing energy that had been hovering around Shinshinga seemed to have found an outlet, and surged into Chen Fan's body like a madman. Passive skill eating soft rice triggered. Double, 5, 10, 100 times cultivation speed activated. Host, keep it up. If we drain this wave dry, we'll be rich. Ouch. 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 Damn system. Is this a boost or an increase in punishment? Chen Fan screamed inwardly. Although the energy was pure, it still carried Shinshinga's unique extreme cold attribute. The moment it entered his body, Chen Fan felt that what was flowing in his veins was not blood, but liquid nitrogen. Just when Chen Fan felt like he was about to freeze into an icicle, Shinshinga, who had remained motionless, twitched her eyelids slightly. She did not open her eyes. But the chill in the air suddenly changed. The originally violent and disorderly energy suddenly became much smoother, and the amount was even greater. If what happened just now was merely spilled soup, it's now as if Shinshinga is deliberately lifting the pot and pouring it into Chen Fan's mouth. Chen Fan was taken aback. The chill that was almost freezing him inside his body met with resistance, and the ancient sacred body instinctively began to fight back. A surge of hot, warm current rose from the depths of his dantian, meeting the cold current like magma. A cold and a hot sensation collided within Chen Fan's body. The temperature inside the villa began to rise strangely. Shinshinga's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. This little guy can actually withstand the cold of the profound ice technique? Is this the wonderful use of the so-called pure yang body? That's interesting. Since you want to smoke, then you can smoke as much as you want. With a thought, Shinshinga suddenly accelerated the speed of her cultivation technique. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy formed in the living room, and Chen Fan was at the center of this vortex. Holy crap! Has this woman gone mad? Chen Fan felt like a balloon that was filled with air and was about to burst at any moment. President Shun. Sister Shun. Baby Chinga. Slow down. It's overflowing. Ding. Detected active cooperation from the bound object, resulting in a yin-yang balance effect. Cultivation efficiency increased to 200%. Don't be a coward, host, charge. Go to hell. Someone's going to die. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. He was now in a difficult situation. The only option is to desperately guide this enormous energy to break through the blocked meridians. The human body has 8 extraordinary meridians. For martial artists, each time one meridian is opened, their strength will increase by a level. For ordinary people to open up their first meridian, it often requires years of arduous practice, combined with expensive medicinal baths. But Chen Fan is now facing a situation where the floodwaters have breached the dam. The immense energy surged through his body, so much so that he didn't need to bother searching for the barriers in his meridians. Wherever the torrent of energy passes, all obstacles are reduced to dust. Snap! A crisp sound that only Chen Fan could hear. The first meridian is open. The feeling was like finally being able to pass stool after being constipated for 10 days. Chen Fan felt so good that he almost groaned out loud. But then came excruciating pain. Although the meridians were unblocked, the pain from being violently whitened was very real. Again. Chen Fan was also determined. Now that he was on this pirate ship, how could he not make a profit? He guided this energy to continue its downward surge. Shinshinga seemed to sense his intention, and the chill she exuded became even more biting. Chen Fan was completely enveloped in a pale blue cocoon of light. Meanwhile, the ancient sacred body within Chen Fan's body was not to be outdone, like a tireless furnace. It frantically devoured and transformed this cold energy. A strange sight appeared in the living room. On the left is the frozen queen of the extreme cold, and on the right is a steaming humanoid steam engine. Two completely opposite energies intertwined and entwined in the air, eventually forming a perfect Tai Chi pattern. Bang! The second meridian is open. Chen Fan trembled all over, and the sweat that just flowed out evaporated into white mist. Bang! Bang! Article 3, Article 4. If those old guys in Jiangzhou who have been cultivating for decades saw this rocket-like upgrade speed, they'd probably be so angry they'd vomit blood on the spot. This isn't cultivation, this is clearly cheating. Time passed second by second. The sky outside gradually brightened. The rumbling sound inside Chen Fan's body finally stopped. 8 meridians. Overnight, he reached the 9th level of Qi refining. He was just one step away from entering the meridian opening stage and becoming a master in the Jiangzhou martial arts world. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling that the world had become much clearer. The texture of the leaves outside the window, the chirping of birds in the distance, and even the swirling dust in the air could not escape his perception. An unprecedented sense of power filled my entire body. He clenched his fist, feeling as if he could kill 10 Zhaofengs from yesterday with a single punch. Is this the joy of sucking up to someone powerful? Chen Fan sighed inwardly. Although the process was a bit painful, the result is really great. Congratulations, host. You've become rich overnight. Your cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining. Given the host's excellent performance last night, not only did she successfully act as a hand warmer for her bound partner, but she also increased her cultivation speed by 30%. Special system reward, beginner formation mastery. Now you have a new way to show off when you go out. Before Chen Fan could even examine the new reward, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Ouch! He looked down and saw a crystal clear, work of art like jade foot stepping on his thigh, grinding it lightly a couple of times. Looking up from her jade-like feet, there was a smooth and delicate calf, and further up was Shinshinga's face, which seemed to be smiling but wasn't. She had finished her practice at some point and was now lying on her side on the futon, resting her chin on her hand, lazily watching him. The look in his eyes was like that of someone watching a puppy that had just learned to roll around. Have you had enough? Shinshinga's voice was slightly hoarse from the early morning, tickling the ears. Chen Fan was startled and quickly lifted the jade foot away, saying with a righteous expression. What you're saying, Mr. Shin, is smoking? That's something for intellectuals. I'm protecting you. Didn't you notice how smoothly your cultivation went last night? That's all thanks to me. Chapter 9, Driving the Queen's Pagani to Cause Trouble. Oh. Shinshinga chuckled lightly, but did not expose his nonsense. She withdrew her foot and slowly straightened the hem of her robe. Since you've received the benefits, you should do the job. She stood up, barefoot on the carpet, and looked down at Chen Fan. I'm hungry, go make breakfast. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the stairs, leaving Chen Fan with only a noble and aloof back view. Remember, I don't eat scallions, the eggs should be cooked to medium rare, and the milk should be warm. Chen Fan watched her retreating figure, gritting his teeth and making 2 fist gestures. Evil capitalists. Exploiting class. Despite his complaints, his body language betrayed him as he headed towards the kitchen. After all, one is obligated to those who offer food or drink. The cultivation I gained in one night is equivalent to 10 years of hard work for others. What's wrong with making breakfast? Consider it tuition. In the kitchen, Chen Fan pondered as he fried an egg. Although I now have the cultivation level of the 9th level of Qi refining, it is still a bit risky to deal with the steward of the Yi family who is in the meridian opening stage. The suppression of a higher realm is no joke. The Qi refining stage mainly involves opening up the meridians and accumulating true Qi. The meridian opening stage involves circulating true energy throughout the entire body, giving one the strength to move with ease, and even allowing one to release true energy outwards to injure others from a distance. System, can that one-hit kill trial card instantly kill a Qi refining stage cultivator? Of course. Not to mention the Meridian opening stage, even a grandmaster would be able to do it. As long as you have 3 seconds of true manhood, one punch is enough to make a cookie. However, host, you only have one chance, so be sure to use it wisely. A chance. Chen Fan scooped the fried eggs into a plate and sprinkled a few black peppercorns on top. That's enough. Once we can intimidate that butler, the rest will be easy. Although the Yi family is powerful, their influence is limited to the capital city. In Zhangzhou, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. When Xinxinga arrived at the restaurant with breakfast, she had already changed into a business suit. A black, fitted suit with a white shirt underneath. With her hair neatly pinned up at the back of her head, the languid enchantress instantly transformed into a ruthless and decisive female CEO. Chen Fan put down the plate, thought for a moment, and decided not to mention the Lin family. If you ask her now, Xinxinga will definitely agree, but what will be the price? They would likely become her complete vassals, even having their self-respect trampled underfoot. Chen Fan took on Lin Xiaoxiao's matter, so he has to sort it out himself. A man can live off a woman, but he can't be spineless. What are you thinking about? Xinxinga cut a small piece of fried egg and put it in her mouth without even lifting her eyelids. Nothing much, I just think President Shen looks especially beautiful and radiant today, Chen Fan said, expertly flattering her. Xinxinga paused for a moment, raised her head, and her insightful eyes swept over Chen Fan's face. Is it unnecessary for me to get involved in the Lin family's affairs? Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. This woman really did know everything. No need. Chen Fan grinned, picked up a slice of toast, and took a bite. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I can handle that small fry myself. If I have to trouble President Shen with even such a small matter, then my act of living off him would be far too unskilled. Xinxinga stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly put down her knife and fork. Choose any car from the garage. She picked up a napkin, wiped her mouth, and stood up. Don't die out there, I don't want to have to change toys before I've had enough fun. Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Although the words sounded awkward, he understood their meaning. This tacitly allows him to leverage the situation. Driving Xinxinga's signature car is a deterrent in itself. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you for your great kindness. Chen Fan stood in the underground parking garage of Yujing Bay, which was comparable to a 4S store. He was dangling a bunch of car keys that an ordinary person could never get their hands on even after 10 lifetimes of hard work. In front of me was a purple Pagani Huayra, its lines as smooth as a woman's waist. It exudes an arrogant vibe that says, keep out, strangers, or you won't be able to afford the damages. This is the one. As Chen Fan opened the car door, the moment his buttocks touched the leather seat, he felt a strong smell of money rush to the top of his head. System, do you think if I used this car to kidnap a bride, wouldn't that be considered a different kind of bullying? Host, this is called using someone else's strength against them. Besides, you are now representing Xinxinga's reputation. Driving a beat-up Volkswagen like this would be a disgrace to Her Majesty the Queen. Remember, the first step to successfully exploiting someone's resources is to present that resources with the air of someone who has a powerful backer. That makes sense. Chen Fan stepped on the gas, and the V12 engine roared like a beast, as the purple phantom instantly shot out of the villa gate. Zhangzhou, Dihao Hotel. The Emperor Hotel was booked out today, with luxury cars lined up at the entrance and a red carpet stretching all the way to the curb. Although it was an engagement, the scale of the event was even larger than that of a proper wedding. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a prince from some country choosing a bride. Inside the banquet hall, however, the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. There was no celebratory music, only oppressive whispers. At the main table, Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a bright red cheongsam. Her once delicate face was now as pale as paper, like a fine but broken porcelain doll. She lowered her head, her hands tightly twisting the silk handkerchief in her grasp. Sitting next to her was a middle-aged woman dressed in a tang suit, who was Lin Xiaoxiao's mother, Lin Yu. What are you crying for? Who are you mourning for? Lin Yu lowered her voice and pinched Lin Xiaoxiao's waist hard. Being able to marry into the Yi family in the capital is a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Don't give me that deadpan look. If you anger young Master Yi, the entire Lin family will be wiped out. Lin Xiaoxiao shuddered in pain, tears welling up in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall. Mom, young Master Yi, he's dying. So what if you're dead? You'll be the young mistress of the Yi family. You'll enjoy endless wealth and luxury from now on. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. As long as you can leave an heir for the Yi family, even if it's through IVF, our Lin family's position in Jiangzhou will be secure. The person sitting in the main seat was not Yi Tianxi, who was rumored to be terminally ill. Instead, he was a gloomy-looking young man, Yi Feng, a representative of a collateral branch of the Yi family. He fiddled with 2 walnuts in his hand, his gaze roaming unabashedly over Lin Xiaoxiao, as if he were appraising a commodity waiting to be sold. Madam Lin, the auspicious time is almost here, and your daughter seems rather reluctant? Yi Feng said in a sinister tone. I'm willing. How could I not be willing? Lin Yu quickly put on a smile. This child is just too excited, he's gone crazy with joy. Just then, the banquet hall door was kicked open. Bang! The heavy mahogany door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. The entire banquet hall fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance. Chen Fan was dressed in, well, casual sportswear, and was carrying a bag of Jinbingguozi Chinese crepes he had just bought from a roadside stall. He was chewing heartily, his cheeks bulging. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way. Chen Fan swallowed the crispy pastry in his mouth and wiped his mouth. Is this Lin Xiaoxiao's engagement party? Did we come to the wrong place? Chapter 10. In a fit of rage, he forcefully kissed her in public. The entire room fell silent. Where did this weirdo come from? Wearing cheap clothes from a street stall and carrying a Jinbing Chinese crepe, how dare they come to disrupt the Yi family's business in Beijing? Lin Yu's face turned ashen the moment she saw Chen Fan. She suddenly stood up and pointed at Chen Fan's nose. Chen Fan! What are you doing here, you piece of trash? Is this a place for a lowly person like you? Security! Where the security guards are? Throw him out. Chen Fan ignored the stares from those around him, who were looking at him like he was a monkey. I strolled inside and casually grabbed a glass of red wine from the buffet table next to me. Auntie, that's not right of you. Chen Fan swirled his wine glass, looking completely innocent. I'm Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, but my ex-boyfriend is still considered a boyfriend, right? My ex-girlfriend is getting engaged, so it's not too much for me to give a gift, send my blessings, and maybe even have a meal at the wedding. Is that too much to ask? You're talking nonsense. Xiaoxiao has nothing to do with you anymore. Lin Yu was so angry that she trembled all over. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You have no money, no power, what else can you do besides living off women? Get out of here. Don't dirty young Master Ye's place. Chen Fan ignored him and walked straight to the main table. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, and the walnut in his hand stopped, making a crisp sound. You're Chen Fan? Yi Feng looked him up and down and chuckled. I heard you're the campus heartthrob at Jian University? You're quite fair-skinned, but unfortunately, you're a brainless idiot. Chen Fan stuffed the last bite of the Jinbingguozi into his mouth and patted the crumbs off his hands. His gaze passed over Yi Feng and landed on Lin Xiaoxiao. Hey, crybaby. Chen Fan grinned. This Chonsam has too high a slit, it doesn't suit you. Your faded denim outfit looks much better. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head, and the moment she saw Chen Fan, her tears finally burst forth. Chen Fan, go. Go now, she cried out. She knew the Yi family's methods. Chen Fan coming here was practically suicide. Leave? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Since we're already here, who's going to reimburse my gas money if we don't take someone with us? Chen Fan, don't do anything foolish. Shoo. Chen Fan put a finger to his lips. Women should stay out of men's business. He sighed inwardly. These lines are really cheesy, but I'll put up with them to fit the character. Chen Fan turned his head to look at Yi Feng, his nonchalant expression softening somewhat. Young Master Yi, is it? Let's make a deal. Let's call off this engagement. You can't force a marriage to be happy, especially since this engagement is mine. Yi Feng laughed loudly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Then his expression suddenly turned cold, revealing his murderous intent. Your melon? In Jiangzhou, whatever I set my sights on is mine. Don't even mention a person, even a dog, as long as it bears the Yi family's label, who dares to touch it? Yi Feng slammed his hand on the table, making the bowls and plates bounce around. Ah, Zhong. Cripple him. Pull out all his teeth, one by one, and let's see how he can still be so stubborn. With Yi Feng's command. The old man in black who had been standing behind him took a step forward, and the floor cracked like a spider web. An invisible shockwave exploded outwards from him, shattering the surrounding tables and chairs. Peak of the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage. The guests present were all horrified and retreated hastily. Is this the true foundation of the Yi family in the capital? Any bodyguard he could easily defeat was a powerful figure capable of dominating the martial arts world of Jiangzhou. Kid, remember to keep your eyes open in your next life. Ah Zhong remained expressionless as his withered hand reached out like an eagle's claw, aiming straight for Chen Fan's throat. If that claw had landed firmly, Chen Fan's throat would have been crushed on the spot. Lin Xiaoxiao screamed and tried to rush over to shield Chen Fan, but Lin Yu held her back tightly. Don't go. Do you want to die? Faced with this fatal blow, Chen Fan seemed to be stunned, standing motionless in place. System, is this the Meridian opening stage? It looks a bit slow. Host, that's because you possess the ancient sacred body. Although it's an incomplete version, your physical strength and dynamic vision have long surpassed the realm of ordinary martial artists. In your eyes, the other person is just an old man watching at 0.5x speed. Then I'm relieved. Just as Zhong's fingers were about to touch Chen Fan's skin, Chen Fan raised his hand and casually slapped the other person as if shooing away a fly. Smack! A sharp, teeth-grinding slap echoed throughout the banquet hall. Ah Zhong, who was originally aggressive and like an eagle hunting a rabbit. He was like a baseball that had been hit, flying through the air in a beautiful parabola for more than 20 meters. Boom! Ah Zhong's body crashed heavily into the wall on the other side of the banquet hall. He was embedded in the wall, unable to be pried off. His head was tilted to one side, half of his face was sunken, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Even the rousing background music seemed to be cut short by that slap. The walnut in Yifeng's hand fell to the ground with a thud and rolled to Chen Fan's feet. His mouth gaped open, his eyes nearly popped out, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Ah Zhong, a peak-stage qi condensation cultivator, was slapped into the wall by a mere kid with no qi fluctuations. Chen Fan shook his hand and wiped it on his clothes with a look of disgust. You're so shameless, my hand hurts from hitting you. He kicked away the walnuts at his feet, ignoring the stares from those around him who looked as if they had seen a ghost. He walked straight up to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was stunned. What are you staring at? Let's go. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at him blankly, her mind completely empty. Chen Fan sighed. This girl is usually quite clever, so why did she let him down at such a crucial moment? He reached out and wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace with a slight effort. At that moment, a sweet fragrance unique to young girls wafted over. Chen Fan Lin Xiaoxiao's whole body stiffened, and her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Don't move, cooperate, we're acting. Chen Fan whispered in her ear, then looked up. He looked defiantly at Yifeng, who was already paralyzed with fear in his chair. Who just said that no one dares to touch anything labeled by the Yi family? Chen Fan curled his lips into a wicked smile in front of everyone. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Xiaoxiao's red lips fiercely. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Isn't this just acting? Why is it being done for real? The entire audience erupted in uproar. This is tantamount to tearing off the Yi family's face, throwing it on the ground, stepping on it, and then spitting on it. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully achieved that ambition for a beauty achievement by publicly kissing the lucky female supporting character Lin Xiaoxiao, exuding domineering aura. Lin Xiaoxiao's affection level has skyrocketed. Current affection level, 100 unwavering until death. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding your second romantic partner. Reward, congratulations, host, you have obtained the chaotic spiritual root beginner. Note, compatible with all types of spiritual energy in the world. From now on, you are a walking, universal power bank, able to absorb energy from whomever you want. A cool current instantly rushed into Chen Fan's body. He felt his previously somewhat cluttered meridians instantly become incredibly clear, and his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy became more than 10 times clearer. Chen Fan released Lin Xiaoxiao, whose face was flushed and who was almost suffocating, and smacked his lips. It tastes good, a strawberry-flavored lip balm? Lin Xiaoxiao buried her head in his chest in embarrassment, too ashamed to look at anyone. You bastard! You worthless scoundrel! Yifeng finally realized what was happening, and his face contorted with anger. You dare hit my men? You dare touch the woman I've set my sights on? You're dead. No one in heaven or on earth can save you. He pulled out his phone and screamed hysterically. Second uncle. Bring men in. Tear this brat to pieces. I want to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Outside the banquet hall, a series of noisy and hurried footsteps suddenly came. More than a dozen powerful auras were rapidly approaching, some of which were even stronger than Ah Zhong's from before. Lin Yu's face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed to the ground. It's over, it's all over, the Lin family is finished. Chen Fan shielded Lin Xiaoxiao behind him, his eyes slightly cold. System, this is a bit too much. More than 10 people at the Meridian opening stage, can my incomplete holy body withstand it? Host, theoretically it's possible, as long as you're not afraid of pain. However, have you forgotten that there's an even bigger boss behind you? You mean? Just then, a cold snort came from the gate. Let's see who dares to touch him. Chapter 11, The Queen's Discipline. With that cold snort, the banquet hall doors were pushed open again. This time, however, it wasn't a violent kicking down of the door. Instead, 2 rows of burly men in black suits and sunglasses filed in first. Their movements were synchronized, and they quickly took control of all the exits of the banquet hall. They forcefully pushed back the Yi family bodyguards who had rushed in. Immediately afterwards, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out. De. Every step he took felt like stepping on the hearts of everyone. Xinxinga was wearing a black cashmere coat, with her usual smart business attire underneath. She had her hands in her coat pockets, her chin slightly raised, her expression indifferent as if she were inspecting her own territory. Behind her followed an elderly man with gray hair, who looked kind and gentle. But the sharp light shining in his eyes, which occasionally opened and closed, clearly indicated that he was a true Grandmaster-level expert. Shen, Master Shen? Someone recognized Xinxinga and exclaimed in surprise. A person's name, a tree's shadow. In Jiangzhou, the name Xinxinga represents absolute power and fear. Her gaze did not linger on any one person. Even her own niece Lin Xiaoxiao, who was standing behind Chen Fan with red eyes, was ignored by her. Lin Xiaoxiao's lips moved, but the word anti stuck in her throat and she didn't dare to say it out. She knew Xinxinga's temper all too well. Speaking up now would only add fuel to the fire. Xinxinga walked straight up to Chen Fan and stopped. The two were no more than half a meter apart. Chen Fan could clearly smell the cold sandalwood scent emanating from her, mixed with a dangerous aura. Have you had enough fun? Xinxinga's voice was unreadable. Chen Fan swallowed hard, inwardly cursing. Big sister, I'm doing this to uphold the family's honor. Shouldn't I get an award for this? Just then, a young man with slicked back hair and a powdered face suddenly appeared from the side. Holding a wineglass, he approached with a fawning expression. Mr. Shen. I never expected to meet you here. I'm He Jihao from the He family. My father was just saying he wanted to visit you last time. He Jihao is also short-sighted, thinking this is a good opportunity to build a relationship. Xinxinga didn't even turn her head. She parted her lips slightly and uttered a single word, get lost. He Jihao's smile froze instantly before he could react. The old man behind Xinxinga merely glanced at him casually. In that instant, He Jihao felt as if he were being stared at by a prehistoric beast. His legs went weak, the wineglass fell to the ground with a clatter, and he scrabbled back into the crowd, looking as pathetic as a drowned rat. The entire room fell silent. Although the Yi family was not as prominent as the Yi family, they were still considered influential in Jiangzhou. Xinxinga didn't even glance at him. Her domineering attitude was terrifying. After dealing with the flies, Xinxinga's gaze passed over Chen Fan and landed on Yi Feng, whose face was ashen. Although Yi Feng was arrogant, he was still quite nervous in front of this famous Dark Queen of Jiangzhou. His pupils contracted sharply when he saw the old man behind Xinxinga. It was the aura of a grandmaster. Mr. Xin Yi Feng forced himself to speak. This is a private matter between our Yi family and the Lin family. This kid injured my people and stole my fiancée. The Yi family needs an explanation. Xinxinga finally glanced at him, her eyes looking at him as if he were a pile of unrecyclable garbage. Explain? She raised her hand and pointed at Chen Fan. He's one of my men. Is that enough of an explanation? One sentence caused an uproar in the entire audience. Yi Feng's face turned a deep purplish red. He never expected this. This pretty boy dressed in cheap clothes is actually one of Xinxinga's people. Xinxinga. Don't be so. Shut up, Xinxinga interrupted him impatiently. Take your men and get back to the capital. Tell those old bastards in the Yi family. Anyone who wants to mess with me should buy themselves a coffin first. As for the money the Lin family owes, I'll have it transferred to the Yi family's account. After saying that, she didn't look at Yifeng again and turned to leave. Take away. Two cold words fell. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward and lifted Chen Fan up from both sides. Hey, hey, hey! I can walk by myself. Can't you give me some face? I have my pride too. Chen Fan struggled and shouted, but to no avail, and was dragged out of the banquet hall. Lin Xiaoxiao watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, her eyes filled with worry, but also with relief. She knew that as long as her aunt intervened, the Yi family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Thank you, she said silently to Xinxinga's departing figure. However, Xinxinga never looked back even once. Inside that Hongqi sedan with license plate number A00001. As soon as she got into the car, Xinxinga pressed a button, and the black partition between the front and back seats slowly rose. The back seat is isolated into a completely enclosed private space. Chen Fan huddled in a corner, trying to minimize his presence. Mr. Shin, the weather's nice today, isn't it? That teamwork just now was fantastic, absolutely flawless. Before he could finish speaking, a tremendous force struck. Xinxinga suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Chen Fan's neck tightly with one hand and pressing him against the leather seat. Cough cough. Chen Fan suddenly had difficulty breathing, and his face turned red. Xinxinga's stunningly beautiful face was right in front of him. Her originally icy expression now had a morbid twist, and her eyes burned with a flame called possessiveness. Playing the hero to save the damsel in distress? Enjoying it, huh? Her fingers tightened, her nails almost digging into Chen Fan's flesh. Cough. Let go. Let go. Chen Fan grabbed her wrist, only to find that the woman was incredibly strong. Answer me. Do you think it's cool to be a hero? You'd risk your life for that woman? Have you forgotten who your master is? Chen Fan felt his brain starting to lack oxygen, and he frantically called for the system in his mind. System. Help. This woman has gone mad. Do you have any indestructible throat-slinging devices? Ding. Detected that the bound object, Xinxinga, is extremely emotionally unstable, and her Yandere traits have erupted. Exciting. So exciting. Congratulations, host, for triggering the achievement only you can bear my love in this crazy world. You have gained the passive skill. Suffocating pleasure when subjected to orders or binding attacks, defense is increased by 200%, and health is no longer deducted. Hold on, host, this is a loving touch. Love my ass. I'm about to die. Although the system was unreliable, the skill still worked. Chen Fan felt the pressure on his neck decrease sharply. Although he was still in pain, at least he wouldn't die on the spot. He managed a weak smile. Mr. Shin, it's a misunderstanding, that's your niece, if I don't save her, it won't look good for you. Shut up. Xinxinga let go of his hand, and Chen Fan was panting heavily. Before he could catch his breath, Xinxinga suddenly lifted her leg. Those spotless black high heels with red soles landed heavily on Chen Fan's chest. The sharp heel pressed against his sternum, causing a sharp pain. Kneel down. Chen Fan was taken aback. Huh? The car is so cramped. Kneel down. Looking into Xinxinga's eyes, which seemed to want to devour him, Chen Fan weighed the pros and cons and decided that a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. He slid off his seat and knelt on one knee on the thick, expensive wool carpet. Is this all right now? Mr. Shin, calm down, getting angry can cause wrinkles. Xinxinga did not give up because of his compliance. She leaned back in her chair, her long legs crossed, the tips of her shoes lifting Chen Fan's chin, forcing him to look up at her. Chen Fan, listen to me carefully. Her voice regained its haughty indifference, but it was even more chilling than before. You are mine, your life is mine, your body is mine, and even your every breath is a gift from me. Without my permission, you are not allowed to risk your life for another woman, not even my niece. Do you understand? Carrot. Looking at this capricious woman, Chen Fan felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Even a clay figure has a touch of earthiness. Xinxinga, I am a person, not your dog. Chen Fan looked directly into her eyes and said through gritted teeth. We are partners, not slave owners and slaves. Xinxinga was stunned for a moment. Since she came to power, no one has dared to look at her like that. There was no fear or flattery in his eyes, only a wild and unyielding spirit. Looking at Chen Fan's stubborn face, the anger in her eyes slowly subsided, turning into a more eerie excitement. It's like the excitement a hunter feels when he sees his most desired prey trying to fight back. Ha! Shinshinga chuckled softly, withdrew her foot, leaned forward, and pressed her red lips to Chen Fan's ear. The hot air sprayed onto his earlobes, making Chen Fan shudder. Not a dog? Then prove it to me. She whispered something in Chen Fan's ear, and the content of it made Chen Fan's pupils dilate instantly. The expression on his face changed from anger to terror, and finally to utter helplessness. You're abusing me. This is a violation of the Geneva Convention. Chen Fan roared in grief and indignation. Shinshinga sat up straight, a victor's smile appearing on her face, a smile that was both alluring and cruel. Protests are invalid. If you can't satisfy me tonight, I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish tomorrow. Driver, drive faster, let's go home. Chen Fan slumped onto the carpet, watching the scenery rushing past the window, feeling that his future was bleak. System, if you're still here, can you tell me why other people's system protagonists get to show off and get slapped in the face, while I'm just being tormented by a female demon in all sorts of ways? Host, this is called taking advantage of someone's kindness. There's a price to pay. Keep it up, and have a great night. Chapter 12. Your Majesty, have mercy. Even the donkeys in the production team can't take it anymore. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Chen Fan lay on the bed in a spread eagle position, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out. If you were to show him a mirror at this moment, he would definitely notice that his eye sockets are sunken. His face was pale, and he looked like a scholar whose life force had been drained. Beside him, Shinshinga was sitting in front of her dressing table, applying skincare products. The woman was radiant, with fair and rosy skin, and her mental state was exceptionally good. It was as if Chen Fan was the one who had been tormented last night, not her. Woke up? Shinshinga glanced at him through the mirror, seemingly in a good mood, even humming an unknown tune. He's not awake yet, he's having a nightmare. Chen Fan turned over, buried his face in the pillow, and spoke in a muffled voice. Mr. Shin, even the donkeys in the production team aren't used like this. I'd like to ask for a paid leave. Turn down. Shinshinga stood up, walked to the bedside, and threw a brand new set of clothes on him. Get up, I have something for you to do. Chen Fan let out a wail and sat up straight like a zombie. What are you planning now? Murder or arson? Let me make this clear, I don't even have the strength to unscrew a bottle cap right now. Let's go to the star-picking tower. Shinshinga straightened her cuffs. That idiot Lin Xiaoxiao, although I don't like her, she still carries the name of the Lin family. I heard her shop is having some trouble. Go check it out, and remember, don't embarrass me. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. This woman says she doesn't care, but she knows better than anyone else. Zexinglu is the only property left by Lin Xiaoxiao's mother and is also Lin Xiaoxiao's current source of income. If the shop closes down, that girl will probably really be left to starve. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Fan gave a weak salute. Ding. Side quest triggered, protect the star-picking tower. Mission description, as Lin Xiaoxiao's fake boyfriend, how can you just watch her shop get vandalized? Go, Pikachu, it's time to show your manly prowess. Mission rewards, appraisal skill, Golden Eye Beginner, Stamina Recovery Potion X1. Upon seeing the reward, Chen Fan immediately perked up. Stamina Recovery Potion. This is a lifesaver. Zexinglu is not a restaurant, but an elegant tea house located deep in the antique street, which also sells calligraphy, paintings, and jade. The location is remote and the place is deserted. Only a silly girl like Lin Xiaoxiao would open a shop in such a desolate place, and then call it good wine needs no bush. Chen Fan arrogantly parked his purple Pagani Huayra across the entrance, attracting the stares of several elderly men passing by. Pushing open the door, the wind chimed softly. The shop was empty, and a faint, musty smell of ink lingered in the air. Chen Fan casually picked up a piece of Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain from the shelf and flicked it with his finger. Judging from the sound, it's dull but not crisp, and the body is as thick and heavy as a city wall brick. If this were from the Qing Dynasty, Emperor Kangxi would be so angry that he would climb out of his mausoleum and smash the kiln. Chen Fan shook his head and picked up another piece of ancient jade from the Han Dynasty. Good heavens, the stains on this are still fresh. It's probably been soaked in strong acid for less than 3 days. It's only good for fooling a naive girl like Lin Xiaoxiao. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered your professional instincts. The appraisal skill Golden Eyes Beginner has been automatically activated. Note, in your eyes, everything has light. Real light shines golden, fake light shines black, and half real light shines green. That's the light of the a metaphor for being exploited. Chen Fan felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and when he looked at the room full of antiques, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking around, the area was shrouded in black mist, making it look like a giant garbage recycling station. Only the stone behind the counter, used to weigh down the pickled vegetables, emitted a faint golden light. That spendthrift woman, how much money has she lost with all this counterfeit stuff in the house? As Chen Fan was complaining, the wind chimes at the door rang again. A strong scent of perfume entered my nostrils before I could even see myself. It smelled like Chanel No. 5 mixed with some kind of sweet floral scent, and it was a bit overpowering. Is the boss in? Her voice was charming and sweet, with a hint of deliberate sweetness. Chen Fan turned around and saw a woman wearing a red, tight-fitting bodycon dress walk in. This woman was quite attractive, with long, wavy hair, bright red lips, and a very low-cut neckline. You can even see her deep cleavage, and the skirt is so short it reaches her upper thighs, making her incredibly alluring with every step she takes. But in Chen Fan's eyes, this woman didn't radiate any light. Instead, she exuded a gloomy and unlucky aura. The boss isn't here, I'm just minding the shop. Chen Fan leaned against the counter and replied lazily. Buying or selling? If it's selling, then forget it, our inventory of counterfeit goods is already full. The woman was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a fresh and unconventional opening. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then gracefully swayed her waist towards Chen Fan. He leaned forward, almost pressing half of his chest against the counter. Young man, you're quite the joker. I'm an antique dealer from the next city. I heard that Zexinglu has some good stuff, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that the guys here are even more pleasing to the eye than the antiques. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, painted with bright red nail polish, and lightly brushed it across the back of Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. This texture feels like touching sandpaper. There must be at least 2 pounds of foundation on this. Compared to that woman Shinshinga, this is like the difference between a cheap, mass-produced item and a globally limited edition. Since we're here to discuss business, please have a seat. Chen Fan subtly withdrew his hand and gestured to the tea table beside him. The woman wasn't annoyed and sat down with a smile. She crossed her legs, deliberately changing her posture to make the view under her skirt glimpse itself. Hey sir, it's a bit hot in here. She fanned herself with her hand while unbuttoning a button on her collar. Could you get me a glass of water? Preferably iced. Only hot tea is available. Take it or leave it. Chen Fan picked up the teapot next to him, poured a cup of steaming tea, and pushed it over. A flash of annoyance crossed the woman's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. She picked up the teacup, but instead of drinking it, she slipped as she stood up. Oops. With a soft cry, the cup of hot tea, along with the liquid from a small medicine bottle that had somehow appeared in her hand, was splashed all over Chen Fan's face. At the same time, she leaned into Chen Fan's arms. The movements were fluid and graceful, clearly indicating that the person had practiced. If Chen Fan dodges, the woman will fall flat on her face. If he catches her, the spiked water will definitely get on her. At that very moment, the system notification sounded sharply. Warning! Warning! High concentrations of the volatile neurotoxin 1-night spring have been detected. Inhalation or skin contact can cause loss of reason, turning one into a beast of desire. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Want to sleep with me? Get in line. Shinshinga is still over there with her number. What chance do you seductive slut, have? But he did not dodge. With his current skills, he could easily kick the woman away, but he remembered his previous guest Xiao Feng. This kind of underhanded tactic is just like that kid's style. So Chen Fan put on a panicked expression and frantically reached out to steady himself. He let the water splash onto his chest and let the cloyingly sweet aroma fill his nostrils. Ouch! Watch out! The two rolled around in a ball and fell onto the nearby daybed. The woman lay on top of Chen Fan, a triumphant glint in her eyes. She quickly pressed down on Chen Fan's shoulder, her voice becoming even more cloying. Hey bro, are you alright? It's all my fault, I was so clumsy. I see your clothes are wet, why don't you take them off and I'll help you dry them? Chen Fan's eyes began to glaze over, his breathing became rapid, and his cheeks flushed an unnatural red. My head. I feel so dizzy. You smell so good. Does it smell good? The woman drew circles on his chest with her finger while her other hand quietly reached for her handbag. It smells good, young man, don't hold back, there's no one else here. Chen Fan rolled his eyes inwardly. This acting is too exaggerated. You haven't seen Shinshinga's level of acting, where she can make people weak in the knees with just one look. This small amount of sleeping pills is like a drop of tiger balm to my body, which has been strengthened by the Vajra kidney technique. Ding! Detected that the host is putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, successfully fooling the opponent. The system gives you a thumbs up and sends you a bonus. Local congestion control. You can freely control the congestion state in any part of your body, including facial flushing. Tonzi, you've changed. You weren't this sleazy before. While mentally complaining, Chen Fan made a few heavy breaths in response. His hand gripped the woman's arm weakly, as if trying to push her away, yet also as if he were both resisting and welcoming her. Chapter 13 accidentally activated her physique. Seeing that Chen Fan was completely confused, the woman became bolder in her actions. She stopped trying to hide it and took out a miniature camera directly from her handbag. Skillfully placed on the display shelf next to it, adjusted the angle so that it faced the daybed perfectly. The red light is flashing, and the recording has started. Humph, what Jiangda campus heartthrob, what gigolo, he's nothing but a good-for-nothing who can't walk past a woman. The woman's alluring demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of disdain and mockery. She looked at Chen Fan, who was unconscious beneath her, and reached out to unbuckle his belt. Young Master Zhao said that as long as you film the video of you raping me, your reputation will be completely ruined. At that time, that she-devil Shinshinga will definitely throw you away like trash, or even kill you with her own hands. TSK, what a waste of that face. If I hadn't offended young Master Zhao, I might have really given you a good time. Her hand had just touched the metal buckle. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her wrist. The force was so great that it seemed to crush her bones. Ah, the woman cried out in pain, instinctively trying to break free, but found herself completely immobilized. She looked up in alarm, only to meet a pair of clear, unwavering eyes, devoid of any signs of intoxication. Where was even a trace of the dazed look from before? The mockery and coldness in his eyes sent a chill down her spine. You're not poisoned? This kind of inferior medicine is only good enough to kill a few rats. Chen Fan's voice was steady, even carrying a hint of disdain. Also, your skills are terrible. Your technique for unbuckling your belt is so clumsy. You must have had men help you take it off quite often, right? You're faking it. The woman's face changed drastically, and she grabbed Chen Fan's throat with her other hand, her nails sharp as knives. Clearly, this person is also a trained fighter. Too slow. Chen Fan merely tilted his head slightly, and that hand brushed past his ear. Immediately afterwards, he slapped the woman across the face. Smack! The slap wasn't delivered with full force, but it was enough to make the woman see stars, and half of her face swelled up instantly. Chen Fan sat up and grabbed the woman by the neck. He lifted her off the bed and slammed her against the wall behind her. Cough, cough. Let go. The woman kicked and struggled desperately, her feet off the ground. She scratched at Chen Fan's arm with both hands, but she couldn't budge that iron-like hand at all. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, mimicking Shinshinga's usual demeanor. That kind of aloof indifference, treating human life as worthless. Tell me, how much money did Zhao Feng give you? Was it worth risking your life for? The woman looked at Chen Fan in horror. At that moment, she seemed to see in this gigolo a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. The sense of oppression that came from the depths of his soul was even more terrifying than when he faced Zhao Feng. This is the inherent pressure of the ancient sacred body. Although it is incomplete, it is enough to deal with such low-level martial artists. I don't know, what are you talking about? The woman persisted. Chen Fan sneered. With his other hand, he took the miniature camera that was recording from the display shelf and pointed the lens at the woman's face. Don't know? Okay. Chen Fan fiddled with the camera. Since you like shooting videos, let's change the script. You said, what if I take a picture of you right now and send it to Zhao Feng? Tell him you betrayed him, that you revealed all his plans knowing that Mad Dog's nature, what will become of you? The woman's pupils contracted sharply. She knew Zhao Feng's ruthlessness. If she were labeled a traitor, she would definitely not survive the next day in Jiangzhou. No. I'll tell you everything. Their psychological defenses crumbled instantly. Chen Fan released his grip, and the woman collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, tears and snot streaming down her face. There was not a trace of the allure she had just exuded. It's Zhao Feng. He gave me 500,000 yuan to seduce you, film you, and then accuse you of rape. He wants you to go to jail, he wants you to be abandoned by President Shen. Chen Fan held up the camera and nodded in satisfaction. Speak louder, look at the camera and tell me how you were planning to frame me. Repeat it to the last detail. If you miss a single detail, I'll break your arm. Under Chen Fan's coercion, the woman tearfully confessed her entire deal with Zhao Feng in front of the camera. She even revealed the details of Zhao Feng's promise to send her abroad after the matter was settled. After recording the video, Chen Fan saved it and then threw the camera back to the woman. Take it. The woman caught it, trembling. This is. Go back to Zhao Feng and tell him the mission is complete. Show him the video, but. As for the video content, you can edit it yourself, just use the part where I was completely lost in passion at the beginning. Chen Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Then, after he transfers the money to you, you post the full version of the video online. I've even thought of a title for you. The eldest son of the Zhao family in Jiangzhou hires a hitman to frame a college student. A bloodbath triggered by 500,000 yuan. Remember, this is your only way out. If you offend Zhao Feng, you might still be able to escape, but if you offend me. Chen Fan leaned down and whispered in her ear. Think about Xinqing's methods. If I were to whisper something in your ear, how do you think you would die? Mentioning Xinqing caused the woman to tremble violently, her eyes filled with despair. That is the sky over Jiangzhou, a taboo that must never be touched. I'll do it. I'll do it. Please don't tell President Shen. Get lost. Chen Fan straightened up and wiped his hands with disgust. The woman felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She grabbed her handbag and camera and scrambled out of the star-picking tower, losing one of her high heels in the process. Looking at the empty doorway, Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down in a chair. Damn, pretending to be cool is exhausting. This Zhao Feng is like a cockroach, impossible to kill and disgusting. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your wisdom and courage in successfully turning the tables. Not only did you preserve your virginity though you didn't have much to begin with, but you also gained leverage over the villain. Reward, +5 random attribute points. Skill, reverse pie in the sky. Your words will instill a strange sense of trust in the other party, even if they are lies. Drawing a pie in the sky? This skill is quite suitable for coaxing Xinqing. After getting rid of the unfortunate female assassin, Chen Fan opened all the windows in the shop to ventilate the space. I tried to get rid of that nauseating perfume smell. If Xinqing smelled this scent on him. Tonight it's probably not just kneeling on the carpet, it might even be kneeling on durians. While I was busy, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a WeChat video invitation. Note, the crybaby Lin Xiaoxiao. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before answering the call. The image that appeared on the screen almost made him throw his phone away. Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a pink bear pattern pajama set, and her hair was messy as if she had just woken up, but that wasn't the point. The key point is that her skin was flushed red, like a boiled shrimp. His forehead was covered in sweat, his eyes were glazed, and he was rolling around on the bed hugging a huge pillow. Chen Fan. Her voice trembled, choked with sobs. Holy crap! What's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Or did that bastard Zhao Feng poison you? Chen Fan was startled. Why did these symptoms seem similar to the drug that female assassin had used earlier? No, I'm so hot, my stomach is so hot. Lin Xiaoxiao squirmed on the bed. It's like there's a fire burning inside my stomach, it's so uncomfortable, am I going to die? Chen Fan leaned closer to the screen and took a closer look. Ding! Detected that the purine body of the female supporting character Lin Xiaoxiao is awakening. Analysis of the cause, the host's previous domineering kiss not only conveyed affection. He also transferred some of the spiritual energy he had just absorbed to her, and this energy stimulated her physique, causing her to awaken prematurely. Chen Fan's lips twitched. So this was my doing? That's right. The host's kiss was simply the key to unlocking a new world. The yin and yang energies within her body are currently in conflict. If not guided, she could easily suffer a qi deviation and become mentally impaired. Damn it! Why didn't you say so sooner? Chen Fan shouted at the screen, Lin Xiaoxiao. Listen up. Don't move. If you don't want to die, follow my orders. Lin Xiaoxiao on the other side of the screen was stunned by the shout, and looked at him with teary eyes. Chen Fan. I'm so scared. What are you afraid of? You won't die with me here. Chen Fan quickly recalled the knowledge about cultivation in his mind, even though he himself was only a dabbler. There might be system cheats involved, but it shouldn't be a problem to guide a complete beginner. Now, sit cross-legged. Throw that damn bear away. Lin Xiaoxiao obediently did as she was told, tossing the cushion aside and awkwardly crossing her legs. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, inhale, exhale, imagine that fire inside your belly is a mischievous little ball, try to soothe it with your mind, let it climb up your spine. I can't climb. I can't climb anymore. If you can't climb it, push it. Push it with your willpower. Use the same energy you have when you're fighting for braised pork in the cafeteria. Chen Fan gestured wildly in front of his phone screen, like a remote personal trainer. Yes. That's it. Can you feel it? Did the heat flow split? It seems to have gotten cool. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression gradually relaxed, and the flush on her face began to fade, turning into a faint, radiant glow. A body of purine, a natural-born cultivator. Even with Chen Fan's half-baked guidance, she quickly got the hang of it. Half an hour later. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and felt refreshed, her body so light that she felt like she could fly. She looked at Chen Fan on the screen with surprise and delight. Chen Fan. I'm not hot anymore. And I feel like I'm much stronger. As she spoke, she casually grabbed the cushion and squeezed it. Puff. The cushion burst open, sending down feathers flying everywhere, as if a heavy snowfall was falling. Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. This. Chen Fan sighed and said, "Congratulations, you've become a super strong woman too." Chapter 14 Caught red-handed by the female CEO. A few days later at Royal Bay. Chen Fan was sprawled on Xinxinga's 7-figure Italian leather sofa, holding a switch in his hands. On the screen is a pink demon struggling to roll around. On the small table next to him was an exquisite fruit platter and a glass of iced cola, a life as comfortable as that of a retired cadre. These past few days, Xinxinga has been busy with the follow-up matters of annexing the Lin family and dealing with the probing from the capital, leaving early and returning late. Chen Fan was happy to have some free time. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, he would remotely guide Lin Xiaoxiao, that martial arts prodigy. I wonder how well that girl is doing in her training. I hope she doesn't actually tear the house down. Chen Fan took a bite of watermelon and mumbled indistinctly. After the last video call, Lin Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm for cultivation soared to an alarming degree. It is said that she accidentally twisted off the doorknob of her dormitory the next day and had to pay the school 300 yuan in compensation. Just then, Chen Fan felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. When I took it out, I saw it was a WeChat voice message from Lin Xiaoxiao. Upon opening, a noisy background sound came through, like howling winds or construction work at a site. Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Something's wrong. I was memorizing vocabulary on the top floor of the library when I suddenly felt a chill on my head. Then all the books around me started blowing. The wind was so strong. I couldn't control myself. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a photo was sent over. In the photo, Lin Xiaoxiao was crouching on the ground with a look of terror on her face. She was surrounded by a flurry of books and papers, forming a small tornado around her. You can even see faint, colorful specks of light converging in the air. This isn't memorizing vocabulary, it's like undergoing a tribulation. Chen Fan's lips twitched, and he was about to type a reply telling her to run away quickly. The system in my mind, which had been dormant for several days, suddenly screamed as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Ding! Major event detected. Bound object, Lin Xiaoxiao, the female supporting character with good fortune, unintentionally communicates with heaven and earth while in a state of extreme concentration, being confused by memorizing vocabulary. Successfully awakened the hidden physique, the 9 heavens profoundine physique, along with the innate talent, heavenly spiritual root. This is an unparalleled cultivation aptitude, 1 in 10,000. Host, you've struck gold. This girl isn't from this low-level martial arts world, she's a potential cultivator. The watermelon rind in Chen Fan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Heavenly spiritual root? What's that? It sounds much more powerful than that young master of the Yi family. Of course. Yi Tianxi, that sickly fellow, is just a mortal. A heavenly spiritual root is the ticket to the great Tao. Given the host's discerning eye, though it was accidental, the system has decided to activate the one person's enlightenment. Even their chickens and dogs rise to heaven feedback mechanism. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a 20x critical hit reward. Rewards are being processed. 3, 2, 1. Wait. What refund? Can you at least tell me first? I'm still playing a game. A sense of foreboding welled up in Chen Fan's heart. Last time, Xinxinga only absorbed a tiny bit of the energy during his cultivation, and he almost exploded and died. This time it's a 20-fold return, and it's feedback from the awakening of the heavenly spiritual root. Wouldn't this be an instant ascension to heaven? System, I think we can discuss this, such as installment payments? Too late. The item has been sold and is non-refundable. Energy infusion begins. Host, please open your mouth. Ah. Boom. An immense, indescribable energy appeared out of nowhere deep within Chen Fan's dantian. If Xinxinga's chill was a small stream before, then what is now surging into Chen Fan's body is like the yellow river bursting its banks. Chen Fan grunted, and the switch in his hand was crushed to pieces. He curled up into a ball instantly, like a shrimp thrown into boiling water. The chaos spiritual root within his body was originally just a dull, gray seedling. Nourished by this immense energy, it began to grow wildly. Click. Click. That's the sound of bones being reorganized and meridians being widened. The originally resilient meridians were forcibly stretched open by this violent spiritual energy. The excruciating pain made the veins on his forehead bulge, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. Is this, 20 times, the pain? Chen Fan gritted his teeth, trying not to cry out. He could feel it. My body is undergoing tremendous changes. The bottleneck of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm was like a thin sheet of paper, which couldn't even last for a second. It was shattered by the surging torrent of spiritual energy. Break. Opening realm meridian opening stage. But this is just the beginning. First lineage, second lineage, third lineage. The 12 meridians in the body are like light strips that have been lit up, and one by one they are opened up. Chen Fan felt like an overinflated balloon, every muscle trembling, every cell both cheering and wailing in pain. System, damn it. I'm going to explode. Hold on, host. This is a happy problem. Your chaotic spiritual root is evolving and absorbing this energy. Just survive this, and you'll be the coolest guy on the block. Chen Fan could no longer hear what the system was saying. His consciousness began to blur. A chaotic mist appeared before my eyes. In the mist, a lush green sapling rises from the ground, its branches and leaves waving, exuding vitality. As the sapling grew, the violent energy within Chen Fan finally found an outlet, and was greedily absorbed by the sapling. After an unknown amount of time, the tearing pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of comfort. It's like, after being in a sauna for 3 days and 3 nights, suddenly jumping into a cool spring. Call. Chen Fan exhaled a long breath of stale air. This breath shot out like an arrow. A shallow dent was made directly on the solid wood coffee table in front. He opened his eyes, a golden glint flashing in them. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've made it through. Current realm, peak of the 9th level of the meridian opening stage, just one step away from the opening mansion stage. Congratulations, host, you have received an extra reward, automatically comprehended Lin Xiaoxiao's companion supernatural ability, growth of all things mutant version. Note, if you have spiritual energy, you can make any plant bloom and bear fruit instantly, and even bring dead trees back to life. Of course, it might have miraculous effects in other situations too. Chen Fan clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him like a river. 9th level of the meridian opening stage? That's the maximum level? He found it hard to believe. Others might not even reach the threshold of the meridian opening stage after decades of cultivation, but he reached the maximum level while lying on the sofa playing a game. Is this the joy of living off a woman? It smells so good. Just as Chen Fan was basking in the joy of his surging power, he suddenly realized an awkward problem. Because of the spiritual energy that had just overflowed, the leather sofa beneath him was shattered into pieces and completely destroyed. Even worse, he seemed to have lost control of his newly acquired skill, growth of all things. The money tree that was originally placed in the corner of the living room has now grown to the height of the ceiling. The lush foliage, like a primeval forest, occupied half of the living room, and even bore several bright red apples. A money tree bearing apples? Is that even scientifically possible? Chen Fan's lips twitched as he looked at the mess in the room, and his heart skipped a beat. It's over. Xinxinga is not only a germaphobe, but also has obsessive-compulsive disorder. If she sees this scene, Click. Just then, the sound of the fingerprint lock unlocking rang out like a death knell. The heavy security door slowly opened, and a pair of black high heels stepped in. Chen Fan, I'm back. The cool voice carried a hint of weariness, but stopped abruptly the moment it saw the living room. Chen Fan turned his head stiffly, still holding half of the switch controller in his hand. She gave Xinxinga, whose face was as cold as ice at the door, a smile that looked more like a grimace. Hey, Mr. Shin, if I told you, this tree felt it was growing too slowly and wanted to work harder, would you believe me? Chapter 15. Sweetie, go take a bath. If you don't run now, you'll pay the price. Xinxinga stood at the door, a black trench coat draped over her shoulders. Underneath was a well-tailored white shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. Her beautiful eyes, which usually carried a hint of languor and disdain, were now slightly wide open. My gaze lingered between the money tree that had broken through the ceiling and the sofa wreckage scattered on the floor. Finally, their gaze settled on Chen Fan, who was dressed in rags and radiated an eerie heat. Give it a try? Xinxinga strode in, her high heels crunching on the cracked floor tiles. She didn't get angry, or even frown. It was her calmness that sent a chill down Chen Fan's spine. Chen Fan, I thought you were just a greedy and lecherous bastard, but I never expected you to be a gardening master. Xinxinga walked to the money tree with apples hanging on it, reached out and picked one, then smelled it. The abundance of spiritual energy and the plumpness of the fruit defy the common sense of biology. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, like, are you actually an alien spy sent to destroy my home renovation? Chen Fan chuckled twice and quietly shifted his position back a little. Mr. Shin, this is actually a magic trick. Yes, a magic trick. I've been researching ways to add some spice to life lately. Shut up. Xinxinga casually tossed the apple to Chen Fan. If you eat it and it's not poisonous, I won't hold you responsible for ruining my favorite Italian sofa. Chen Fan took the apple and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the money isn't involved, then it's fine. Just as he was about to wipe his mouth on his clothes and take a bite, Xinxinga suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, a delicate sandalwood scent wafted over. Chen Fan felt a sudden tightening on his wrist, and he was pressed against the remaining half of the sofa back. Xinxinga's stunningly beautiful face was inches away from his, and the warm breath he exhaled sent a tingling sensation through his neck. Don't move. Xinxinga's voice was low and deep. She gripped Chen Fan's pulse point with one hand, and a surge of true energy instantly entered Chen Fan's body. Xinxinga's pupils suddenly contracted. What powerful meridians! What boundless internal energy! Just a few days ago, this kid was just a novice in the chi refining stage, and his internal chi was as mixed as gutter oil. But now, the true energy within his body is like a surging river, pure and abundant. Even the faint pressure from the icy true energy within her body made her feel fear. 9 levels of the meridian opening stage? How is that possible? Even the geniuses from aristocratic families in the capital who grew up soaking in medicinal baths every day could not possibly advance a major realm in just a few days. You. Xinxinga raised her head, her eyes becoming extremely complicated. Shock, doubt, and inquiry eventually transformed into an almost pathological frenzy. It's like a collector suddenly discovering that the stone he casually picked up is actually a peerless piece of jade. Chen Fan, what kind of monster are you? Xinxinga's fingers slid down Chen Fan's wrist toward his chest. My fingertips gently traced his firm muscles through his torn clothes. Chen Fan swallowed hard, feeling as if he were being entangled by a beautiful snake. Mr. Shin, if I said I was a martial arts prodigy who had accumulated knowledge and skills over time, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Xinxinga moved even closer, so close that Chen Fan could see her long eyelashes. There is a great secret hidden in your body. This energy is even more domineering than my icy power. Those strange phenomena just now were also caused by your inability to control the surging power within your body, right? Chen Fan was startled. This woman's intuition was too sharp. Warning! Warning! The interest level of the bound object, Xinxinga, in the host has exceeded the limit. She not only wants to sleep with you now, she also wants to dissect you for research. Host, please find a way to distract her immediately. Distract yourself? Chen Fan's brain raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. He used the newly acquired skill, reverse pie in the sky. President Shin, actually. I did this for you. Chen Fan's eyes instantly became incredibly sincere as he gazed at Xinxinga with deep affection. For me? Xinxinga paused, raising an eyebrow. That's right. Chen Fan sighed, his face filled with sorrow. I know your current situation, Mr. Shin. The Yi family in Beijing is eyeing you covetously, and the Zhao family is also making underhanded moves behind your back. As a man, even though I'm living off you, I still want to share your burdens. So I overdraw my life potential and used forbidden secret techniques to forcibly enhance my strength. It's also that I can be worthy to stand by your side and shield you from the wind and rain. Chen Fan spoke so vividly and emotionally that he almost believed it himself. Ding! Skill, reverse pie in the sky, activated. Although the logic is utterly nonsensical. But because the host was handsome and spoke sincerely, Shinshinga believed him 50%. The fervor in Shinshinga's eyes subsided slightly, replaced by a mixture of emotion and possessiveness. Overdrafting one's life? She frowned and tapped Chen Fan's chest with her finger. Who gave you permission to do this? Your life belongs to me. You are not allowed to die or overdraw your life without my permission. Although his tone was still domineering, the pressure on his hands was much gentler. A surge of true energy flowed into Chen Fan's body through her fingertips. She helped him smooth out his meridians, which were slightly disordered due to the breakthrough, and soothed those minor hidden injuries. Chen Fan felt warm all over, so comfortable that he wanted to hum. This female demon, although her personality is a bit twisted, seems to be quite nice to her own people. A moment later, Shinshinga withdrew her hand and stood up straight. Although it may have been a bit reckless, you are now certainly qualified to be my partner. She looked down at Chen Fan, a playful smile curving her lips. Since you're so eager to help me, that's perfect. My frost power has recently hit a bottleneck. Your masculine energy seems to complement mine perfectly, as you've been unable to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Mutual, complementary? What does that mean? Shinshinga slowly unbuttoned the first button of her shirt, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. It means there's no time like the present. Since your strength has increased so much, let's give it a try and see just how powerful your forbidden secret technique really is. Dual cultivation? Chen Fan almost slipped off the sofa. Last time, just a slight touch almost broke my back. This time it's real. Won't I be turned into a dried-up corpse? Mr. Shin. Calm down. I think we need to proceed step by step. Look at the mess in this room. The atmosphere isn't good. Besides, I have just broken through and my realm is not stable yet. What if I suffer a chi deviation and injure your body? As Chen Fan retreated, he frantically made excuses. No atmosphere is needed. Shinshinga pressed on relentlessly, the flames in her eyes burning ever brighter. As for your unstable cultivation level, I'll help you stabilize it. Be good, listen to me, go take a bath. Looking into those aggressive eyes, Chen Fan knew that reasoning with them wouldn't work. Run. We have to run. Oh. I remember now. Chen Fan suddenly yelled and slapped his thigh hard. I have final exams tomorrow. If I fail, I'll be expelled. Mission, you wouldn't want your man to be illiterate, would you? I have to go back and study. Next time. Next time for sure. After saying that, Chen Fan slipped away with all his might, dashing past Shinshinga. Chen Fan! A slightly annoyed shout came from behind. If you dare to run, I'll have your school blown up. Chen Fan didn't look back, running and shouting. No, Mr. Shin. That's state property. Besides, I still have to take the exam even if the school is bombed. I'm leaving now. No need to see me off. Boom. The engine roared through the yard like a startled wild beast bursting through the gate and disappearing into the night. In the living room, Shinshinga looked at the empty doorway and touched her lips. Run? She chuckled softly, a hint of hunter's excitement at seeing prey flee flashing in her eyes. The entire Jiangzhou is my cage, where can you run to? She turned to look at the towering money tree, picked an apple, and took a bite. Crisp and sweet. It tastes good. Chapter 16, Emerging from the Dragon's Pool, Entering the Barking Dogs Again. The roar of the Pagani Huayra's engine came to an abrupt halt at the entrance of Jiangzhou University. Chen Fan turned off the engine, leaned on the steering wheel, and let out a long sigh. They escaped from the clutches of that ruthless female demon in Yujing Bay. To avoid potential pursuit, he drove this multi-million-dollar supercar with the flair of a Wuling Hongguang minivan. When will this ever end? Chen Fan rubbed his stiff face. I almost got double majored, and today I have to face another boring final exam. This is far too exciting for someone who just wants to lie down and relax. Tonesy, do you think Shinshinga would let me off the hook if I dropped out of school now and started selling phone screen protectors under a bridge? Host, according to the system's big data analysis, if you go to get your screen protector installed, there's a high probability that President Shin will buy the entire overpass. Then they'll lock you in a bridge archway and make you apply screen protectors only to her phone, and while you're at it, they'll also make you apply them all over your body. I won't ask you that. Chen Fan pushed open the car door, and as soon as one foot touched the ground, he sensed that something was wrong. At this time of day, the playground would normally be a peaceful scene of couples strolling and club activities. But today, there was a restlessness in the air that even stray dogs on the roadside could smell. In the distance, the direction of the playground was bustling with noise, and the faint sound of an electric microphone could be heard. Chen Fan. I know you're back. Don't hide like a coward. On the radio, a hysterical male voice was roaring, the sound amplified by the poor quality speakers, making it sound particularly jarring and comical. I am Zhao Feng. If you're a man, get out here. What kind of skill is it to rely on women? Hiding under Shinshinga's skirt and living off her, aren't you afraid of choking to death? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and even took out a piece of chewing gum from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and chewed it. Zhao Feng? That bastard hasn't been arrested yet? Logically speaking, once that woman's confession video is released, Zhao Feng, a rich second generation who cherishes his reputation, should have been locked up by his family or sent abroad overnight. And now they're still shouting and yelling at school? Ding! Detected that the villain Zhao Feng has suffered severe psychological distortion due to social death and is currently in a berserk state of self-destruction. Not only did he spend all his savings hiring thugs, but he also attempted to stomp the host to death in public, trying to salvage even the smallest bit of pitiful self-esteem. This is a classic case of suicide. Random quest triggered, then grant his wish. Mission objective, in front of the entire school, utterly crush Xiao Feng's last shred of illusions. Since he wants to go big, let him know why the flowers are so red. Reward, passive skill, taunt aura max. As long as the host stands on the stage, the opponent's sanity will automatically decrease by 50%, their aggression will increase by 200%, and they will be more prone to making basic mistakes such as falling flat on their face. This reward sounds like a trap for me? Chen Fan mentally complained, but he didn't stop walking, his hands in his pockets, heading towards the playground. A makeshift arena had been erected in the center of the playground at some point. Zhao Feng stood there, holding a microphone, his eyes bloodshot, his hair a mess. His once expensive haute couture suit was now wrinkled and crumpled, and he exuded a sense of madness from desperation. The arena was surrounded by students who were watching the spectacle, pointing and whispering. Is this the young Master Zhao? Why is he acting like a mad dog? Shu, keep your voice down. I heard he got messed up and his reputation is ruined. Now he's here to fight Chen Fan to the death. Chen Fan? That's the school heartthrob who lives off women? Does he dare to come? As Zhao Feng listened to the discussions below, the muscles on his face twitched, and he shouted into the microphone again. Chen Fan! You good-for-nothing who only knows how to climb the social ladder by relying on women. You gigolo. You freeloader. I'll count to 3, and if you don't come out, I'm burning your dorm down. Zhao Feng. Haven't you gone crazy enough? The crowd was forcibly pushed aside, and Lin Xiaoxiao rushed out, panting. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans today. However, after cultivating under Chen Fan's guidance these past few days, his temperament has undergone a tremendous change, and his previously somewhat timid eyes have now become exceptionally clear. This is a school. Not a place for you to run wild. Get down here. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Zhao Feng on the stage, her face flushed red. When Zhao Feng saw Lin Xiaoxiao, the resentment in his eyes deepened. Lin Xiaoxiao. You bitch. You're actually protecting him? I chased after you for so long, and you wouldn't even let me hold your hand, but then you turned around and hooked up with that gigolo. What, is he better than me? Or are you not disgusted by what that old woman Shinshinga has already used? You are shameless. Lin Xiaoxiao trembled with anger, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm shameless? Ha ha ha. Today I'll show you all who the real trash is. Guards. Drag this slut up here. I refuse to believe that coward won't come out. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and 2 burly, thuggish-looking men by the ring were about to grab Lin Xiaoxiao. The surrounding students were so frightened that they all backed away. No one dared to provoke them at this moment. As Lin Xiaoxiao watched the approaching giant, she instinctively tried to circulate her spiritual energy to resist. But she was only a beginner and had zero practical experience, so she was stunned for a moment. Just as a dirty hand was about to touch Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, a slender hand, like an iron clamp, firmly gripped the burly man's wrist. "Dude, don't you want your hand anymore?" A lazy voice rang out. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up and saw that familiar figure blocking her way. The tears she had been holding back instantly fell down. Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't turn around, but just flicked his wrist slightly. Click. The burly man didn't even have time to scream before he was hit as if by a speeding truck. He flew more than 10 meters and crashed into the sandpit on the playground, where he was knocked unconscious on the spot. The entire room fell silent. Chen Fan patted the dust off his hands, as if he had just thrown away a bag of trash. He slowly turned around and looked up at Zhao Feng, whose face was ashen on the stage. "Who was barking just now? I don't own a dog, so why is there such uncivilized noise all over the school?" He strode toward the ring, and the crowd parted to make way for him. "Chen Fan, you finally dared to come out." Zhao Feng's hand holding the microphone was trembling, a mixture of excitement and fear. "I'm afraid you'll get so angry on stage that you'll die, and then the school will have to pay for your funeral expenses. That's not worth it." Chen Fan braced himself against the edge of the ring with one hand, his movement so light it was almost unbelievable, and he floated up like a feather. "Since you want to play, I'll play along. But let's make it clear first, you're responsible for your own medical expenses." Chapter 17. One finger, and you'll lose 20 years of cultivation. The arena was made of several composite boards commonly used in outdoor activities, which creaked when stepped on. Zhao Feng took a step back, threw down the microphone, and grinned maliciously at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, don't get cocky. I know you're a little skilled, but this time I've gone all out. Come out here." At his command, a lean man emerged from the shadows behind the arena. The man was wearing a drab gray training uniform and was holding two short daggers in his hands, reversed. His eyes were sinister, like a venomous snake ready to strike at any moment. 9th level of Qi refining stage. Chen Fan only glanced at him before he saw through the other party's true nature. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is already a master capable of splitting stone tablets. But in Chen Fan's eyes now, the spiritual energy fluctuations on this person were as weak as a candle that could be extinguished at any moment. If you take someone's money, you're obligated to solve their problems. The lean man licked the blade of the dagger, his voice hoarse. "Kid, don't blame me. Blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Remember, the person who crippled you is called Ghost Hand." The referee, a physical education teacher, originally intended to intervene. As a result, he was glared at fiercely by Zhao Feng, and then looked at the gleaming dagger, so frightened that he shrank back in the audience and dared not move. "Ghost Hand? That's a pretty fancy name." Chen Fan stood still, not even bothering to assume a stance, his entire body riddled with openings. "Let's get started. I'm in a hurry, I need to go back and review advanced mathematics." Court death. Enraged by such disrespect, Ghost Hand was furious. He pushed off with his feet, and his figure instantly turned into a gray shadow. The dagger in his hand whistled through the air as it headed straight for Chen Fan's hamstrings. A ruthless move that cripples someone in one strike. Lin Xiaoxiao, sitting in the audience, exclaimed in alarm, "Chen Fan, be careful." The surrounding students also covered their eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene that followed. However, the expected screams did not come. Chen Fan simply turned his body slightly to the side, as if he were stretching after waking up in the morning. The dagger, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, grazed past his trouser leg without touching a single fiber of fabric. Too slow. Chen Fan sighed. The dynamic vision of the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage made the Ghost Hand's movements appear to him like a slow-motion replay at 0.25x speed. "Why did you have to stab my leg of all places? I just washed these pants yesterday." Ghost Hand, having missed his first strike, was greatly alarmed and quickly changed his move. The two daggers moved with impenetrable speed, enveloping Chen Fan like a storm. But then a strange thing happened. No matter how he attacked, Chen Fan always managed to dodge at the last second. He took a step to the left, a step to the right, and even had the leisure to straighten his collar, which had been ruffled by the wind. The scene on stage became extremely comical. One person was frantically swinging a knife, sweating profusely from exhaustion. Another strolled leisurely, as if taking a walk in his own backyard. Ding! Taunt aura in effect. The opponent's mentality has collapsed, currently engaged in philosophical contemplation. Who am I? Where am I? Why can't I hit him? Ah! Don't you dare dodge! Ghost Hand completely lost his composure and charged forward with a wild, chaotic roar. Okay, I won't hide. Chen Fan paused in his steps. Just as Ghost Hand thought his chance had come and his eyes lit up with joy, Chen Fan lightly stomped his right foot on the wooden floor. Supernatural power, growth of all things mutated version, activated. Even though the floor is made of dead wood. But under Chen Fan's current infusion of abundant wood elemental spiritual energy, those long dead wood fibers instantly came back to life. Snap! Suddenly, the floor beneath Ghost Hand's feet cracked open, and several sharp wooden splinters sprang up like wildly growing thorns. It instantly wrapped around his ankles, pinning him firmly to the spot. What kind of sorcery is this? Ghost Hand exclaimed in shock, falling forward due to inertia. Chen Fan gave him no chance to react, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Ghost Hand. There are no fancy moves, just one finger. An ordinary finger gently touched the dantian of the Ghost Hand. Puff! A soft sound, like the sound of a balloon deflating. Ghost Hand trembled violently, and his originally sinister eyes instantly turned ashen. He felt that the true energy he had cultivated for 20 years vanished in an instant. My cultivation, you destroyed my cultivation? Ghost Hand collapsed to the ground, letting out a desperate wail. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Zhao Feng, who had been shouting, was now like a duck with its neck being choked, its mouth wide open but unable to make a sound. And you? Chen Fan looked past the ghostly hand rolling on the ground and fixed his gaze on Zhao Feng. That look in his eyes was devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at an ant that he could crush with a flick of his wrist. You stay away. My dad is Zhao Gang. I'm a member of the Zhao family. You dare touch me. Zhao Feng's legs went weak. He turned around and tried to run, crawling on his hands and feet toward the edge of the ring. Run? Chen Fan stood still, but raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air towards Zhao Feng's back. During the meridian opening stage, true qi is released outwards, forming a tremendous suction force. Return. Ah! Zhao Feng felt an invisible force pulling at the back of his collar. He flew backward uncontrollably, crashing heavily at Chen Fan's feet, landing face first in the dirt. Chen Fan raised his foot and stepped on Zhao Feng's face, which was contorted with fear. He applied a little force, making Zhao Feng's face come into close contact with the sole of his shoe. Who did you just call trash? Chen Fan asked, looking down. Ugh. Ugh. Zhao Feng struggled desperately, but the foot on his head was like a mountain, not moving an inch. Who are you calling a gigolo? Add pressure with your feet. Who are you calling a slut? Click. This time it wasn't the floor, it was Zhao Feng's nose. Ah! The screams echoed through the sky. Chen Fan squatted down, looked at Zhao Feng whose face was covered in blood, and said slowly. Zhao Feng, I used to ignore you because I thought you were a clown, quite amusing, but you shouldn't have taken your anger out on women. This kick was for Lin Xiaoxiao. Chen Fan stood up and, without warning, stepped on Zhao Feng's right knee with his right foot. Snap! The sickening cracking sound sent chills down everyone's spine. Zhao Feng's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Chen Fan wiped the bloodstains from the soles of his shoes on Zhao Feng's clothes and looked around. The students who had been watching the commotion lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe when they met his gaze. Anyone else who thinks I'm a gigolo can come up and try. No one dared to make a move. Chen Fan snorted coldly and turned to leave the stage. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from afar. Stop! What are you all doing? Is this some kind of lawlessness? Several middle-aged men in suits, with beer bellies, stormed into the playground. The leader was Director Wang of the school's academic affairs office, a notorious snob who had collected a lot of sponsorship fees from the Zhao family. Chapter 18. I just finished hugging the school beauty, and the female CEO arrived. Director Wang looked at Zhao Feng, who lay on the platform, his fate unknown. He glanced at Chen Fan, who remained calm, and his chubby face trembled with anger. Chen Fan! You're intentionally causing injury. That's a crime. Where are the security guards? Are they all dead? Arrest this thug. Take him to the police station. I'm firing you. Immediately. Several security guards approached hesitantly, holding rubber batons, but dared not actually make a move. The scene of Chen Fan crippling Ghost Hand with that kick is still fresh in my mind. They only earn 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month, so it's not worth risking their lives. Chen Fan stood on the stage, looking down at Director Wang, without even the desire to explain. Director Wang, if your eyesight is poor, I suggest you see an ophthalmologist. He brought people with knives to attack me. I was only acting in self-defense. What, is the school now encouraging students to bring controlled knives to school? Bullshit. Zhao, that was a martial arts exchange. You beat him up like this, that's premeditated murder. Director Wang pointed at Chen Fan's nose and cursed, you black sheep, you must get out of Jiangda. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to rush forward to explain, but Chen Fan stopped her with a look. Expel me? Chen Fan laughed. Sure, hurry up with the paperwork, I don't want to take advanced mathematics anyway. You? Director Wang was speechless. Just then, a black Maybach silently pulled up on the outskirts of the crowd. The car door opened, and 4 elite individuals dressed in black suits and carrying briefcases stepped out. The leader, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, perfectly embodied the air of a refined scoundrel. Excuse me, which one of you is Director Wang? The man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his glasses and walked off the stage with a smile. I am who I am. Who are you? Director Wang was taken aback. I am Zhang Wei, the chief lawyer of Tiancheng Law Firm. I have been entrusted by my client to handle a legal matter concerning Mr. Chen Fan's experience of school violence and his legitimate self-defense. Zhang Wei pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase. They were legal documents even thicker than Director Wang's skin. According to the on-site surveillance footage in this, Zhang Wei pointed to the dagger on the ground. With a controlled knife that is clearly lethal, my client, Mr. Chen Fan, is in an extremely dangerous situation. His counterattack was entirely in accordance with the provisions of legitimate self-defense. As for Mr. Zhao Feng's injuries, that was a secondary injury he sustained while committing the crime, caused by his own fall. It has nothing to do with my client. You're talking nonsense. The whole school saw him break it. Director Wang said angrily. Oh? Is that so? Zhang Wei looked around. Which student saw this? If so, please stand up. We need to register it, as there may be a defamation lawsuit later. The students around immediately shook their heads vigorously, some even looking up at the sky and whistling. Are you kidding me? Tiancheng Law Firm? That was Xinxinga's personal legal team, the Pizza Hut team that was known for turning black into white. Who dares to testify? Director Wang, if you insist on dismissing Mr. Chen Fan, or are attempting to distort the facts, my client states. She will reconsider her 50 million donation to your school library and will sue the school for inadequate security, seeking 100 million in damages for emotional distress. The client? Who is your client? Cold sweat broke out on Director Wang's forehead. Zhang Wei smiled slightly and uttered 3 words, Xinxinga. Upon hearing this name, Director Wang's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Xinxinga? That ruthless businesswoman who controls half of Jiangzhou's economic lifeline? Is Chen Fan really her kept man? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Director Wang's expression changed faster than flipping through a book, and he immediately put on a fawning smile. Since it was self-defense, then there's no problem. Zhao Feng brought a knife into the school, which is a serious offense, and we will deal with it seriously. Chen Fan has been frightened. Quickly, go back and rest. This farce vanished instantly under the intimidation of Xinxinga's name. Chen Fan watched as Director Wang fled in disarray and Zhao Feng was carried into an ambulance, but he felt no relief whatsoever. The legal team did not leave. Zhang Wei walked up to Chen Fan and bowed respectfully. Mr. Chen, Miss Shen asked me to tell you that if you've had enough fun, go home early. She's waiting for you to have dinner. Chen Fan's lips twitched. I understand. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Fan jumped off the stage. Lin Xiaoxiao waited by her side, her eyes red, like a frightened rabbit. Upon seeing Chen Fan approach, she didn't hesitate and threw herself into his arms. Chen Fan! You scared me to death. Wa'ada! I thought you were really going to be. Chen Fan's body stiffened. Under normal circumstances, hugging a beautiful girl would definitely be a perk. But at this moment, he only felt a chill down his back, as if a death ray was locking onto the back of his head. Hey, Xiaoxiao, there are so many people watching, be mindful of your behavior. Chen Fan tried to pull Lin Xiaoxiao away. No. I want a hug. Lin Xiaoxiao clung tightly to his waist, a reliance born from surviving a disaster, and also a surge of excitement from the heroic rescue she had just witnessed. Chen Fan, thank you. You offended so many people for my sake. Just then, the rear window of the Maybach that had been running all along, parked at the entrance of the stadium, slowly rolled down. A chilling aura, 100 times more terrifying than the murderous intent emanating from Ghost Hand, instantly swept across the entire playground. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He mechanically turned his head. Behind the car window, Xinxinga was still wearing that black trench coat, holding a glass of red wine that she had somehow gotten her hands on. He was looking expressionlessly at the two people embracing each other through the top of his sunglasses. Xinxinga got out of the car. She wasn't wearing the sunglasses that obscured her vision, so her stunningly beautiful yet icy face was exposed to the sunlight. A black trench coat was draped over her shoulders, revealing a minimalist silk shirt underneath, its neckline slightly open, her delicate collarbones resembling works of art. She had one hand in her trench coat pocket and the other hanging casually at her side, followed by 4 elite lawyers carrying briefcases. This commotion doesn't look like they're here to deal with a campus brawl, it looks more like they're here to acquire the university and turn it into a pig farm. The crowd parted like Moses parting the sea, automatically retreating to both sides, as if afraid that if they were a step too late, they would be frozen into ice sculptures by this aura. Auntie! When Lin Xiaoxiao saw the person who came, the tears that were still brimming in her eyes instantly welled up and she held them back, her face showing a look of surprise and joy. She let go of Chen Fan and pounced on him like a little sparrow seeing a savior, reaching out to take Xinxinga's arm. Why are you here? You scared me to death just now, the Zhao Feng and his men with knives. Xinxinga didn't move, but just as Lin Xiaoxiao's hand was about to touch the fabric of the trench coat, she subtly turned her body to the side. Lin Xiaoxiao missed her target and stood there awkwardly. Stand still. Xinxinga's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. How old are you? Still so impetuous. What kind of behavior is this? Oh. Lin Xiaoxiao shrank her neck and stood up obediently, like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Although she was afraid of her powerful aunt, she also knew that her aunt was the best person to her besides her parents. Although this goodness usually manifests as giving huge amounts of pocket money and cold, lecturing. Xinxinga didn't look at Lin Xiaoxiao again. Her gaze passed over Zhao Feng, who was pretending to be dead, and over the mess on the ground. It landed directly on the man standing at the edge of the ring, who had just put his hands back in his pockets. Chen Fan felt his scalp tingle. The feeling of being locked onto by a top predator made every cell in his body scream. Ding! Alert! Alert! Detected that the bound target Xinxinga's rage value is accumulating. Current anger type, calm after jealousy. This is the calm before the storm, host. It is recommended that the host immediately adopt the strategy of kneeling down and begging for mercy or playing dead. I was acting in self-defense. Chen Fan spoke first, attempting to arm himself with legal means. Your lawyer just said that I am the victim. Xinxinga remained silent. She strode forward, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the ground, until she reached Chen Fan. The distance between the two was reduced to less than 10 centimeters. Chen Fan could even smell the cool, elegant fragrance emanating from her, mixed with a hint of slightly intoxicating red wine. Victim? Xinxinga chuckled softly and raised her hand. Chen Fan instinctively wanted to back away, but his body seemed to be frozen in place. That long, slender, fair, and very well-maintained hand. Instead of grabbing his neck as he expected, she gently landed on his collar. Although the fight was brief, Chen Fan's collar was still slightly disheveled. Xinxinga looked focused, like a virtuous wife tidying up her husband's appearance. She slowly smoothed out the crease, her fingertips lightly brushing against Chen Fan's collarbone, bringing a chilling sensation. If you're going to fight, then fight. Don't you know how to tidy up your messy clothes? Her voice was very soft, only 2 people could hear it. You've disgraced me. Chapter 19 Private Clinic, Pink and White Nurse Uniform, the other side of the Ice Queen. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was still in shock, stared in disbelief. In her memory, her aunt Xinxinga was like an ice sculpture enshrined on an altar. She's detached from worldly affairs, let alone making such intimate gestures towards any man. A woman's sixth sense goes off like a radar at this moment. Auntie. Lin Xiaoxiao asked hesitantly, you know Chen Fan? Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat streamed down his temples. He frantically gave Xinxinga meaningful glances, his eyes practically twitching from all the effort. Hey sis. Don't cause trouble. This is your own niece. If you get caught now, I'll be struck by lightning. Shinshinga looked at Chen Fan's guilty look and a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Ignoring Chen Fan's hint, she slid her hand down and patted off non-existent dust from his chest. Then he turned around to face Lin Xiaoxiao, his expression switching to a businesslike indifference. No. Shinshinga said calmly, that kick just now was pretty good. He has some basic skills. It's a waste to keep this kind of talent in school. I plan to recruit him into the company and give him special training. Ha? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Recruit into the company? Shinshinga nodded slightly and said in a serious tone. The group is currently short of a security consultant, and I think he's a good fit. From now on, he'll need to come to my office frequently to report on his work. She emphasized the words reporting on work with a meaningful tone. The naive Lin Xiaoxiao instantly believed it, and the doubt in her eyes vanished, replaced by surprise. Really? That's great. Chen Fan, did you hear that? Your aunt is going to promote you. This is the Shun Group. Countless people would kill to get in. Chen Fan's lips twitched as he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's "look what a great sugar daddy I found for you" expression, and a million alpacas seemed to be stampeding through his mind. What the hell is a security consultant? What kind of security consultant reports to the boss in bed? Yes, that's great, I'm so touched I could cry. Chen Fan's smile was more like a grimace. Seeing his angry but speechless expression, Shinshinga seemed to feel a little better. She turned to look at lawyer Zhang Wei beside her. You handle the rest. I don't want to hear the name Zhao family again in Jiangzhou. Yes, Mr. Shin, rest assured. Zhang Wei pushed up his glasses. I will make the Zhao family regret being born. Shinshinga didn't linger any longer and turned to walk towards the Maybach. As she passed Chen Fan, she paused slightly and turned her head slightly. Her red lips drew close to his earlobe, her warm breath brushing against his sensitive earlobe. Get in the car. You did a good job tonight, you'll get a reward when you get home. The voice was soothing and tingling, yet it sent a chill down Chen Fan's spine. He mechanically followed behind Shinshinga. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of all the boys and the pity of the girls, he got into that luxury car that symbolized power and status. Lin Xiaoxiao stood there, waving her hands vigorously. Chen Fan. Do a good job. Don't embarrass your aunt. The car window slowly rolled up, cutting off Lin Xiaoxiao's voice. Chen Fan leaned back in the leather seat, watching the scenery rushing past the window, and closed his eyes in despair. System, do you think it's too late for me to jump out of the car now? Host, friendly reminder, the vehicle speed is currently 60 km/h, and the survival rate for jumping out of the vehicle is 15%, but that's not the main point. The key point is that if you break your leg after jumping from the moving vehicle, Mr. Shin will most likely break your other leg as well. Then they'd make you into a specimen and put it by your bedside to admire every day. Compared to that, it's safer to go home with her. Shut up. The Maybach drove into the Royal Bay Villa area, passed through layers of security, and finally stopped in front of that villa. Throughout the journey, Shinshinga remained silent, only using her tablet to process documents. Occasionally, she would glance at Chen Fan with the same look she gave him, as if checking the freshness of a piece of pork she had just bought. Chen Fan also remained absolutely silent, trying his best to minimize his presence, and even lowered his breathing rate. Upon entering the house, the villa was empty. It seemed that the servants who had been an eyesore had been dismissed beforehand. The money tree in the living room, which had been artificially accelerated by the growth of all things program, was still reaching towards the ceiling. The apples hanging above seemed even redder, exuding an eerie festive air. Shinshinga took off her trench coat and casually tossed it onto the sofa, revealing a silk shirt underneath that perfectly accentuated her figure. She walked to the liquor cabinet, poured herself a glass of whiskey, and without asking Chen Fan if he wanted any, tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. The amber-colored wine slid down her neck, creating a breathtakingly beautiful effect. Come with me. Shinshinga put down her empty wineglass, didn't even glance at Chen Fan, and walked straight to the mahogany door at the end of the second-floor corridor that had never been opened before. Chen Fan swallowed hard, his heart pounding with anxiety. System, is this woman trying to lure me in and kill me? The way she looked at me in the car just now was like she was looking at a plate of sashimi. Host, you're overthinking it. Based on this system's in-depth research into female psychology, Shinshinga's current hormone levels are in an extremely subtle state of heightened arousal. The probability of her wanting to kill you is 1%, but the probability of her wanting to sleep with you is 99%. Go for it, for the great cause of being a kept woman. Is your data guaranteed to be genuine? Chen Fan reluctantly followed him inside. As soon as the door opened, a strong herbal smell wafted out, mixed with the cool scent of disinfectant. This isn't a bedroom, it's more like a private treatment room? In the center of the room was a physiotherapy bed covered with a white sheet. The surrounding area was filled with all sorts of incomprehensible instruments, and there was also a row of metal cabinets gleaming coldly. "Take it off." Shinshinga's voice came from behind the screen. "Ha? Mr. Shin, isn't this progressing a bit too fast? Although I'm a modern college student with an open mind, we still need to follow some basic rules, like foreplay and such." Jacket. With a rustling sound of fabric, Shinshinga emerged from behind the screen. Chen Fan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Shinshinga, who usually wears a black trench coat and exudes a queen-like aura, is a regular attire. She suddenly changed into a pink and white nurse's uniform? The dress was extremely form-fitting, and the uniform, which should have represented purity, exuded an indescribable sense of asceticism and danger when worn by her. She held an alcohol swab in one hand, and in the other hand, he was holding a silver needle that was at least 10 centimeters long. Chen Fan instinctively clutched his chest and took a step back, bumping into the cabinet. Chapter 20 Breakthrough to the Opening Realm, the female CEO's favorability soars. "Mr. Shin, let's talk this out. These needles are for treating elephants, aren't they?" Shinshinga walked up to him, a hint of mockery flashing in her usually icy eyes. She reached out and grabbed Chen Fan's tie, pulling him onto the physiotherapy bed and pinning him down. "Don't move. Today at school, you used power beyond your body's capacity, reaching the 9th level of the meridian opening stage? Although I don't know how you did it, your meridians simply can't withstand that kind of burst. If you don't clear it in time, you'll become a cripple." Chen Fan was taken aback. "Is she concerned about me?" "No, host, she's investigating you. This is just an excuse. She wants to use her inner energy to explore the secrets within you. After all, your leveling up is like a rocket. Even I would dissect you and study you." "Really?" Shinshinga didn't give Chen Fan a chance to refuse. The frighteningly long silver needle pierced his chest at the Tanjong acupoint with swift and precise movements. "Ouch. Ouch. Ouch. Be gentle. Shut up and bear it." As the silver needle pierced through, an extremely domineering and icy stream of true energy flowed into Chen Fan's body through the needle's tip. This isn't guiding people, it's practically forcibly breaking in. The chill was like a greedy ice serpent, rampaging through his meridians, trying to find the source of his power. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, his muscles tense. Is this woman trying to dig up all my secrets? If it were an ordinary martial artist, being invaded by this grandmaster-level chill would probably have already shattered their meridians. However, Chen Fan possesses the chaotic spiritual root and a fragmented version of the ancient sacred body. This external cold air not only did not cause harm, but instead triggered the body's self-protection mechanism. The golden energy within his body surged, spontaneously devouring and assimilating the cold energy. Shinshinga frowned slightly. "How is this possible? My ice force has vanished without a trace." She refused to believe in superstition and increased the intensity of her internal energy transmission. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Shinshinga, who was originally focused on controlling the silver needles, suddenly turned ashen-faced. Her hand, which was pressed against Chen Fan's chest, trembled violently, and a layer of white frost instantly formed on her fingertips. A painful groan escaped her throat. The queen, who had been so domineering just moments before, now seemed to have all her strength drained away, collapsing limply onto Chen Fan. The temperature in the room plummeted, and Chen Fan even saw tiny ice crystals forming on Shinshinga's eyelashes. "Shinshinga? Hey! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me, that's not how you stage an accident." Ignoring the silver needle in his chest, Chen Fan quickly helped her up. "Everything you touch is so cold, it feels like you're hugging a block of ancient ice." Warning! Warning! Bound subject Shinshinga's 9-in meridian physique has been activated. Because she forcibly mobilized her inner energy to probe the host, the cold poison within her body backfired, and her heart meridian is being frozen. If she isn't rescued in time, she'll become a true ice sculpture in 3 minutes. Host, don't hesitate now. This is an opportunity presented to you. It would be an injustice not to capitalize on this chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Stop talking nonsense. How can we save him? Is it too late to call an ambulance? It's too late. This is a ailment from the fantasy world. It must be neutralized with the most young and masculine energy. Host, Your ancient sacred body is the perfect human-shaped hand warmer. Quickly, transfer your innate essence to her. How do we cross? Mouth to mouth, you idiot. Do you want to use Bluetooth to transfer? Chen Fan looked at Xinshinga, who was already dazed and trembling in his arms. Her stunningly beautiful face was now completely pale, and her brows were furrowed. He seemed to be in great pain. His lips were purple from the cold, yet he was still unconsciously muttering. Cold, so cold. Damn it, let's go all out. Chen Fan made a snap decision, pulled out the silver needle from his chest, and wrapped his arms around Xinshinga's slender waist. He held her tightly in his arms, then lowered his head and kissed her cold lips fiercely. Xinshinga's previously unfocused pupils suddenly contracted. She felt a scalding heat rushing forcefully into her body through her lips and teeth. This heat flow was like the sun melting snow wherever it passed. The icy poison that had almost frozen her soul instantly dissipated. For Xinshinga, who had been suffering from cold poison for many years, this warmth was like a deadly poison, which she could not resist at all. She had wanted to push Chen Fan's hand away, but it fell limply to her side. In the end, she clung tightly to Chen Fan's collar, like a drowning person grabbing onto the last piece of driftwood. Is this warmth? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the cold poison within Xinshinga's body. The exchange of bodily fluids, the merging of their breaths, achieving yin-yang harmony. Xinshinga's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 65. She's starting to think you're a nice body pillow. The host has received a reward. Xinshinga's overflowing pure yin energy has been absorbed by the chaos spiritual root and transformed into a large amount of cultivation power. Congratulations, host, on breaking through the bottleneck of the Meridian opening stage and officially entering the first level of the opening mansion realm spiritual movement stage. Hooray! After a long while, their lips parted. Chen Fan gasped for breath, feeling his lips go numb from the cold, but the newfound power within him made him incredibly energetic. Xinshinga leaned against the headboard, the paleness on her face fading, replaced by a blush she had never seen before. Her eyes glazed over for a moment, but she quickly regained her aloof and arrogant demeanor. This time, however, the ice shell seemed to have cracked open. The room was so quiet that only the two of them could be heard breathing. Chen Fan wiped his mouth somewhat awkwardly. Mr. Shin, the situation was urgent just now, and I was giving CPR. You're not going to consider it sexual harassment, are you? Xinshinga didn't speak, she just looked at him quietly. That gaze was extremely complex, containing inquiry, doubt, and a deeply hidden dependence. She slowly and methodically straightened the messy collar of her nurse's uniform. Then he reached into the cabinet next to him, took out an exquisite rosewood box, and tossed it to Chen Fan. Treatment costs. Chen Fan took the box and opened it. Inside lay a crescent-shaped, milky white stone, emitting a soft glow, and it felt warm in his hand. I was blind to its value. This is a moonstone. Wearing it can nourish the soul and ward off inner demons. Even in the cultivation world, this is a rare find. This rich woman is so generous. Host, please let me cling to her. So valuable? Chen Fan weighed the stone in his hand. President Shin, actually I didn't do anything, I just kissed him. Xinshinga stood up and walked to Chen Fan. Because of the exertion just now, she was a little exhausted and could only support herself on the bedside edges on either side of Chen Fan's body, encircling him in the middle. She lowered her head, her forehead almost touching Chen Fan's, her eyes, now bright again, fixed intently on him. Chen Fan, I've got it. I won't ask about your secrets, but since you have a way to suppress my cold poison. Xinshinga stretched out her finger and gently touched Chen Fan's lips, where her warmth still lingered. From now on, you can only be my medicine. I will not allow you to die, nor will I allow you to treat other people, especially that Lin Xiaoxiao. After saying that, she straightened up, turned around and walked towards the door, reverting to her decisive and efficient female CEO persona. Put your clothes on properly and come out for dinner. If I see you running around like this, all disheveled. She stopped at the doorway, glanced back at Chen Fan's bare upper body, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. I'll really turn you into a specimen. Chapter 21. Can you afford to pay for the 12 yuan braised chicken? The next day, at Jiangzhou University, in the second canteen. It was lunchtime, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of braised pork and cheap dish soap. Chen Fan sat in the corner, a plate of braised chicken rice in front of him, intently picking out the pieces of ginger. His best friend Wang Kai, sitting across from him, was talking non-stop, his phone screen almost shoved into Chen Fan's face. Brother Fan. You're famous. You're absolutely famous. Wang Kai was so excited that he danced around, lowering his voice as if he were conducting an underground rendezvous. Look at the school forum, it says, a freshman's anger for a woman leads him to trample on the scoundrel Zhao Feng. And this one, let's expose the man who was taken away by the goddess Xin. Your page views have exceeded 100,000. Now all the girls in the school are asking for your WeChat ID, and the boys are crowdfunding to hire someone to beat you up. Chen Fan didn't even look up, and threw a piece of ginger disguised as chicken on the table. How boring. Instead of wasting your time, why not crowdfund a nice meal for me? This braised chicken is all ginger. Is the chef Jian Zia reincarnated? Oh my god. You're so carefree. Wang Kai said, exasperated. You're now the enemy of the entire school. Zhao Feng may be crippled, but his gang of cronies. Before he could finish speaking, a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the cafeteria. The originally noisy crowd parted automatically to both sides, like water that had been cut open. Several boys wearing student council uniforms and red armbands strode in. The leader had a slicked-back hairstyle and an upturned nose, as if afraid others wouldn't notice his meticulously trimmed eyebrows. Clear the area. The student council is handling this matter. All irrelevant people, take your plates and get out of here. The henchmen were even more arrogant, banging on tables wherever they went. The freshmen were so frightened that they dared not speak out and hurriedly hid with their trays. Wang Kai's expression changed, and he shrank back. Oh no, it's Li Tianyi, a senior and the vice president of the student union. I heard he's a black belt in Taekwondo, and most importantly, he's Zhao Feng's cousin. Chen Fan chewed on a piece of potato, his words muffled. Oh, never heard of her. Is she even harder to please than Xinxinga? In his view, there were no terrifying creatures in the world, except for that female demon who threatened to turn him into a specimen at the drop of a hat. Li Tianyi walked straight to Chen Fan's table. Looking down at Chen Fan, who was still eating, his contempt was almost overflowing. You're Chen Fan? Li Tianyi stood with his hands in his pockets, his tone carrying the arrogance of someone in a superior position. You've got some nerve, daring to cripple even my cousin. Don't think you can act like you own the place at Jiang University just because you have President Shen backing you up. This is a school, and I am the vice president of the student council. In my own little corner of the world, even dragons have to coil up and tigers have to lie low. Chen Fan picked up the last piece of chicken, put it in his mouth and chewed it carefully, completely ignoring the other person. Wang Kai, do you think this chicken is from yesterday? It's a bit dry. Wang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and desperately kicked Chen Fan's feet under the table. The veins on Li Tianyi's forehead bulged as he was ignored. He'd been at Jiangda for so many years and had never seen a freshman dare to disrespect him like this. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Li Tianyi roared and suddenly raised his hand, overturning the dining table in front of Chen Fan. Splash! The plate fell to the ground, splashing soup everywhere. It was the bowl of braised chicken and rice that Chen Fan had only eaten half of. Wang Kai's spicy hot pot was also spilled on the ground. The greasy soup splashed onto Chen Fan's faded sweatpants. The cafeteria fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath, and some even took out their phones to record. Looking forward to this crushing victory, of course, Li Tianyi crushing Chen Fan. After all, Li Tianyi was a well-established martial artist at the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage, far superior to Zhao Feng, who was only a half-baked practitioner. Chen Fan looked at the food on the ground and remained silent for 2 seconds. This is a 12 yuan braised chicken, and I only ate 2 pieces of meat. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes, which were usually sleepy, were now frighteningly calm. Li Tianyi sneered. What? Feeling sorry for it? A poor person is a poor person, treating this kind of pig swill like a treasure. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times to my cousin, record an apology video, and we'll call it even. Sigh. Chen Fan sighed and bent down. Just when Li Tianyi thought he was about to back down and kneel down, Chen Fan simply took off the blue plastic flip-flops he was wearing, which cost 3 pairs for 10 yuan each from Pinduoduo. System, give me that, guaranteed hit buff. Chen Fan silently recited in his heart. Ding. Alert. One-time skill, Love Slippers, has been loaded. Oh. Effect, ignores defense, guarantees a face hit, and includes a mental critical strike, giving the opponent a feeling of both loving care and brutal beating. Chen Fan straightened up, holding the slipper that was still warm from athlete's foot, still warm from his body, and flicked his wrist. Whoosh. A blue afterimage streaked through the air in a graceful parabola. Smack! A crisp, loud sound, even echoing, exploded in the air above the cafeteria. Litani's incessant chatter suddenly stopped. His head was jolted to the left by the immense force, and he spun half a circle before regaining his balance. On the left side of his face, a bright red, clearly textured shoe sole mark was swelling up at a visible rate. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Wang Kai's mouth dropped open, and he didn't even notice his chopsticks falling to the ground. Litani covered his face, his mind blank. Who am I? Where am I? What just flew by? You dare hit me? Litani came to his senses, feeling ashamed and indignant to the point of wanting to die. He, the vice president of the student council, was actually slapped in the face with a slipper in public. I'm going to kill you. His aura erupted, and the pressure of the first level of the opening mansion realm swept out, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to tremble. His fists were clenched tightly, emitting a faint red glow. This was his signature move, the rock-shattering fist. However, Chen Fan suddenly disappeared. The next second, before Litani could even see what was happening, everything went blurry again. Smack! He was hit on the right cheek again. This time it was even harder. He felt his teeth were loose. Chen Fan appeared before him barefoot, like a ghost. The flip-flops in my hands seemed to come alive, fluttering up and down, transforming into a sky full of blue shadows. Am I a penniless wretch? Smack! You flipped my table? Smack! Wasting food, huh? Didn't you remember the poem Farmer's Toil Under the Midday Sun? Slap! Slap! Student Council Vice President? What an arrogant attitude! I think you're asking for trouble. Chen Fan muttered to himself as he waved his slippers. Despite his powerful cultivation, Litani found himself unable to dodge this damned slipper. No matter how he parried or dodged, the slipper would always manage to hit him precisely in the face, mouth, and forehead at all sorts of tricky angles. This wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided massacre, and a highly humiliating one at that. The students around them went from being shocked to trying to suppress their laughter, and finally burst into uncontrollable laughter. Some people even turned on their flashlights and frantically snapped photos of Litani's face, which was swollen like a pig's head. Stop hitting me. Litani finally broke down. His protective inner energy was as fragile as paper in front of the flip-flops. My face was burning with pain, and tears and snot were streaming down my face. Wa'ada. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. My tooth fell out. Chen Fan stopped what he was doing and wiped his slippers on Litani's expensive custom-made suit. He said with disdain, "You're so shameless, you even cracked my slippers." He put his slippers back on, stomped his feet, and looked at Litani, who was slumped on the ground, barely recognizable as a human. All right, stop howling. People who don't know better will think I did something to you. Chen Fan took out his phone, displayed the payment code, and handed it to Litani. 12 yuan for braised chicken, 15 yuan for spicy hot pot, plus a charge for the wear and tear on these slippers. Add the compensation for my and my brother's emotional distress, round it down to 20,000. 20,000? Litani protested, his lips swollen. This is robbery. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and bent down as if to take off his shoes again. Here you go. I'll give it to you. I'll transfer it right now. Startled, Litani frantically pulled out his phone and shakily scanned the code to pay. 20,000 yuan has been credited to your Alipay account. Hearing the pleasant notification sound, Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction and patted Litani's pig head. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? You had to get beaten up. Remember this in the future. If you want to stand up for someone, first consider whether you have a thick skin. After saying that, Chen Fan pulled up Wang Kai, who was still in a daze, and swaggered out of the cafeteria amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. In less than 5 minutes, the Jiangda forum crashed again. The pinned hot post has been changed to bold red text. Shocking. Freshman King's first appearance in the cafeteria, a flip-flop brutally beats up the student council president. This is what you call a dimensional reduction attack. The accompanying picture shows Chen Fan holding up a slipper while Litani looks utterly desperate. Chapter 22. The madam has ordered that we be home by 8 o'clock. Walking along the campus path, Wang Kai looked at the balance transfer on his phone. Chen Fan had given him 5,000 yuan, feeling like he was dreaming. Brother Fan, what level are you at? That's Litani. You just took care of him with a slipper? Chen Fan put his hands behind his head, looked at the sky, and casually said, "Maybe my slippers have been blessed." In fact, he knew in his heart that after absorbing Shinshinga's purine energy last night, he has already stabilized, coupled with the domineering physical body of the ancient sacred body. Beating up a so-called genius like Li Tianyi, who was raised on medication, is no different from beating a child. Buzz. Just then, Chen Fan's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a WeChat message from Shinshinga. "Going home at 8 p.m. tonight. Be 1 minute late, and your legs will be broken." A smiling emoji followed, which made Chen Fan's scalp tingle. Did this woman install surveillance cameras? Just as Chen Fan was about to reply with "received," the previously clear sky suddenly turned red. Holy crap! Brother Fan, look over there. The sun has fallen down? Wang Kai pointed to the eastern sky, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a light bulb. Chen Fan looked in the direction he was pointing. Above the renowned Tianlan Martial Arts School, a prestigious academy in the eastern district of Jiangzhou, a crimson disc-shaped phantom appeared out of thin air. Although it was just a shadow, its popularity was undeniable. The surrounding clouds were instantly burned away, and the air became distorted. The sky over there was also dyed blood red. A crimson sun arching across the sky? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. This commotion suggests that some rich kid has taken too many drugs and forcibly broken through the barrier of the opening mansion realm. My goodness, is that Tianlan area? I heard that the young master of the Yi family studies there. Could it be him? Just as Wang Kai was making a fuss, Jiangzhou University suddenly joined in, not to be outdone. Just in the direction of the training room on the back mountain of the school, a clear and melodious phoenix cry suddenly rang out, piercing through the clouds and splitting the rocks. Immediately afterwards, a 7-colored ray of light shot into the sky, condensing into a blurry phoenix silhouette in mid-air. Although this phoenix looks a bit dull and its feathers haven't fully grown in yet, but its momentum was extremely strong, and it spread its wings. It actually brought with it a blanket of frost, forcefully pushing back the heat wave from the other side. Two strange phenomena, one red and one colorful, confronted each other in the sky above Jiangzhou, dividing the entire city in two. Half of it is like a furnace, and the other half is like an ice cellar. Ding! Detected that the bound object Lin Xiaoxiao is breaking through. The nine heavens profounding body begins to show its power, triggering a celestial phenomenon. The colorful phoenix seeks its mate. Looks like that girl didn't waste her breath drooling over you. She's got the talent. Even in the world of cultivation, he'd be worthy of being an inner disciple. Chen Fan's lips twitched. Are these two using the sky as a fighting arena? Just then, something unexpected happened. Perhaps provoked by these two impure auras, Chen Fan's blood suddenly began to boil. It was a kind of disdain that came from the depths of one's blood, a haughty disdain. It's like a sleeping dragon being woken up by two fighting chickens, causing it to have a bad temper. Thump! Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, heavy as a drumbeat. Warning! Warning! The ancient sacred body within the host's body is being stimulated by a low-level anomaly and is very displeased. It wanted to get some fresh air and teach these two little bastards what rules are. No! Hold it in. Chen Fan's expression changed, and he pressed his hand tightly against his chest. Are you kidding me? If the strange phenomena of the ancient sacred body were to surface, he'd be dissected and studied tomorrow. But this force came too suddenly and too fiercely. As soon as he pressed down on his dantian, the chaotic energy surged up his spine and straight to the top of his head, completely irrational. I can't hold it in anymore. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, feeling like a Coke bottle filled with Mentos, the cap about to burst off. Brother Fan? Why is your face so red? Are you hot too? Wang Kai sensed something was wrong and came closer. Are you tired from the fight just now? Stay away from me. Chen Fan squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. The next second. Boom! A sigh, seemingly from the ancient wilderness, resounded deep within everyone's soul. On the playground of Jiangzhou University, the students who were watching the excitement suddenly felt a pang of fear and couldn't help but want to bow down in worship. Above Chen Fan's head, a wisp of azure energy rose leisurely. At first it was just a wisp, but in an instant it turned into a monstrous wave that swept across the sky and the earth. Shi Yang and Kai Feng, who were originally fighting each other, were now facing this azure energy. It was like a small flame caught in a blizzard, instantly dimmed and lost all its light. Shivering. The green mist surged and slowly condensed. A huge, ancient, and seemingly embodying the ultimate truth of heaven and earth blue lotus slowly bloomed directly above Jiangzhou City. The chaos seed of the green lotus. At that moment, the entire sky over Chengdu was dyed a mysterious and profound blue-green. The noisy wind stopped. The heat subsides, and the frost melts away. The blue lotus simply hung there quietly, swaying gently. Puff. At Tianlan Martial Arts School, the phantom of the crimson sun shattered instantly and vanished without a trace. On the back hill of Jiangda, the colorful phoenix let out a mournful cry as if it were being strangled. He immediately lowered his proud head and prostrated himself in the direction of Qinglian. It then transformed into a stream of light and shrank back to the ground. All was silent. The entire world seemed to consist only of that blue lotus, standing alone and suppressing all ages. Chen Fan was covered in sweat, feeling like half of his body had been hollowed out. Before everyone could react, he quickly and desperately tried to conceal his presence. The connection with the visions was severed. Shoo! Hurry up and shoo! If you keep pretending, you'll be exposed. With a thought, the azure light in the sky receded like a tide. The terrifying blue lotus slowly dissipated into the air, as if it had never existed. The sky returned to normal. Only Li Tianyi, whose face was swollen from being slapped with a slipper, remained lying on the ground. He stared blankly at the sky, drool dripping all over the ground. My God. Wang Kai plopped down on the ground, his legs trembling. Brother Fan, did you see that? What was that just now? Was it a lotus flower? That's amazing. Did a deity descend to earth? Chen Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly adjusted his expression, and put on an even more shocked look than Wang Kai. Holy crap! I saw that. That's amazing. Who did the special effects? I have to give it full marks. He grabbed Wang Kai, mingled with the crowd, and shouted with his hands raised. 666. Which big shot is undergoing tribulation here? Can I join them? The surrounding students also realized what was happening and started making a fuss. A miracle. This is a miracle. There must be some peerless master passing through Jiangzhou. When that lotus flower appeared just now, I felt like I stopped breathing. No one noticed the source of that terrifying aura. Actually, right next to them was someone wearing flip-flops. Shouting 666. Chapter 23. Late at night. The female CEO in black sneaks into the boys' dormitory. At the same time, the most luxurious CBD penthouse in downtown Jiangzhou. Xinxinga, dressed in a red silk nightgown, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The wine glass in his hand had been crushed into powder. Red wine dripped from her pale fingers onto the carpet, but she was completely unaware. Those eyes, usually cold as ice, were now fixed on the direction where Qinglian had just disappeared. His eyes burned with an unprecedented fervor and greed. Chaotic energy, accompanied by a blue lotus. She murmured to herself, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. The supreme physique recorded in ancient books actually exists? And it's right here in Jiangzhou? As the current head of the Shen family, she has seen too many geniuses. The so-called red yang body and mysterious yin body were nothing but trifles in her eyes. But this blue lotus is different. That is the rule that transcends everything. It is the Great Way. It's near Jiangda University. Xinxinga licked her lips, her eyes turning extremely dangerous. No matter who you are, you're mine now. She turned and walked towards the dressing room, casually pulling off her bathrobe. That breathtakingly perfect body flashed by in the mirror. This time, she didn't go for those expensive haute couture suits. Instead, he pulled out a black, tight-fitting nightsuit from the bottom drawer. The meditation room on the back hill of Jiangda University. Lin Xiaoxiao walked out the door in a daze. As soon as she stepped out, she was surrounded by a group of elderly men and women. The principal, the dean of studies, and several honorary professors who are usually rarely seen. The way everyone looked at her was as if they were looking at a piece of exquisite jade. Lin, did you cause that strange phenomenon just now? This is incredible. The phoenix worships the lotus. This is a legendary phenomenon of advancement. Lin, from today onwards, you are a key protected individual at Jiangda University. All resources will be directed towards you. Lin Xiaoxiao scratched her head, looking completely bewildered. She did feel a surge of heat coursing through her body while inside, and then she thought she saw a bird fly out. Immediately afterwards, he was pressed to the ground by a tremendous pressure and couldn't move at all. How did it turn into an advanced phenomenon as soon as it appeared? Could it be that terrifying blue lotus was something I conjured up? Ah, it's me, isn't it? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes and replied guiltily. Great. Great. May God bless Jianda. The old principal was so excited that his dentures almost flew out. It's late at night. Room 502, male dormitory. Chen Fan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. That daytime show was a bit over the top, even though it was a passive display of bravado. However, this has also caused the spiritual energy within the body to remain in a chaotic state. System, do you think Shinshinga might have figured it out? Ding. According to system analysis, that woman's current favorability rating is a bit off. While her affection level for you is still at 65, her affection level for the mysterious green lotus man has skyrocketed to 99, extremely eager. If handled carelessly, the host may face the risk of being used as a vessel for her sexual exploitation. Damn, I knew it. Shen Fan turned over in frustration. Just then, a faint sound of wind breaking reached my ears. The sound was so faint that an ordinary person would not be able to hear it at all. But to Chen Fan, it sounded as clear as thunder right next to his ear. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the balcony. The moon is very round tonight, and its light shines on the balcony railing. A tall, slender, and graceful black figure appeared out of nowhere. It had already crouched there silently, like a black cat. The tight-fitting black combat suit outlined her breathtaking curves, and she wore a half-silver mask on her face. Only a pair of cold, sharp eyes were visible, peering through the glass door of the balcony. She stared coldly at Chen Fan on the bed. Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen? Chen Fan swallowed hard and instinctively pulled the blanket over his chest. What are you doing in the middle of the night? This is a legitimate school, we don't provide this kind of door-to-door service. The balcony door was unlocked. Shinshinga stood up and pushed open the door to enter. The black boots made no sound as they stepped on the tiles. She walked to the bedside and looked down at Chen Fan. He toyed with a gleaming dagger in his hand, his tone playful. Chen Fan, I remember seeing your file in the school's security department. You seem to be just an ordinary student with a special talent in sports? Chen Fan gave a dry laugh. Yes, I don't have any other advantages besides being physically strong. In good health? Shinshinga chuckled softly and suddenly leaned down. The masked face was almost touching Chen Fan's nose. A cold breath sprayed onto his face. Then tell me, why am I on you? I smell a lotus scent? Shinshinga leaned closer, her hair falling onto Chen Fan's collarbone. It sent a tingling sensation through me. Her eyes, hidden behind the mask, resembled those of a black panther eyeing its prey. Dangerous yet alluring. Lotus? Mr. Shin, is your nose blocked? Chen Fan's body stiffened, and he tried to shrink into the corner of the bed. I just took a shower with sulfur soap yesterday, it smells like it kills mites. You must have misunderstood. Still pretending? Shinshinga removed her silver mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that could eclipse the heavens and earth. At this moment, however, his face was slightly flushed with excitement. His eyes gleamed with an almost morbid fanaticism. She casually tossed the mask onto the table, making a crisp clang sound. Then, he braced himself with one hand on Chen Fan's ear and pressed his knee against the edge of the bed without any hesitation. She trapped Chen Fan tightly between the wall and herself. Thump. This isn't just a wall slam, it's practically a bed slam. Chen Fan swallowed. Mr. Shin, this is room 502 in the boys' dormitory. The weightlifting team lives next door, and the Sanda Club lives downstairs. Even a night raid on a widow's village wouldn't be this arrogant, would it? I sponsored the entire Jiangnan University, so I can go wherever I want. Shinshinga lifted Chen Fan's chin with her fingertips, forcing him to look into her eyes. The blue lotus during the day made my icy strength tremble. That supreme aura, I smelled the same scent on you. Chen Fan screamed inwardly. Master! Help! Is this woman a dog? How can she smell that? Host, stay calm. She only suspects it, there's no concrete evidence yet. As long as you stubbornly deny it, she can't cut you open to see if you have a lotus seed pod. Chen Fan steadied himself and put on an innocent face. Mr. Shin, have you been reading too many novels? What blue lotus or red lotus? I'm just a kept man. Oh no, I mean I'm just an ordinary college student. Would you occasionally work part-time as my security consultant? If I had such earth-shattering abilities, would I still be owing you such a huge debt? Shinshinga narrowed her eyes and remained silent. She suddenly lowered her head and bit Chen Fan's neck. Hiss. Chen Fan gasped. You're a dog, aren't you? Shinshinga did not actually bite through the skin, but instead ground it finely as if savoring a delicacy. The tip of my tongue gently swept across his carotid artery, feeling its vigorous and powerful throbbing. A moment later, she looked up. A faint sheen of moisture clung to the corners of her lips, her eyes glazed over. Taste doesn't lie. The breath you exhaled when you treated my cold poison that day smelled just like this. Clear and domineering, like the first breeze at the beginning of chaos. Chen Fan. Oh no, this woman has an amazing nose. Taste buds can be poisonous too. Chen Fan. Shinshinga's voice became low and hoarse, with a hint of suppressed panting. Do you know what that means? It means you are the perfect vessel, the antidote given to me by God. The greed in her eyes was no longer concealed. It was like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a piece of fat meat. If you don't want to admit it, that's fine. No matter what's inside you. Once I've taken advantage of you, I'll naturally find out. As Shinshinga spoke, her slender hand slipped inside Chen Fan's clothes. The palm was burning hot, and a shiver ran through the place it touched. Chapter 20 for the female CEO's strawberry mark. Ding! Shinshinga's appetite has increased significantly. Random task triggered, cooperate with the performance. While it feels good to be pushed down right now, to maintain an air of mystery and to avoid being truly drained, it's recommended that the host play hard to get. Chen Fan grabbed Shinshinga's restless hand and spoke righteously. Mr. Shen. Please have some self-respect. I perform, I don't sell my body. Besides, it's really inconvenient here. Is there anything inconvenient? Shinshinga chuckled and flicked her finger lightly. A visible, transparent ripple instantly spread out, enveloping the entire 502 dormitory. A soundproof barrier. Even if you scream your lungs out inside, no one outside can hear you. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. This is a cultivation technique. It seems this woman has even used her most secret skills to sleep with me. Shinshinga straddled Chen Fan's waist, looking down at him, and deftly unbuttoned the first button of Chen Fan's pajamas. Since you won't admit that it was you who did it, then prove it to me. If it were you, your body would react, that resonance of chaotic energy, it can't be hidden. The second button. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face so close to his, Chen Fan's breathing became rapid and involuntary. Who can withstand this? This is practically testing the weaknesses of cadres. Wait. Mr. Shen, is there any possibility that we can start by holding hands? Chen Fan tried to make a last-ditch effort. Shut up. Shinshinga lowered her head and kissed his lips. At this critical moment. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Immediately afterwards, the dormitory supervisor's loud voice, full of local dialect, pierced through the so-called soundproof barrier. Or rather, this barrier only blocks sound, not vibration. 502. Why are the lights still on? What are you whining about? Are you secretly cooking hot pot? Open the door. Shinshinga froze. That romantic and ambiguous atmosphere was instantly shattered by that shout. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Fan slipped out from under her like an eel, then huddled in a corner, clutching the blanket. See? I told you there was someone there. This old man is a retired reconnaissance soldier. His ears are sharper than radar. Shinshinga's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The lust in her eyes had not yet faded, but it was replaced by anger. Okay, very good. She stood up, straightened her slightly disheveled bodysuit, and stared coldly at Chen Fan. You're lucky this time. She moved closer again, and Chen Fan shrank back in fright. But Shinshinga didn't do anything excessive. She just took a deep breath on the most conspicuous spot on his neck. A feeling of pain came over me. Chen Fan clutched his neck. What are you doing? I have class to attend. Stamp it. Shinshinga looked at the bright red strawberry mark and smiled with satisfaction. Remember this debt is owed, and the interest will be calculated per minute. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the balcony. With a flash, he disappeared into the night like a ghost. The knocking on the door continued. Chen Fan. I know you're in there. Don't play dead. I heard everything. Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief, only to find his back covered in cold sweat. Tonesy, this woman is terrifying. I almost lost my virginity. Host, you can actually give in now. The system just performed a calculation if you two cultivate together. You have a 30% chance of breaking through directly. And then there's a 70% chance I'll be played to death by her, right? Chen Fan rolled his eyes, walked over and opened the door. The dormitory supervisor peeked inside and looked around. Huh? Nobody's here? Then who was breathing in there just now? They must be secretly eating spicy snacks. Chen Fan pointed to his neck and smiled wryly. Grandpa, I really didn't eat anything. There were a lot of mosquitoes just now, so I was swatting them. The old man stared at the strawberry mark for a long time, then gave a meaningful look. These young people nowadays, are mosquitoes really this venomous? Take care of your health, don't ruin your kidneys before you even graduate. The next morning, Chen Fan went to the classroom with dark circles under his eyes. The car attracted 300% attention along the way. The reason is simple, the bright red hickey on my neck is just too conspicuous. Even if he pulls his collar up to its highest level, it still won't cover it. Brother Fan, this mosquito has a pretty big mouth, huh? Wang Kai leaned closer, grinning lewdly. Was it that after she beat Li Tianyi to tears yesterday, which senior student offered herself to him? Get lost. Chen Fan pushed him away impatiently. This is an allergic reaction, don't you understand? I had just sat down when my phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't WeChat, it was an anonymous text message. There was no number, only a string of garbled characters. Chen Fan frowned and clicked on it, only to see an image slowly loading. It was a wanted poster with red lettering on a black background. The background is a skull icon typical of the dark web, with a photo of him eating braised chicken in the cafeteria in the middle, clearly taken secretly yesterday. Bounty target, Chen Fan. Identity, freshman at Jiangzhou University, suspected of having awakened superpowers. Bounty, 50,000 dark energy, approximately 5 million renminbi. Mission requirements, capture it alive and bring back a blood sample. If it resists fiercely, cripple its limbs. Posted by, codename Viper. Chen Fan's pupils contracted slightly. The dark web? A bounty? The venomous snakes, the Zhao family? Chen Fan had a hunch. With Zhao Feng crippled, his father, Zhao Gang, is bound to be restless. I didn't expect these people to be so cunning they don't dare to openly touch Xinxinga's people. They resort to such despicable tactics behind the scenes. Ding! Host detected as trending on the dark web. Popularity +1. It seems that yesterday's cafeteria debut not only shocked the alumni, but also attracted some rats from the gutter. Trigger mission, entrapment. Since someone's offering money, might as well take it. Please head to the grove behind the school and teach these assassins a lesson. Quest reward, 1 trial card for the perfected stage of the movement skill, treading snow without a trace. Chen Fan calmly put away his phone. Hey Kai, sign me in. My stomach hurts, I need to go to the toilet. Going again? Are you really that scared, brother Fan? Chen Fan ignored Wang Kai's teasing and walked out of the classroom with his hands in his pockets. There is a dense pine forest on the back mountain of Jiangda University, which is usually a popular spot for couples to stroll in the woods, but there are hardly any people there during the day. Chen Fan swayed leisurely, humming a little tune, completely unsuspecting. Chief, how many have arrived? 3, with a sniper crouching in the tree on the left. There's someone lying in the bushes on the right playing with throwing knives, and another person following behind. Hey, isn't this an old acquaintance? Chen Fan paused slightly. He sensed it. 50 meters behind him, a faint but palpable killing intent was locking onto his back. This aura is much stronger than that of yesterday's ghost hand, at least a Foundation establishment stage expert. It seems that a 5 million bounty can indeed attract someone of decent quality. As they walked deeper into the woods, Chen Fan suddenly stopped and shouted into the empty forest. Come out, aren't you tired of following me all this way? I'm not some stunning beauty. The wind suddenly stopped. Call out. His answer was a sharp, piercing sound. A jet-black steel needle shot out from the bushes on the right, heading straight for Chen Fan's temple. Chen Fan didn't even turn his head, he simply raised it casually. Bite. The steel needle was firmly held between 2 fingers. Since you don't want to come out, then I'll ask you to come out. Chen Fan flicked his finger, and the steel needle flew back at 10 times the speed it had come from. Chapter 25. What does your daughter going to college have to do with me? Puff. A muffled groan came from the bushes. Immediately afterwards, a man in camouflage rolled out, clutching his shoulder, his face filled with terror. At the same time, a gunshot rang out from the treetops on the left. Bang! The specially made silenced sniper rifle spews out tongues of fire. But just as the bullet was about to touch Chun Fan's skin, a faint golden light appeared. Ancient sacred body, passive defense activated. The bullet bounced off like it had hit a steel plate and embedded itself in the trunk of a nearby tree. What kind of monster is this? The sniper in the tree was so startled he almost dropped his gun. The intelligence is wrong. This kid isn't a superhuman, he's a martial arts master. The assassin behind them finally revealed himself. He was a bald man with a face full of scars, holding a thick-backed machete. Although the scarred man was shocked, his ferocity as a desperado prevented him from backing down. Attack him together. I refuse to believe he's truly invulnerable. The scarred man roared, unleashing his inner energy. With the full force of a fifth-level Foundation establishment cultivator, he charged towards Chen Fan like a raging bull. Chen Fan sighed. A bunch of brutes who only know how to use brute force. With a thought, the treading snow without a trace skill, a reward from the system, was instantly activated. Chen Fan's figure suddenly became blurry. The scarred man only felt a blur before his eyes, and his powerful slash missed its mark. He chopped straight into thin air and almost strained his back. Where are they? On top. A soft voice came from above. The scarred man looked up abruptly and saw the sole of a size 42 sneaker rapidly enlarging. Bang! Chen Fan stepped on the scarred man's bald head. They stomped him all the way into the mud, leaving only his head sticking out. Then, he made an incredible turn in mid-air. He appeared instantly in front of the man in camouflage who was playing with steel needles, and slapped him away with a backhand. Finally, he floated lightly onto the branch. Look at the sniper who was trembling with fear. Dude, your aim is terrible. You couldn't even hit it? The sniper's hand trembled, and the gun fell to the ground. No. Don't kill me. I'm a hired hand. Someone's paying me. I know, Chen Fan interrupted him. 5 million? Zhao Gang gave it to you? The sniper nodded frantically. Yes. It was issued by the Zhao family. Chen Fan jumped down from the tree and dusted off his hands. She walked up to the scarred man who was planted in the ground and squatted down. Go back and tell Zhao Gang. 5 million is too little. Who do you think you are? Chen Fan took out his phone from the scarred man's pocket and opened the bounty page on the dark web. Also, tell him. Wash your neck and wait. I will personally go to the Zhao family to collect these 5 million. Chen Fan finished dealing with the 3 assassins. The main task is to pull out the bald head that was planted in the ground. I kindly called the police for them, on the grounds that someone has damaged the green belt. Only then did he slowly start looking at his phone. I just received another email from that unknown number. This time it's not an image, it's plain text. Bro, not bad skills. I was the other person who took this order. My name is Lu Xiao. Let's be frank, judging by your posture, I might not be able to defeat you. And I checked, you're a student at Jiang University. I have a principle, I don't kill scholars. But I've already accepted this order. I can't continue working here without giving my employer an explanation. Tonight at 10 p.m., the aging factory in the west of the city. How about we meet? Let's not be enemies, let's do business. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Doing business instead of making enemies? That line sounds so familiar. Chen Fan put away his phone and walked out of the school humming a little tune. Tonesy, do you think this counts as a trap? Whether this counts or not is unknown, but this system has detected that the host's current adrenaline levels are very stable. I'm even craving a late-night snack. Based on the established patterns, this is most likely a trap. But it's also likely a good dungeon for grinding experience. Let's go take a look, we have nothing to do tonight anyway. Going back will just mean being watched by that she-devil Shinshinga. 9:50 p.m. Abandoned chemical plant in the west of the city. This place has been abandoned for many years. Rusty pipes and overgrown weeds were everywhere, and a faint smell of engine oil and mildew filled the air. The pale moonlight shone down, casting long, elongated shadows. They also have to add the occasional cawing of crows to create a truly terrifying atmosphere. Chen Fan put his hands in his pockets. He kicked at the pebbles under his feet, looking disgusted. Choosing a place like this for a date, Lu Xiao is really unromantic. Even if he just goes to a roadside stall for some skewers, I would still respect him as a true man. He walked to the front of an empty factory building. In the middle of the factory, only a small, scarlet flame flickered on and off. Using that little light, Chen Fan was able to see the other person clearly. There were no black-clad masks, no cool tattoos. They weren't carrying any special weapons or magical artifacts. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing a slightly wrinkled, cheap gray suit. His tie hung loosely around his neck, and his leather shoes were covered in mud. He was squatting on a broken cement slab. He puffed on his cigarette, his brow furrowed so deeply it could trap a fly. Seeing Chen Fan walk in, the man threw his cigarette butt on the ground. "Smash it hard with your heel." Then he stood up and dusted off his bottom. "Chen Fan?" The man's voice was a little hoarse. "It's me." Chen Fan glanced at him. "Are you Lu Xiao? You don't look like an assassin, you look like an insurance salesman." Lu Xiao gave a wry smile. He pulled another cigarette out of his pocket and handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan waved his hand in refusal, so he lit it himself. Killers are professionals too. We still need to eat, and we still need to pay our mortgage. These days, every industry is in turmoil. If you don't dress presentably, employers won't trust you. Lu Xiao took a deep drag on his cigarette. He exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes filled with a sense of weariness. Those 3 idiots got screwed? Yeah, we've failed. I bet he's reciting the Public Security Administration punishment law at the police station right now. Chen Fan found a relatively clean iron bucket and sat down. "Tell me, what kind of business do you want with me?" Lu Xiao glanced at Chen Fan. He looked at the empty factory again and suddenly sighed. "Actually, I didn't want to take this order. 5 million is a lot, but this deal is too hot to handle. You are Xinqing's person. If I mess with you, I really won't be able to stay in Jiangzhou." "Then why did you answer?" "I'm short of money," Lu Xiao said, pointing to his chest. "My daughter needs money for college. My wife is hospitalized and needs money, and the mortgage is 5,000 a month. I won't answer, someone else will. Instead of letting someone else take your head, I'd rather talk to you about this." Chen Fan smiled. "What are you negotiating? Should I lend you my head for a couple of days?" "No." Lu Xiao shook her head. He stubbed out his cigarette again, a sly glint in his eyes. "The employer is from the Zhao family. To be precise, it's Zhao Feng's father, Zhao Gang. He not only posted bounties on the dark web. They also secretly hired a few ruthless people. I'll sell you some information. I know where Zhao Gang is hiding now, and I also know his next plan. In exchange." Lu Xiao rubbed his fingers together, a gesture that was both mercenary and practiced. "Give me 100,000, just 100,000. I'll cancel this order and give you the intelligence. Is this a good deal?" Chen Fan looked at him without saying anything. The plot is starting to resemble haggling at a farmer's market. 10,000 for information about Zhao Gang? Chen Fan stroked his chin. "It doesn't sound expensive, but..." Chen Fan hadn't finished speaking. He suddenly sensed an extremely faint yet extremely sinister aura. Like a venomous snake peeking out from the shadows behind. However, since it's business, why bring a third party? Chen Fan suddenly smiled, a bright and cheerful smile. Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment. His expression immediately changed drastically, and he abruptly retreated. "Get out of the way." Chapter 26. The little girl secretly took drugs, and my happiness increased 20-fold. Lu Xiao's warning was a step too late, or rather, too late. He was originally just bait to attract Chen Fan's attention. From the thick, impenetrable shadow behind Chen Fan, a pitch-black figure suddenly darted out without warning. There was no sound of wind, no murderous intent. Even the flow of air was not disrupted. It was a short, jet-black blade, pointed directly at Chen Fan's back. This is the Shadow Clan Assassin's deadly strike, specifically designed to break through protective true energy. Lu Xiao covered his eyes, unable to look. He just wanted to scam some money. I never imagined I would actually watch my student die right in front of me. However, a crisp ding sounded. It was the sound of metal striking granite, crisp and piercing. Lu Xiao peered through her fingers, shocked by what she saw. The shadow blade, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, was now pressed firmly against Chen Fan's back. His clothes had a large hole, revealing his well-defined muscles underneath. But that's all. Not even a white mark was left. Chen Fan didn't even sway his body, he just turned his head slightly, looking at the dark figure behind him who was still in shock. "Hey buddy." Chen Fan pointed to his back, looking distressed. "These are t-shirts I just bought yesterday, 2 for 9 yuan and 90 cents. It's pure cotton. Will you compensate me?" Ding. Fatal attack detected, though it feels like a mosquito bite to the host. Ancient sacred body passive defense mechanism triggered. Host's physical strength assessment, indestructible. Opponent's weapon assessment, at the level of a cheap item sold on Pinduoduo 9 renminbi and 90 cents including shipping. Conclusion: this was a very skillful bluff. The shadowy figure clearly couldn't accept this fact. He was a carefully trained assassin from the Shadow Clan, and his shadow kill technique had never failed. Even a master at the opening mansion realm would perish in the northwest if ambushed by him. But now, his knife. It's like a thorn stuck in a mountain. Impossible. The shadowy figure let out a hoarse whisper and flicked its wrist. He wanted to draw his knife and stab again. "I gave you a chance." Chen Fan sighed and turned around so fast that the shadowy figure couldn't react at all. There were no fancy moves, just a simple slap. Smack! The slap didn't land on the shadowy figure because the other person did so the moment Chen Fan turned around. His body was like a pool of ink, instantly melting into the shadow on the ground. Shadow Cloak Technique. This is the Shadow Clan's ultimate survival technique. Trying to run? Chen Fan looked at the empty ground and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Lu Xiao, who was some distance away, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's the Shadow Clan. Those are people from the Shadow Clan. Chen Fan, run. They can find you wherever there's a shadow. Shut up and watch the show. Chen Fan interrupted Lu Xiao's scream. He lifted his right foot. In that instant, the golden blood within his body began to boil. An ancient and desolate aura erupted from him. If the dark figure just now was a rat in the gutter, then Chen Fan now. It is an ancient ferocious beast that walks on the wasteland. Get out here. Chen Fan stepped down. Boom. The entire abandoned factory shuddered violently. Centered on Chen Fan's landing point, the ground within a 10-meter radius began to churn like waves. The concrete ground shattered instantly, sending countless fragments of stone flying out. This is not simple force, it is pure vibration. The earth resonates through the ancient sacred body. Puff! In the shadows 3 meters away from Chen Fan, a figure was jolted out in a disheveled state. Like a dead fish that has been blasted out of the water, it crashes heavily to the ground. He coughed up blood. The shadowy assassin stared at Chen Fan in horror, his eyes behind the mask filled with disbelief. You're a grandmaster? Impossible. The intelligence says you're just a... Intelligence? Chen Fan walked over slowly, the gravel under his feet making a crunching sound. The intelligence also said I'm a kept man, and you believe that? He walked up to the shadowy figure, looking down at the assassin who had just tried to kill him. Shadow Clan, right? Sounds pretty high class, but why do you do such rough work? The shadowy figure gritted his teeth, his eyes hardening. The short blade in his hand suddenly shot out again, aiming straight for Chen Fan's throat. A desperate struggle. Chen Fan shook his head, this time not even bothering to dodge. He reached out directly, before the short blade pierced him. He grabbed the shadowy figure by the neck. Click. There were no unnecessary words, nor was the villain given a chance to leave a last message. After a crisp sound, the dark figure limply lowered its hand. The short blade clattered to the ground. Chen Fan released his grip, letting the body slide down. He clapped his hands and looked at Lu Xiao, who was huddled in a corner. All right, the fly is dead. Chen Fan flashed a standard smile with only 8 teeth. Uncle Lu, shall we continue our conversation about that 100,000 yuan deal we just discussed? Inside the abandoned chemical plant, dust was still swirling in the air. The Shadow Clan assassin's body was already cold. Lu Xiao was prostrate on the ground in front of Chen Fan, her forehead pressed firmly against the dirty cement slab. His whole body was shaking like a leaf. Great hero. Grandmaster. Grandpa. I have an 80-year-old mother to support, and a 3-year-old child to feed. All right, stop howling. Chen Fan squatted down and took the wet wipes he had taken from the assassin. He carefully wiped the blood off his hands. You just said your daughter is going to college. Your wife is in the hospital, and now you're dealing with an elderly mother and children again? Your family structure is quite complicated. Is it a 4-generation household plus a responder to the 2-child policy? Lu Xiao stiffened and slowly raised her head. He revealed a smile that looked more like a grimace than a cry. Isn't this, to make it seem more pitiful? Chen Fan tossed the dirty tissue into the metal bucket next to him with a soft thud. Lu Xiao shuddered again in fright. Stand up and speak. Lu Xiao cautiously got up, her hands hanging down at her sides. He looks like a primary school student who has made a mistake. That Shadow Clan member from earlier, is he dead? Lu Xiao glanced at the lifeless corpse. He swallowed. He's not dead, he's asleep. Why don't you wake him up and talk to him? No. No need. Lu Xiao shook her head vigorously. Chen Fan pulled over the iron bucket, sat down, and crossed his legs. You said you wanted 100,000 yuan to sell me information? Are we still going to do business? Lu Xiao was about to cry. What the hell are you doing? Brother, with skills like yours, why would you need to buy intelligence? You could just storm into the Zhao family's house, twist that old bastard Zhao Gang's head off, and use it as a football. My little bit of information isn't worth 100,000. Consider it a small token of my respect to you. No, I don't like owing favors, and I especially don't like getting something for nothing. Chen Fan took out his phone. QR code for receiving payment. Lu Xiao shakily took out her phone, and Chen Fan scanned it. I transferred 20,000 yuan over. 20,000? Lu Xiao stared at the number on the screen, stunned. What? You think it's not enough? No. Too much. Lu Xiao exclaimed excitedly, her words tumbling out incoherently. For this down on his luck assassin, 20,000 yuan was a lifeline. This is the deposit. Chen Fan put away his phone, his eyes gleaming with amusement. I want you to be my informant. An informant? Yes. You can continue taking orders on the dark web, and you can even openly take orders to kill me. Tell me immediately if there's any movement from the Zhao family. Also, Chen Fan pointed to the corpse on the ground. You'll have to take the blame for the Shadow Clan's actions. Lu Xiao's eyes widened. How am I supposed to memorize this? The Shadow Clan is a den of mad dogs. If I had known someone would die while I was here. Just tell me, this guy's light-footed skills are amazing. He accidentally bumped into the high voltage line, or he was trying to ambush me. He slipped on a banana peel and died. You can make up whatever you want. As long as the dark web thinks I survived by luck, that's enough. Chen Fan did not want to reveal his true strength. If people knew that he killed a Foundation establishment peak assassin with a single kick, that crazy woman Shinshinga would be furious. They'll probably dissect him and study him overnight. I understand. Lu Xiao was a smart person and instantly understood what Chen Fan meant. Playing dumb to fool others, I'm an expert at that. I'll go to the forum and post something saying you've got incredible luck. That Shadow Clan idiot has gone mad with his own cultivation. This young man is teachable. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound rang in my mind. Ding! Detected that the bound object, Lin Xiaoxiao, has obtained a great opportunity. With her mentor's help, this girl secretly took a marrow cleansing pill. His cultivation level broke through to the 3rd level of the meridian opening stage like a rocket. How could I tolerate this? As her accessory, ugh. A bond must be formed for the host. Passive skill triggered, 20 times the happiness returned. Chapter 27. Others cultivate immortality, he cultivates the path. How can he live off a woman if his foundation is unstable? Boom! Without giving Chen Fan any time to prepare, an overwhelming and unreasonable surge of spiritual energy exploded within his body. It felt like someone had shoved a nuclear bomb into his stomach. Chen Fan's face flushed red instantly, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy crap! System, are you trying to stuff me to death? What's wrong, brother? Lu Xiao noticed that Chen Fan's expression was off. Just as he was about to step forward, he was blasted away by an invisible wave of air. Don't come any closer. Protector. Chen Fan let out a low growl and sat cross-legged in the center of the abandoned factory. That spiritual energy was too violent if it wasn't guided immediately. His ancient holy body is fine, but the factory will definitely be wiped out. Lu Xiao got up and looked around at Chen Fan. Those rusty iron pipes and discarded machine parts. It seemed as if it had lost gravity and slowly floated into the air. Is this how experts cultivate? Lu Xiao swallowed hard. They huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe. Within Chen Fan's body, the meridians surged like rivers. Second stage of the spiritual movement realm. 3 stages of the spiritual awakening realm. 4th level of the spiritual realm. The upgrade speed was simply outrageous. Chen Fan felt like he was an emotionless upgrade machine. The spiritual energy surged wildly through his body. With each wash, his muscles, bones, and skin become stronger. 5 stages of the meridian opening phase. In just a few minutes, he reached that threshold. That threshold that countless martial artists have been stuck on for their entire lives. If he wanted to, he could break through that barrier right now. He opened up a sea of qi within his dantian, thus stepping into the ranks of true powerhouses. But Chen Fan stopped. No, it's too fast. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. If we break through now, it will cause too much of a stir. It might attract that female demon, and our foundation is unstable. How will you live off a woman in the future? You'll still have to rely on your body. Host, you're wise. Although this system only wants you to have fun. But your spirit of considering long-term sexual happiness and well-being deserves praise. Chen Fan forcibly controlled the raging spiritual energy. Instead of letting them impact the sea of air, they are compressed in the opposite direction. Compressing gas into liquid, and liquid into solid. Over and over again. Until that spiritual energy, which could burst an ordinary person, was forcibly suppressed into every inch of muscle and every drop of blood. Call. Chen Fan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. This breath was like a sharp arrow, actually piercing a small hole in the concrete ground. The surrounding suspended scrap metal all fell down with a whoosh, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Xiao poked his head out from the smoke and dust, looking at Chen Fan as he slowly stood up. At this moment, Chen Fan did not possess any earth-shattering aura. Instead, he became more reserved, looking just like an ordinary college student. But he casually waved his hand at the wall in the distance. There was no sound. Until 2 seconds later. Click. The thick red brick wall had a neat crack split in the middle. It felt like being sliced open by an invisible giant sword. Lu Xiao's chin slammed completely to the ground. Is this the spirit transformation stage? If this is the spirit transformation stage, then Lu Xiao's decades of cultivation have been for nothing. Chen Fan stretched his neck, making a popping sound like popping beans. Cool. He feels like he could beat 10 times his former self now. Shadow Clan assassin? Come back another time. Without even using the extraordinary phenomena of the ancient sacred body, one finger could kill him. Lu Xiao. Chen Fan turned his head. Yes. Yes, sir. Lu Xiao scrambled over and handed over a crumpled drawing. Big brother, these are what I collected before. That old man from the Zhao family has some shady businesses listed here in order to make money. Chen Fan took the blueprints and looked at them. The walls were covered with labels for casinos, underground boxing gyms, and some shady clubs that were all talk and no action. The Zhao family. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and lightly tapped his finger on the drawing. Since they like posting bounties on the dark web so much, I'll give them a surprise too. Brother, what are you planning to do? Chen Fan took out his phone and logged into the dark web. Using the account he had just obtained from the assassin, he skillfully began to operate it. Offer a reward. Who is the bounty on? Zhao Gang? Lu Xiao asked curiously as he leaned closer. No, that's too cliché. Chen Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Special bounty mission, find long-lost relatives. Target, all of the Zhao family's illegal assets. Task description, whether by burning, flooding, or demolishing with an excavator. Simply make these businesses unable to operate, film the damage, upload the video, and settle accounts based on the extent of the damage. Reward, 10 million dark energy in the total prize pool deferred initially, to be reimbursed by the Shin Group. Note, for every house destroyed, a set of 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation will be given away to help the killer's children get into top universities. Looking at the words on the screen, Lu Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. That was a really underhanded move. This is going to get all the outlaws in the city to carry out demolitions in front of the Zhao family's house. After doing all this, Chen Fan patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. Humming a little tune, I left the abandoned factory. Lu Xiao was left alone, staring blankly at her phone screen. He felt that the underground world of Jiangzhou was about to become as lively as the Chinese New Year. Jiangzhou, Zhao family villa. As a prominent and wealthy family in Jiangzhou, the Zhao family mansion is always bustling with visitors. But the atmosphere tonight was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. In the hall, a valuable antique vase was shattered on the floor. Zhao Gang, the current head of the Zhao family, had red eyes. Like an enraged lion pacing back and forth in the living room. Useless. All of you are useless. Zhao Gang kicked over the coffee table in front of him and started cursing at the bodyguards kneeling on the ground. What's the point of spending so much money to support you? Ha! You can't even handle a freshman. The bounty was posted on the dark web for a full 24 hours. That Chen Fan is not only lively and energetic, but he also hit people with slippers in the school cafeteria. You have utterly disgraced the Zhao family. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler nervously handed over a cup of tea. Sir, please calm down. That Chen Fan is a bit strange. I heard he even failed against the Shadow Clan. Shadow Clan? What a load of rubbish. Zhao Gang smashed the teacup, splashing the scalding tea all over the butler. They're a bunch of swindlers. What do they mean by killing without a trace? I think they're just taking the money and running away without a trace. Add more money. Raise the bounty to 10 million. I refuse to believe that there isn't anyone in Jiangzhou who can handle that gigolo. Just as Zhao Gang was roaring, the butler's phone suddenly started vibrating wildly. Not just the butler's cell phone, but all the bodyguards' cell phones in the house. Even the tablet computer that Zhao Gang had placed on the table started beeping incessantly. An ominous premonition welled up in Zhao Gang's heart. What's going on? Where did the alarm come from? The housekeeper frantically pulled out his phone, only glancing at it once. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and even his lips trembled. Master. Something's happened. Someone on the dark web, someone has put a bounty on our Zhao family. A bounty? Zhao Gang sneered. In Jiangzhou, who dares to put a bounty on my Zhao family? Who wouldn't want to live? How much is the reward? 5 million? 10 million? No, the butler swallowed hard. She handed the phone screen to Zhao Gang, her voice trembling with tears. It's $1 billion. How much? Zhao Gang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. On the screen, a bold, large, blood-red title is displayed at the top of the Jiangzhou section of the dark web. Super Bounty, sending warmth to the Zhao family. Posted by Mr. Chen, a concerned citizen. Total price pool, 1 billion dark energy supporting invoice reimbursement for Shun's group. Mission objective, Zhao's immediate family members and all their luxury homes and cars. Task details. 1. Throw a bag of rotten eggs into the Zhao family's yard. And upload a video, and you will be rewarded with 5,000 yuan. 2. Splash red paint on the gate of the Zhao family's house. A reward of 20,000 yuan will be given for writing positive slogans such as "Pay back your debts." 3. A reward of 50,000 yuan will be given for playing the Great Compassion mantra or Good Days on a loop for more than 2 hours outside the Zhao family's wall in the middle of the night. 4. Encountering male members of the Zhao family such as Zhao Gang and Zhao Feng. Implement the sack covering plus beating package. Note: death is not allowed, maiming is a separate matter, and receive a reward of 200,000 yuan. Note: this promotion is valid indefinitely until the prize pool is depleted. We want the Zhao family to feel the warmth and care from all sectors of society. Chapter 28: New Uses of Money Power. Zhao Gang was so angry that he trembled when he saw the reward notice. I almost passed out because I couldn't catch my breath. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. This isn't a bounty for murder, this is clearly an attempt to utterly disgust the Zhao family. 1 billion. Even if it were converted into ghost money, it would be enough to burn for several years. Where did Chen Fan get so much money? Before Zhao Gang could figure it out, a loud roar of motorcycles suddenly came from outside the villa. Immediately afterwards, a crisp snap sounded. A piece of rotten tofu, reeking of foul odor, landed precisely on the living room's French windows, leaving a yellowish-brown mark. Who? As soon as the bodyguards rushed to the door, they saw a dense crowd of people outside. There were food delivery riders and thugs with dyed yellow hair. There were students skipping class in their school uniforms, and even a few middle-aged women who had just finished get off work and were carrying green onions. These people were carrying all sorts of weapons. Eggs, tomatoes, and even canned herring were thrown in. Brothers. Charge. Throw an egg and you're worth 5,000. That's way better than delivering takeout. That bald guy is Zhao Gang. Quick, take a video. Make it clear. Does anyone have any paint? Lend me some, I need to write Zhao Gang is infertile. In an instant, the luxurious villa area that the Zhao family was so proud of was transformed into a vegetable market. Call the police. Call the police now. At this moment, Zhao Gang had lost all semblance of the dignity of the family head, and he hid behind the sofa with his head in his hands. They were afraid of being hit by an unidentified object that flew in. Meanwhile, in room 502 of the male dormitory at Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan lay on the bed with his legs crossed, cracking sunflower seeds while browsing live stream posts on the dark web. TSK, this generation of netizens has impressive execution skills. Chen Fan watched the video as the Zhao family villa was splattered with paint, turning it into an abstract art gallery. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This money was well spent. It's definitely the best way to use the pocket money that President Xin gives you. Chen Fan, your smile is so lewd. Wang Kai, who was studying, leaned over. What are you looking at so happily? Holy crap! Isn't this Zhao Feng's house? Why does it look like it's been besieged by zombies? This is called the vast ocean of people's war. Chen Fan spat the sunflower seed shells into the trash can. I just mobilized the masses a little. Just then, a familiar notification sound rang in Chen Fan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered a large-scale mass incident using money power, causing the entire Zhao family to suffer a mental breakdown. This unconventional approach, using money to overwhelm the opponent, perfectly embodies the essence of living off a woman's kindness. Xinxinga, the person she was paired with, was working overtime at the company when she heard the news that the Zhao family was being besieged. A 0.5-degree upward turn of the corners of my mouth increases my mood index by 20. Congratulations, host, you have received the cheat reward, skill, absolute taunt group version, passive, when facing more than 10 hostile targets. Your witty remarks will automatically have a defense-breaking effect, forcibly knocking the other person's IQ offline. I just want to rush up and hit you, but I can't reach you. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This skill is great. In the future, we won't need to lift a finger in group fights. We can just use our words to make people angry to death. He opened WeChat, looked at the pinned black profile picture, and started making plans. With this incident escalating so much, Xinxinga must have found out. The fact that she didn't call to yell at anyone means she's quite satisfied with this move. Since the boss is satisfied, let's add fuel to the fire. Chen Fan made some adjustments in the dark web backend and posted another pinned message. Bonus task: whoever can capture a high-definition and censored video of Zhao Gang jumping up and down in a fit of rage will receive an extra annual membership to a famous club. After sending this message, Chen Fan threw his phone aside and pulled the covers over his head. Go to sleep. I have to go see Senior Zhao Feng's fashion show tomorrow. The next morning, the air at Jiangzhou University was exceptionally fresh. If you ignore those few furtive figures at the school gate. Zhao Feng was wearing a baseball cap and a pair of huge sunglasses. She wrapped herself up tightly, looking like a washed-up celebrity who had just had a facelift. He had certainly heard about what happened last night. The house had been turned upside down by those lunatics and was now uninhabitable. The smell of rotten eggs is pungent even through 3 layers of masks. His father, Zhao Gang, was so angry that he suffered a stroke and was rushed to the ICU overnight. Damn Chen Fan. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, cursing Chen Fan 1,000 times in his mind. But he dared not skip school. Because if they didn't go, it would make it seem like the Zhao family was afraid of that gigolo. I'll be safe once I'm inside the school, Zhao Feng reassured himself. The school has security guards and surveillance cameras. Those peasants wouldn't dare to make a move in broad daylight. As soon as he stepped down from the teaching building, he sensed that something was off about the atmosphere around him. The students passing by were all looking at him, their eyes no longer filled with the fear or fawning of the past, but with a kind of greed as they looked at the walking 500,000. Is that him? Zhao Feng? Yes, that's what the bounty said. A direct male relative, put him in a sack, beat him up, and he'll get 200,000. 200,000. That's enough for me to top up so many 648 yuan accounts. Several tall guys from the physical education department exchanged glances. They approached us with ill intent, carrying woven bags meant for storing potatoes. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to run away. Stop! Young Master Zhao, don't run away. We just want to have a chat with you. Help! Security! Security! Zhao Feng screamed as he ran. However, the security guard who was always the first to appear on ordinary days. At this moment, however, he was facing away from us, intently studying a newspaper in his hands. It looked as if the winning numbers for the next lottery draw were printed on it. Bang! Zhao Feng felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and a burlap sack smelling of earth fell from the sky and landed precisely on his head. Immediately following was a barrage of punches and kicks. Ah! Don't hit my face. I'm from the Zhao family. Ouch! I'm going to beat up your Zhao family. You made your father play the great compassion mantra in the middle of the night and disturb my sleep. This punch is for justice. This kick is for 200,000. Chen Fan, who was watching, stood on the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of soy milk in his hand, drinking it with relish. Wow, the physical fitness of college students these days is really good. The feeling of each punch landing is so satisfying, it's really stress-relieving. Chen Fan leaned against the railing and spoke to Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. Xiaoxiao, look. This is what happens when you do bad things. You'd better be a good person from now on. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the horrific scene downstairs, her face turning pale, but a hint of pleasure flashed in her eyes. Serves him right. Who told him to bully people in the past? Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her little fists. But Chen Fan, is this really your bounty? Shoo. Chen Fan put his index finger to his lips. I'm just an ordinary poor student. Where would I get so much money to offer a reward? These are all spontaneous actions by enthusiastic netizens. What does it have to do with me? Ding. The bound object, Lin Xiaoxiao, has gained a new understanding of the host's cunning. Strangely enough, she felt safer with your slightly mischievous demeanor. Affection +5. Trigger random reward, lucky aura beginner. When you don't want to get into trouble, trouble will automatically avoid you. For example, the headmaster who is on his way might trip and fall because his shoelaces are untied. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cry of ouch came from the stairwell. Director Wang, the head of the teaching department with the Mediterranean hairstyle, was about to rush over to stop the violence. As a result, he stepped on his right foot with his left and slid 3 meters across the marble floor. It crashed precisely into the cleaning truck next to it. The gang fight downstairs lasted for a full 5 minutes. After the crowd dispersed, Zhao Feng lay on the ground like a dead dog, his designer suit torn into strips. The worst part is that it was some utterly despicable soul painter who drew it. On the back of his snow-white shirt, a giant turtle was drawn with a black marker. A line of large characters was written next to it. I am Zhao Feng, and I endorse cowards. Zhao Feng removed the burlap sack from his head with trembling hands. His face was covered in bruises and welts, and his face was smeared with tears and snot. The area was filled with students taking photos with their phones, the flashes clicking loudly. Chapter 29, just became a multi-millionaire, forced to work overtime by the icy female CEO. Noon. The Zhao family finally couldn't hold on any longer. Zhao Gang lay on his hospital bed, watching the bounty hunters outside the window who were still relentlessly throwing firecrackers into the room. With trembling hands, he posted a public apology on the dark web. To Mr. Chen Fan. I am Zhao Gang, and this is about the series of misunderstandings that happened before. On behalf of the Zhao family, I extend my sincerest apologies to you. We were blind to his greatness and offended a person of great stature. The Zhao family is willing to withdraw all bounties against you and pay you 50 million in damages for emotional distress. I only beg you to have mercy and remove that damned bounty. There's no other way. We have to leave now. The Zhao family's ancestral graves are about to be dug up and people will write I was here on them. Furthermore, they investigated the IP address that posted the bounty and discovered that it had undergone 7 or 8 layers of encryption. The final address displayed was actually the girls' dormitory at Rongqing University. This is clearly the work of a master. The Zhao family can't afford to mess with them. Chen Fan looked at the payment notification on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. 50 million, this is a good deal. He casually removed the bounty on the dark web and posted a status update. Since Mr. Zhao is being so polite, let's consider this matter closed. Everyone, let's go home and find our mothers. In an instant, the dark clouds hanging over the Zhao family finally dissipated. The joy of receiving 50 million yuan hadn't lasted 2 hours before Chen Fan's phone exploded with messages. 2 words flashed on the screen: creditor. Chen Fan's hand trembled, and he almost spilled the soda he had just bought on the keyboard. The call connected, and there was no small talk on the other end. There was only the howling wind and Xinxinga's cold, emotionless commands. Jiangzhou Old Wharf, warehouse number 4. You have 20 minutes. Mr. Shen, I am now a multi-millionaire. Could I apply for paid leave? Beep beep. Chen Fan looked at the phone that had been hung up and let out a long sigh. This isn't just sucking up to someone, it's practically signing a contract to sell oneself into servitude. So what if you're a millionaire? You still have to work for capitalists illegally. Although they complain, their actions tell a different story. Chen Fan casually threw on a jacket, scanned a shared bicycle, and started pedaling furiously towards the dock. There was no way around it. Xinxinga had warned him that being late will result in a broken leg. It's still playing in his mind in 3D surround sound. 20 minutes later, at the Old Wharf in Jiangzhou. This place has long been abandoned. Rusty shipping containers are piled up on the open ground like giant coffins. The sea breeze carried a fishy smell, a mixture of dead fish and engine oil. The door to warehouse number 4 was ajar, and the inside was pitch black. Like the open mouth of an animal. Chen Fan parked the shared bicycle properly and even carefully locked it. Is anyone there, Mr. Shen? Your loyal security advisor has come to check in. Pushing open the heavy iron gate, a pungent smell of gunpowder wafted out. The warehouse was large, but also very empty. Only a single, stark white spotlight shone from the deepest, highest platform. Xinxinga stood in that halo. Today she wasn't wearing her signature black office lady uniform, but instead wore a blood-red trench coat. That red was so vibrant, like freshly drawn blood. Coupled with her pale and aloof face, she was far from vulgar. Instead, it exudes a chilling, murderous aura that makes one's knees go weak. At her feet knelt 3 men. These people had been beaten so badly they were unrecognizable, their faces covered in blood. His hands and feet were twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. Chen Fan paused in his steps. Mr. Shen, is this a team-building event? Should I avoid this bloody scene? After all, I'm just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. Seeing such scenes can easily give me nightmares. Xinxinga turned her head, toying with an exquisite silver revolver in her hand. The gun barrel spun rapidly between his fingertips. Come here and talk to me. Chen Fan steeled himself and walked over, standing next to the 3 unlucky guys. Try not to look at the bloodstains on the ground. These are the Group S managers in charge of overseas shipping, Xinxinga said calmly. They betrayed us and colluded with mercenaries in Southeast Asia. They want to swallow my goods, and while they're at it. She raised the gun and pointed it at her temple. You want my life? A man with a muscular face struggled to lift his head from the ground, even though half of his teeth had been knocked out. But his eyes still looked fierce. Xinxinga. You filthy bitch. Don't get too cocky. This warehouse is surrounded by my men. Today, this warehouse number 4 will be your graveyard. Oh? Is that so? Xinxinga didn't even twitch her lips, she simply turned her head to glance at Chen Fan. Did you hear that? Someone's going to bury me. Before Chen Fan could even complain, a series of explosions suddenly came from all around the warehouse. Boom! 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 The 2 massive iron doors were blown away, and the heavy roller shutter door was violently torn open. The blinding spotlights shone in from all directions, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Immediately following was the sound of the bolt being pulled back. Neat in uniform, crisp and jarring. At least 200 fully armed mercenaries, dressed in camouflage uniforms. Carrying automatic rifles, they surged in like a tide. The platform was instantly surrounded by a dense crowd. The dark muzzles of guns were pointed densely at the 2 people on the stage. The traitorous leader, who was kneeling on the ground, burst into wild laughter, spraying blood and saliva all over the ground. Ha 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 ha. Xinxinga. You think I didn't have a backup plan? These 300 brothers are the elite of the Black Shark mercenary group. I know you are a martial artist. He's a master. But can you stop a bullet? Can you withstand hundreds of guns? The situation reversed instantly. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. System. Did I forget to check the almanac before I left home? Is this the set of Wolf Warrior? Why is there such a huge setup? Is it too late for me to kneel down and surrender, saying I'm a food delivery worker? Host, based on calculations by this system, the probability of them riddling you with bullets is 100%. These people are in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Even a passing dog gets slapped twice, don't even think about surrendering. Shinshinga looked at this seemingly hopeless situation, but showed no panic on her face. She simply and methodically emptied the bullets from the revolver one by one, and then put them back in one by one. It makes a crisp click, click sound. Then, she looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Yes, Mr. Shin, do you have any last words? Oh no, any instructions? Shinshinga took a step back and leaned gracefully against a discarded wooden crate. He pointed to the group of murderous mercenaries below. Clear the area. Don't get my shoes dirty. Chen Fan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Me? Clear the area? Mr. Shin, do you have some misunderstanding about my profession? I studied finance, not Rambo. There are hundreds of submachine guns. How am I supposed to clear them all? Shinshinga ignored his protest and simply added. Once it's all cleaned up, the previous 50 million will be considered paid off. What if we miss one? She turned the gun around and aimed it at Chen Fan's crotch. I'll turn you into my sister. Chen Fan immediately stood at attention, his eyes as firm as if he were reciting the oath of joining the party. Mission accomplished. For President Shin's sake. For world peace. These terrorists must die. Ding. Detected that the bound object, Shinshinga, has expressed a strong expectation of protecting me even if it means death, although it was forced upon her. Cheat code activated. Temporary combat module triggered, the Queen's Mad Dog. Skill effect, within the line of sight of the bound target Shinshinga, the host's pain sensation is shielded by 90%. Defense increased by 500%. Ultimate hardened version of Ancient Sacred Body, and each time an enemy is knocked down, you can all receive Shinshinga's pleasure points bonus, which is converted into stamina recovery. Host, go. Show your mettle as a meat shield. Chapter 30 tonight, you'll continue sleeping in bed. Go to hell. Despite his cursing, Chen Fan's body had already begun to move. Because the mercenaries below have already opened fire. Day. Flames spewed out, and bullets rained down like a storm. Chen Fan had nowhere to hide, so he had no choice but to stand in front of Shinshinga. He covered his head with his hands and silently prayed for Amitabha Buddha and Jesus' protection. Jingle bells. The expected excruciating pain did not come. Rifle bullets, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, struck him. It made a sound like striking iron, and then transformed into small iron discs. It fell to the ground with a clatter. Apart from his clothes being riddled with holes, not even his skin was broken. Chen Fan was stunned. The mercenaries below the stage were also stunned. The traitorous leader's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This is a human? Chen Fan looked down at his intact pectoral muscles, then at the pile of scrap metal on the ground. An extremely arrogant aura instantly rose from the bottom of his heart. He lowered his hand and straightened his tattered collar. He struck what he thought was his coolest pose and beckoned to the audience with his finger. That's it? Didn't you eat? You guys can't even be useful with a chance. The mercenaries were enraged. Fire. Use heavy weapons. RPGs. Bomb this monster to death. Several rockets came hurtling in, trailing plumes of flame. Instead of retreating, Chen Fan advanced, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy within his body. He charged into the crowd like a cannonball. Let me show you the iron fist of Jiangda's sports students. Boom! He punched a rocket, deflecting it off course. It exploded in the crowd. What followed was a one-sided massacre. With the Queen's Mad Dog buff, Chen Fan completely abandoned defense. He was like a runaway tank, rampaging through the crowd. One punch takes down a kid, one kick sends 2 or 3 flying. The mercenary's dagger pierced his body and broke with a crack. The butt of the rifle hit him on the head, and the butt cracked. Ah! A monster. This is a monster. Retreat. Retreat now. Get out of here, my ass. Shinshinga is still up there. In the chaos, someone tried to ambush Shinshinga on the high platform. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out. The mercenary who tried to raise his gun was shot between the eyebrows and fell straight down. Shinshinga remained leaning against the wooden crate, holding a gun in one hand. The red trench coat swayed gently amidst the smoke of gunpowder. She didn't even aim every time she fired a shot. One of the enemies who tried to approach the high platform was bound to fall. She is harvesting. If Chen Fan is a raging beast, responsible for breaking up formations and drawing fire, Shinshinga is the elegant Grim Reaper, responsible for calling out names and finishing off enemies. The two did not exchange any words, yet their cooperation was seamless. Chen Fan threw the person into the air, and Shinshinga was responsible for shooting targets in the air. Chen Fan cornered the man, and Shinshinga's bullets were already waiting there. In just 5 minutes. Of the 300 fully armed mercenaries, only a few are still standing. The warehouse reeked of blood, and the floor was littered with groans and scattered guns. Chen Fan stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his body covered in blood, most of it was other people's. He was panting heavily. After the adrenaline rush subsided, he realized that he was still a little sore. After all, it's made of flesh and blood. Although it can stop bullets, it still has some impact. Done. Chen Fan turned around, made a peace sign at Shinshinga, and showed off his white teeth. Mr. Shin, this service attitude deserves a 5-star rating, right? Shinshinga blew away the smoke from the gun barrel and walked down from the high platform step by step. The high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the spent cartridge cases scattered on the ground. She walked straight up to the leader of the traders. This guy is lucky he's still alive. His leg had been blown off, and he was dragging his mangled body toward the door. Seeing the pair of red high heels stop in front of him, he looked up in despair. Mr. Shin, please spare me, I was wrong, I was blind to your greatness. Who exactly is that gentleman? Shinshinga looked down at him with a cold gaze, as if she were looking at a bug. She lifted her foot, and her slender heel precisely stepped on the man's intact hand, grinding it down forcefully. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the warehouse. Shinshinga bent down and patted his face with the scalding hot gun barrel. Who is he? You dare ask? He's my dog, and no one can touch him except me. Bang! With the final gunshot, the warehouse fell completely silent. Chen Fan shuddered. This woman is too ruthless. After dealing with the trash, Shinshinga turned around and looked at Chen Fan. Her previously ruthless and decisive aura suddenly subsided, and her brows furrowed slightly. His body swayed, as if he couldn't stand steadily. Chen Fan. Her voice even carried a hint of fragility? Chen Fan was taken aback and quickly ran over to help her up. What's wrong, Mr. Shin? Are you injured? Where? Let me see. Shinshinga stretched out her left hand, and there was her originally fair and jade-like arm. There was a thin bloodstain. It was grazed by a stray bullet, about 2 millimeters long. The bleeding has almost stopped. But Shinshinga looked as if she had been seriously injured, and her entire weight was pressing down on Chen Fan. Her cold, beautiful face was buried in the crook of his neck, her breath warm. Pain. She uttered a single word softly. Chen Fan stared at the wound, which bled less than when he squeezed a pimple, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Mr. Shin, if this wound doesn't go to the hospital soon, it might heal. Shinshinga suddenly looked up, staring at him with a dangerous look in her eyes. I said it hurts. It hurts. It definitely hurts. This is a precious life. Those bastards. I'll take you to the hospital right now. I'll call the best specialist. Chen Fan, driven by a strong will to survive, changed his tune and scooped Shinshinga up in his arms. Shinshinga took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck and rest her head on his tattered clothes that smelled of gunpowder. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your bound object, Shinshinga, is very satisfied with your performance. She now thinks you're not just a useful pillow, but also a perfectly capable mad dog. Affection +5. You are her most cherished, private property. Go home, Shinshinga whispered in Chen Fan's ear. His voice carried a certain languid quality that gave one a tingling sensation. You'll continue sleeping in bed tonight. Chen Fan slipped and almost threw the person out. Sleep where? What do you think? Shinshinga drew circles on his chest with her finger. That was the spot where the most bullets had hit. Your body is so firm, perfect, warm my bed for me. Chapter 31, having just finished serving a billionaire CEO, she picked up an incredibly expensive alchemist. The morning sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the messy bed. Chen Fan felt like a steak that had been repeatedly pounded, with not a single bone on his body belonging to him. He struggled to turn over, trying to break free from that suffocating embrace. But the slender yet powerful arm around her waist remained motionless, like an iron clamp. "Don't move if you don't want to die." "Xinxing is lazy," slightly hoarse voice came from behind. Chen Fan froze. "Good morning, Mr. Shin." Chen Fan chuckled twice. "Well, I'm still reminiscing about your earth-shattering guidance last night. But as the saying goes, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are ruined by plowing. Even the donkeys in the production team should go and eat some grass by now." Shinshinga slowly opened her eyes always carrying a chill. At this moment, there was an unusual hint of languor after being satisfied. She released her grip, her fingertips sliding down Chen Fan's back. "Go ahead, I'm giving you a day off today." Chen Fan felt like he had been granted a pardon and scrambled into the bathroom. Looking at the man in the mirror with several hickeys on his neck and dark circles under his eyes, Chen Fan felt like crying. "Master, is there any kind of magic drug that makes a man's erection invincible and allows him to sleep with 10 women a night? If this continues, I'm afraid I won't live to graduate." Ding! Host detected in Versailles. It is recommended that the host strengthen their training or advance their cultivation level as soon as possible. Once you reach this new level, your kidney function will experience a qualitative leap. Go for it. We believe in you. Roll. After leaving the Shin family villa, Chen Fan drove his flashy Pagani. We headed straight for the star-picking tower. Although he is now a multi-millionaire and has a girlfriend who is worth hundreds of billions, although she is a bit perverted. But one must not forget one's roots. I promised Lin Xiaoxiao I'd help her watch the shop, so I have to go. Besides, it's quiet there, perfect for catching up on sleep. Chen Fan parked the car in front of the Zexinglu building and got out. Then I saw a pinkish thing squatting next to the stone lion at the entrance of the shop. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young girl dressed in an elaborate Lolita dress. This girl is incredibly deceptive, with exaggerated pigtails. Her skin was as white as a porcelain doll's, and her big eyes blinked brightly. She was also holding a dirty rabbit doll in her arms. But at this moment, her expensive lace dress was covered in black and gray stains. His face looked like he'd rolled in a coal pile, streaked with black and white. She's just like a little princess in distress. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, walked over, and kicked the stone lion. Kid, this is not an amusement park. Go beg for food on the next street, there are more tourists there. The girl suddenly raised her head, her fur standing on end like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're the one begging. Your whole family begs. I'm waiting for someone here. Waiting for the owner of this shop. The voice was clear and resonant. Looks like they're not hungry. Chen Fan chuckled and pointed to himself. What a coincidence, I'm the owner here. What do you want from me? If it's selling matches or selling myself to bury my father, I don't have any spare change. The girl looked Chen Fan up and down, her gaze lingering on his Pagani for 2 seconds. Their previously wary eyes instantly lit up. She jumped up and patted the dust off her skirt, though it didn't do any good. I want to rent your shop. Chen Fan felt as if he had heard a joke. He pointed to the signboard of the star-picking tower. Little sister, look carefully. This is an antique shop, not a daycare center. Besides, your outfit does look like cosplay. But it probably doesn't even cost as much as one of the tires on my car. Rent a shop? Do you have the money? I have no money, the girl declared confidently, puffing out her non-existent chest. But I can pay my rent with something else. Something else? Chen Fan took a half step back, crossed his arms, and looked righteous. I'm warning you, I'm a respectable person. Although you look rather sinister, I have no interest in minors. I understand that the sentence can be as short as 3 years and as long as the death penalty. What are you thinking, you pervert? Besides, I'm 20 years old, I'm an adult. The girl's face turned red with anger, and she rummaged through the pocket of her skirt, which looked like a treasure bag, for a long time. Finally, he pulled out a dark, tiny pill, no bigger than a fingernail, and shoved it directly under Chen Fan's nose. Smell it. Doesn't it smell good? Chen Fan subconsciously sniffed. A unique, refreshing fragrance instantly filled my nostrils. My brain, which was originally somewhat dazed due to excessive indulgence, was now foggy. Surprisingly, I became much more awake in that instant, and even my back pain stopped. The amorous system within his body suddenly shuddered as if having a seizure. Ding! High purity spiritual energy fluctuations detected. This is the aura of a grade 3 elixir. Host, this dirty little girl is actually a rich woman. Chen Fan's expression changed instantly. He grabbed the girl's wrist and laughed like the wolf in sheep's clothing trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood. Come on, it's windy outside, let's go inside and talk. Would you like a Coke or Sprite? I have a Fanta from 1982. Inside the star-picking tower, Chen Fan poured the girl a cup of hot tea. They discreetly closed the shop door and hung up a temporarily closed sign. Tell me, what's it called? Did you really make this thing? Chen Fan pointed at the pill, his eyes gleaming with greed. The girl held the teacup, seemingly extremely thirsty. He drank it all in one gulp, then sighed contentedly. He crossed his legs. This young lady is Su Chanshan, and I do not change my name or surname. As for this rejuvenation pill, of course I refined it. Otherwise, is it some kind of mud pellet rubbed off your body? Su Chanshan looked smug and held up 3 fingers, waving them. Listen up, I am a 3rd-grade alchemist. 3rd rank. Do you understand what that means? Even those so-called martial arts masters have to treat me with utmost respect. Chen Fan was startled. In the martial arts system of this world, alchemists are a scarce resource. A 3rd-grade alchemist is equivalent to a master at the opening mansion realm. Even more precious. Because they can mass-produce strong individuals. If you're so capable, how did you end up like this? Chen Fan bluntly exposed the reality. Look at your face covered in soot, anyone who didn't know better would think you just came back from mining coal. Su Chanshan's face fell, and her previous momentum instantly deflated by half. She hugged the dirty rabbit with a wronged expression and muttered something. It's all because that landlord is so stingy. I just accidentally caused a minor explosion. He kicked me out and withheld my deposit. I don't have a single penny on me right now, not even enough to buy medicine. Turns out he's a demolition genius. Chen Fan stroked his chin, his mind racing with calculations. A homeless, penniless, yet highly skilled 3rd-rank alchemist. This isn't a problem, it's a money tree falling from the sky. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat. He dropped the sly grin from his face and put on a compassionate expression. Miss Su's plight is truly heartbreaking to hear and brings tears to the eyes of all who hear it. I have a soft heart and can't stand seeing talented people end up on the streets. Su Chanshan's eyes lit up. Then you'd be willing to rent your backyard to me? Rent? Talking about money will only hurt our feelings. Chen Fan waved his hand. Let's talk about cooperation. Cooperate? Yes. I will provide the venue, food, and lodging. I can even give you an advance to buy medicinal herbs, Chen Fan coaxed patiently. You only need to focus on refining the pills. We'll sell the pills we refine in the shop and split the profits. Chapter 32 Kidnapping a Lolita Alchemist, Starting the Road to a Business Empire. Su Chanshan looked at him warily. How do we divide it? Chen Fan held up 5 fingers. 50-50? Su Chanshan frowned. It's a bit low, but not unacceptable. No. Chen Fan shook his finger, smiling innocently. You're 3rd, I'm 7th. You're robbing me. Su Chanshan almost jumped up from her chair. I refined the medicinal herbs, and I controlled the heat. You're only offering a rundown house, and you want 70% of it? Miss Su, the accounts cannot be settled this way. Chen Fan calmly analyzed, or rather, misled her. Think about it, you're currently an unregistered resident. No ID card? No business license? If you rent a place outside, people will see that you blew up a house. Who would dare rent it to you? Besides, alchemy requires a quiet environment, and you also need someone to help you keep out those prying eyes. I have the Lin family's backing here. That means he is the real owner of this shop, so safety is absolutely guaranteed. Moreover, sales channels, packaging and promotion, and after-sales service. What doesn't cost money? I take 70%, but most of that is actually cost. Su Chanshan was a little stunned by this combination of punches. Although she has an extraordinary talent for alchemy, she is a naive and innocent person when it comes to interpersonal relationships and business negotiations. Really, really? She hesitated. More real than real gold. Chen Fan struck while the iron was hot. He pulled out a contract that he had prepared beforehand. Actually, he had just had the system generated on the spot. Come on, sign this. From now on, this will be your home. Just tell me what you want to eat. I'll buy it for you, plenty. Su Chanshan looked at the contract filled with densely packed clauses. Although I felt something was wrong, my stomach promptly let out a grumble in protest. Okay, but I have one condition. Su Chanshan bit her lip. I want to eat meat. I want meat at every meal. Chen Fan almost burst out laughing. Make a deal. Watching Su Chanshan scrawl her name and press her fingerprint on the contract, Chen Fan was overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully recruited a genius alchemy girl. Rewards, basic elixir appraisal ability, side quest unlocked, building a business empire. Chen Fan carefully put away the contract and looked at Su Chanshan as if she were a gold ingot. Master Alchemist Su, the backyard has been cleared out for you. Now that we're family, let's start with this first batch of pills. When do we start? Su Chanshan shoved the rabbit into Chen Fan's arms, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her two small, lotus root-like arms. Now! Go buy me some medicinal herbs. I'm going to show you what real skill is. The backyard of Zexinglu was originally a warehouse for storing miscellaneous items. It has now been cleared out and become Su Chanshan's exclusive territory. It has to be said that once this girl gets into work mode, it's like she's a completely different person. That spoiled, willful Lolita vibe has completely disappeared. Instead, there was a heart-pounding focus and fervor. She pulled a small bronze stove, about the size of her palm, from her tattered cloth bag. He casually tossed it on the ground, and the stove grew taller in the wind. It instantly grew to half a person's height, with the cloud patterns carved on it faintly flowing with red light. A magical artifact? Although Chen Fan was not an expert, he could tell that this stove was no ordinary item. That's right. Su Chanshan didn't turn her head, clutching the medicinal herbs Chen Fan had just bought. Without even looking at it, he threw it into the stove, saying, "This is a treasure I stole, brought from home." Chen Fan pretended not to hear the word steal. Flames rose. Su Chanshan formed hand seals, her 10 fingers flying like butterflies flitting among flowers. Visible streams of spiritual energy were injected into the alchemy furnace. Chen Fan stood aside, though he couldn't understand the intricacies of the situation. But the smooth, flowing rhythm actually pleased him. Ding! The advanced alchemy technique 9 transformations of heavenly fire has been detected. This technique is extremely taxing on mental energy, but this girl handled it with incredible ease, like playing with mud. Host, you've hit the jackpot. Half an hour later. Rise. Su Chanshan let out a delicate shout and slammed her hand on the furnace wall. The stove lid shot skyward, and an intensely rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the entire backyard. It even drifted onto the main street in front of the hall. Before Chen Fan could react, he saw more than a dozen round, golden pills fly out of the furnace. Su Chanshan caught it steadily with a jade bottle. Done. Su Chanshan wiped the sweat from her forehead, tossed the jade bottle to Chen Fan, and looked at him with a plea for praise. Look, how's the quality? Chen Fan poured out one. The pill was golden yellow all over, and there were even cloud-like patterns flowing on its surface. Just by holding it in your hand, you can feel a warm energy penetrating your skin. The system directly provided the identification results. Item, top-grade body tempering pill. Quality, perfect, free from erysipelas. Efficacy, greatly strengthens the physical body when taken below the meridian opening stage. It can raise 1 minor realm without side effects. Taking this during the meridian opening period can cleanse the tendons and marrow, increasing the chances of a breakthrough. Comment, pills of this quality would be in high demand in short supply if they were on the market. The so-called top-grade pills sold by the Zhao family are nothing but sheep droppings compared to this. Chen Fan tightened his grip on the pill slightly. The Zhao family. In Jiangzhou, and even throughout the entire southwest region, the market for medicinal pills has always been monopolized by the Zhao family. They controlled a few old guys from the Alchemist Association, and thus controlled the supply of medicinal herbs. The pills circulating in the market are not only extremely expensive, but their quality also varies greatly. Ordinary martial artists who want to cultivate have no choice but to endure the exploitation by the Zhao family. If we bring this thing to market, Chen Fan smiled. Those vampires from the Zhao family will probably cry in a very rhythmic way. Hey! What are you grinning about? Su Chanshan poked Chen Fan in annoyance. This is a top-grade elixir. Do you know how difficult it is to refine? So this is because I have a special talent. Quickly, sell it for money, I want to eat braised pig's trotters. No problem, plenty of pig trotters. Chen Fan put the pills away. However, we need to find a different way to sell them. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky over Jiangzhou was just beginning to brighten. At this time of day, only sanitation workers and elderly men who get up early for morning exercise are strolling around the streets. But today, the antique street where Zexinglu is located is as lively as during the Chinese New Year. The queue stretched from the entrance of the star-picking tower all the way to the public toilet 2 streets away. Someone who didn't know better might think they were giving away free eggs here. Chen Fan stood at the second-floor window, holding a Jianbing Guozi Chinese crepe in his hand. Looking at the sea of people below, I felt a mix of emotions. This evil capitalism is so addictive, it's hard to resist. Just add the words limited quantity and top quality. These people would fight tooth and nail over a place in line. He took a bite of the crispy biscuit, making a crunching sound. Downstairs, Lu Xiao was maintaining order with several temporarily hired security guards, his voice hoarse from shouting. Don't push. Everyone, please don't push. 1 per person. Anyone who dares to cut in line, I'll throw them into the Zhao's pharmacy next door. Someone in the crowd shouted, Stop talking nonsense. Open the door. I've been squatting here all night. I've heard that one of these top-grade qi gathering pills is equivalent to 3 pills, and it also has beauty and skin-nourishing effects. Is that true? Exactly. The qi gathering pills sold by the Zhao family next door smell like mutton. It gave me diarrhea, hurry up and bring out your good stuff. Chen Fan turned around and glanced behind him. Su Chanqian was sprawled out on the armchair catching up on sleep, the rabbit plush toy in her arms now rubbed even blacker. Her expensive Lolita dress was covered in medicine residue and furnace ash. He looks like a Santa Claus who just climbed out of a chimney. This girl is a werewolf. To prepare braised pig's trotters, she stayed up all night last night refining a full 50 batches of elixirs. He fell into a deep sleep only after the last trace of spiritual energy was exhausted. Tongzi, do you think I'm somewhat suspected of exploiting child labor? Ding. Host, please rest assured, according to the system's detection, Su Chanqian's dopamine secretion is at an extremely high level at this moment. For her, alchemy and eating meat were the only 2 pleasures in life. What you're doing isn't exploitation, it's targeted poverty alleviation. By the way, her favorability rating has risen to 60, a long-term meal ticket because of that braised pig's trotters last night. That's good. As long as I don't feel pain, I don't have a conscience. Chapter 33 Eating pig's trotters while refining pills. The downstairs door finally opened. The frenzied crowd surged into the store, and Lu Xiao had to use his inner energy to barely keep the counter steady. Give me 1. I want 2. I have money. Can I pay more? Get out of my way. Didn't you hear about the purchase limit? In just half an hour, the 500 top-grade qi gathering pills that Su Chanqian had stayed up all night to refine were sold out. Meanwhile, across the street was Zhao's pharmacy. The shop manager sent by the Zhao family stood at the door, looking at the desolate scene of his shop being deserted. Looking across at the bustling Zhaixing Tower, its face turned as green as an unripe bitter gourd. This is not scientific. Where did that kid get such top-grade pills? Even a 3rd-grade alchemist couldn't produce that many. The store manager took out his phone and dialed Zhao Gang's number. Master, this is no good, all our customers have been sucked up by the other side. Even the stray dog that used to pee at the door has moved to the other side of the street to line up. The sound of shattering porcelain came from the other end of the phone, followed by Zhao Gang's roar. Useless. All of you are useless. If you can't make a living, then don't bother. Find a few people to loosen the skin on that guy surnamed Chen. I don't believe he can keep having such a successful business. 20 minutes later. Several burly men with mantis shrimp tattoos and carrying steel pipes pushed through the crowd. He swaggered into the star-picking tower. The leader, a blonde-haired man, kicked the counter, making the abacus on it bounce wildly. Stop the fucking. What medicine are you buying? Don't you know this medicine can kill people? Who's the boss? Get out here. Lu Xiao, who was counting money, paused and slowly raised her head. His face, which usually wore a fawning smile, now exuded a chilling deathly aura. Eating dead people? Brother, you can eat anything. You can't just say things like that. Do you have any evidence? Yellow Hair hoisted the steel pipe onto his shoulder, spitting as he spoke. My words are proof. What? You disagree? Believe me or not, I'll smash up your lousy shop. Chen Fan leaned on the second floor railing, still holding an unfinished jianbingguozi in his hand. He let out a lazy shout. Lu Xiao, don't ruin the floor. That's made of rosewood, it's quite expensive. Lu Xiao grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Okay, boss, I'll throw them out and then beat them up. Before the blonde-haired man could react, everything went blurry. The middle-aged man who looked like an insurance salesman disappeared behind the counter in an instant. The next second, a large, iron-like hand gripped his throat. Bang! With a muffled thud, Huang Mao was lifted up by Lu Xiao with one hand. It was flung out the door like trash, tracing a graceful parabola in the air. It landed precisely on the signboard of Zhao's pharmacy across the street. The remaining thugs were dumbfounded. This is a martial arts expert? Lu Xiao stretched his neck, making a series of cracking sounds. He still wore that fake salesman's smile. Gentlemen, are you going to leave on your own, or should I help you leave? By the way, our store does not reimburse medical expenses. Ding! Detected that the host's underling Lu Xiao has successfully shown off, indirectly boosting the prestige of the star-picking tower. Reward received, 10 million in cash already transferred to the host's private account. Comment, that's right. If you can take action, try not to talk. The Zhao family's face has been slapped so hard, isn't the host going to finish them off? Chen Fan wiped the sesame seeds from the corner of his mouth and looked down at the thugs who were running away with their heads in their hands. I'm in a great mood. Finish him off? Absolutely. I'd be doing a disservice to my shrewd businessman persona if I didn't expose the Zhao family's dirty secrets. In the alchemy room in the backyard of the star-picking tower, waves of heat rolled in. Su Qianqian sat cross-legged in front of the huge alchemy furnace, holding a shiny pig's trotter in her hand. He was gnawing on something while simultaneously forming a hand seal with one hand. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Are you a pig? You can't even control your temper. She unleashed a torrent of abuse on Lu Xiao, who was helping to fan the flames. The once top assassin Lu Xiao is now disheveled and humiliated. Holding a palm leaf fan in her hand, she looked as aggrieved as a 200-pound child. Miss Su, this is really not my fault. This stove has such a bad temper. Shut up. One more word and I'll take away your share of the pills. Su Qianqian carefully tossed the bone she had finished gnawing into the trash can. He then grabbed a handful of herbs from the pile of herbs next to him, which looked like a small mountain, and threw them into the stove. Chen Fan pushed the door open and saw the scene. It seems that Master Alchemist Su is in good condition, judging by this output. Higher than a sow. Cough, higher than an assembly line. Su Qianqian's ears twitched, instantly catching that sensitive word. She turned around and glared at Chen Fan. If you dare utter that word, I'll blow this furnace up. Chen Fan raised his hands in surrender and then threw a thick document on the table. Don't blow it up, this is our money printing machine. Look at this. Su Qianqian leaned over for a look, her face full of confusion. What is this? Scribbles? This is the acquisition agreement. Chen Fan found a slightly cleaner place to sit down and crossed his legs. I haven't been idle these past few days either, working on our first pot of gold. They swept up all the purple ginseng, fire yang flower, and century-old ginseng on the market in Jiangzhou. Not even a single hair was left for the Zhao family. Lu Xiao nearly dropped the fan in his hand, staring wide-eyed at Chen Fan. They were all sold out? Boss, that's tens of millions. Moreover, what if the Zhao family doesn't have these auxiliary materials? Aren't there elixirs? Doesn't that mean production has to stop? Chen Fan smiled like a fox who had stolen a chicken. That's right, I want them to stop production. Now all the medicinal herb merchants in Jiangzhou have signed exclusive supply agreements with me, and the penalty for breach of contract is set at an astronomical level. That old bastard Zhao Gang is probably about to hang himself at home right now. Just as Chen Fan had predicted, inside the Zhao family villa. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Zhao Gang stared at the list of those who had stopped receiving payments, his hands trembling as if he were playing a Parkinson's etude. It's cut off? Completely cut off? Have these herbal medicine merchants gone mad? Our Zhao family has been cooperating with them for 20 years. How could they betray us for that brat surnamed Chen? The butler, wiping away cold sweat, whispered something. Patriarch Chen Fan gave far too much he paid in cash. Besides, with a 20% markup, those medicinal herb merchants also need to make a living. A 20% premium? Zhao Gang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Where did he get so much money? Did Xinxinga give it to him? That crazy woman is even neglecting the company to support her gigolo? Master, now is not the time to investigate where the money came from. Our inventory is only enough to last 3 days. If we run out of raw materials, our pharmacy will have to close down. And Chen Fan is even lowering prices. Zhao Gang suddenly stood up, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Price reduction? You want to play price war with me? Fine. Very well. Pass down the order, sell all the pills in our inventory at half price. I refuse to believe that those poor students would turn down money. Even if the quality is a little worse, as long as it's cheap, they'll still buy it. Chapter 34. The female CEO summons her late at night, and the iron kidney technique is activated. However, reality gave Zhao Gang a resounding slap in the face. 3 days later, Zhao's pharmacy hung up a banner that read 50% off everything, and loudspeakers were blaring the slogans. Indeed, quite a few people who were looking for a bargain went in, but it didn't even last half a day. The group of people all ran out and headed straight for the star-picking tower across the street. This is outrageous. Are the pills from the Zhao family expired? Why don't they work and even deplete my spiritual energy? Don't even mention it, I took the chi gathering pill. I farted all afternoon and almost got beaten to death by my roommate. Let's go buy the star-picking tower one. It's more expensive, but it's the real deal. It's a lifesaver. Standing on the second floor, Chen Fan looked at Zhao Gang's face, which was even blacker than the bottom of a pot, and happily sent a WeChat message to Xinxinga. Boss, have you looked at this month's performance report? The Zhao family has been cornered by us, shouldn't we give them a reward? He replied almost instantly. Xinxinga, come to my office tonight. Bring the new medicine that little girl named Su Chanxian is making. Xinxinga, also, wash yourself clean. Chen Fan's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his phone. Master, I have a feeling this is a trap. Ding. Be confident, put aside your feelings. Xinxinga has developed a strong interest in that top-grade elixir. Of course, she was more interested in the host's increasingly robust body and suggested that the host eat more goji berries. That evening, in the top-floor office of the Xin Group, Xinxinga was wearing a wine-red silk nightgown. He was swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, his bare feet on the carpet. Chen Fan placed a bottle of specially made beauty pills on the table, trying to maintain a safe distance. President Shen, this was specially made for you by Su Chanxian. Beauty and skin care, detoxification and dampness removal, ensuring you stay young forever. Xinxinga ignored the bottle of pills and walked straight to Chen Fan. She extended her long, slender fingers and lifted his chin. Well done. You've already undermined half of the Zhao family's foundation in Jiangzhou. I originally thought you were just a useful body pillow. I never expected him to be such a good businessman as well. Her breath sprayed onto Chen Fan's face, carrying a faint scent of wine. But Chen Fan, you seem to be very busy lately? So busy that you don't have time to spend with me? The hairs on the back of Chen Fan's back stood on end instantly. How could that be? I'm working hard for our grand ambitions, aren't I? I always have you in my heart, Mr. Shen. Is that so? Xinxinga chuckled softly, her fingers sliding inside his collar. Then prove it to me, tonight, you're not allowed to beg for mercy. Ding. Detected possessiveness triggered by the bound object Xinxinga. Affection +2. Current affection 72. You are her exclusive plaything. Passive reward triggered, iron kidney skill, automatically activated. Host, hold on. This is a sacrifice for the cause. The Zhao family was getting anxious. After the price war completely collapsed and raw material channels were completely cut off, Zhao Gang finally tore off the veil of pretense of business competition and dialed that number from Beijing. Your Highness, it's me, Zhao, I'm in trouble. I would like to ask you to provide some manpower. Yes, as long as we can intercept that shipment, that little bastard Chen Fan will be completely finished. The price is negotiable. From now on, the Zhao family will follow your lead. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Gang looked at the gloomy sky outside the window, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. Chen Fan, so what if you're good at business? In this world, might makes right. After tonight, I'll make sure you can't even be a ghost. Late at night, heavy rain poured down on the winding mountain road outside Jiangzhou. Three black trucks struggled through the rain, their headlights like two sharp swords, yet unable to pierce the thick darkness. Chen Fan sat in the passenger seat of the middle car, holding a bag of spicy strips in his hand, but his expression was unusually serious. "Boss, this is a small matter of delivering goods. You can let the brothers handle it. Why do you have to make the trip yourself?" While driving, Lu Xiao, who was controlling the steering wheel, asked in confusion. Chen Fan chewed on a spicy snack, his eyes fixed on the rain curtain in front of him. This batch of crimson blood vine was urgently transferred from a neighboring province. It is the core material for refining the next batch of explosive chi pills. That old dog Zhao Gang will definitely do something rash if he's pushed to the limit. I won't come, I won't feel at ease. Besides, Chen Fan silently added in his mind. The system just issued a red alert, saying there's a big gift package coming to our door tonight. How can I not come and receive it? Ding! High energy reaction detected 500 meters ahead. Not just one, but a whole group. The opponent's killing intent has reached its peak. Host is advised to prepare for battle. Parking! Chen Fan suddenly shouted. Lu Xiao instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the truck came to a screeching halt on the slippery road. Almost simultaneously, a blinding white light appeared from the front. Boom! A rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, flew past the roof of Chen Fan's car. It slammed hard into the guardrail behind it, exploding into a fireball. Holy crap! A rocket launcher? Lu Xiao was so frightened that his face turned pale. Is this even in China? Has the Zhao family gone mad? Chen Fan kicked the car door open and rolled out. Don't just stand there. Get out of the car. Find cover. The road ahead was blocked by several giant trees, and a dozen dark figures darted out of the woods like ghosts. They were wearing matching tactical vests and night vision goggles. The weapons in their hands were not ordinary machetes, but specially made alloy battle swords. The blade gleamed with a faint blue light. Also a martial artist? Chen Fan squinted, raindrops sliding down his cheeks. This group of people were calm and composed, and their movements were efficient. They maintained a perfect attack formation even in the heavy rain, far superior to the useless thugs the Zhao family employed. The leader, a bald, burly man, stepped forward with a sinister grin, unleashing his imposing aura without reservation. The third level of the opening realm? Lu Xiao gasped, gripping a dagger tightly in his hand, his legs trembling slightly. Boss, we've really kicked a hornet's nest this time. Those are the assassins of the Wang family from the capital. The bald, burly man had no intention of wasting words and waved his hand. Kill. Leave no one alive. Burn all the goods. A dozen assassins pounced on them instantly, their killing intent almost tangible. Protect the boss. Lu Xiao roared and charged forward, steeling himself. But he was only a half-baked assassin, and he was kicked away by the opponent as soon as they met. He crashed heavily into the wheel and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough. It's over. Lu Xiao closed her eyes in despair. However, the expected pain did not come. A sigh echoed in the rainy night. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but you forced me to take action. This dress was just bought for me by President Chen. It's really hard to wash once it gets dirty. Chen Fan stood in the rain, not adopting any defensive posture, but rather as casually as if he were taking a stroll. The bald, burly man sneered. Still talking tough even when he's about to die. Chop him up. The two assassins' swords whistled as they slashed towards Chen Fan's neck. Just as the blade was only 1 centimeter away from Chen Fan's skin, Chen Fan moved. No, to be precise, something inside him moved. Ding! Host is facing a life or death crisis. The passive skill of the ancient sacred body, Savage Awe, has been activated. A vast, ancient, and extremely domineering aura suddenly erupted from Chen Fan's body. That wasn't a fluctuation of true qi, but a pure physical pressure. It was as if a slumbering, ancient beast had opened its eyes. The rain stopped 3 meters around Chen Fan, then exploded with a roar. Roll. Chen Fan uttered a single word softly and casually waved his right hand forward. Bang! Bang! The two assassins who rushed at them were hit as if by a speeding train, and they didn't even have time to scream. He was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into 2 large trees and snapping them in 2. It had turned into a puddle of mud when it landed. Chapter 35. One punch kill. You've got the wrong person. The bald, burly man's smile froze on his face, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? Pure physical strength? What kind of monster are you? Chen Fan patted off non-existent dust from his body and walked step by step toward the bald, burly man. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. Who I am is not important. Chen Fan picked up a battle sword from the ground and casually twirled it. His gaze turned cold and mocking. The important thing is that you interrupted my delivery. It even scared my employees. I'll pay for this with my life. Lu Xiao lay on the ground, looking at the figure that seemed like a demon in the rainy night. My mind went completely blank. Is this the boss's true strength? Pretending to be weak to eat the strong? This is more like pretending to be weak to eat a Tyrannosaurus Rex. No. Don't come any closer. The bald, burly man finally felt fear and roared. Attack together. Kill him. The remaining people gritted their teeth and charged forward, but they were no match for the overwhelming power. Quantity is meaningless. Chen Fan's figure moved through the rain, each move simple and direct. There are no fancy moves, only pure, overwhelming power. One punch, and the knife is severed, and the person flies away. One kick, and his sternum was shattered. In less than a minute, more than a dozen elite assassins from the capital arrived. They all lay in the mud and water, and there was no more sound. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, as if it wanted to wash all the filth of the world into the sewers. Chen Fan casually tossed aside the dull blade and wiped the rain off his face. Just as I was about to bend down and pull Lu Xiao, who was still pretending to be dead, up. Alright, stop lying down. Does the muddy water taste good? Get up quickly and move the goods away, this place has bad feng shui. I always feel my eyelids twitching. Lu Xiao cautiously poked his head out from behind the wheel and saw that the group of assassins were indeed all dead. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and scrambled to his feet. The fake smile on his face was uglier than crying. Boss, you're amazing. Those few moves just now were simply. Call out. This shriek was even more ear-piercing than the previous rocket. It also needs to be urgent. It wasn't the sound of firearms at all. That was the explosive sound of true energy tearing through the air. Grass. Chen Fan only had time to utter one word, and didn't even have time to make any extra movements. He kicked Lu Xiao in the butt, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away like a sandbag. Almost the instant Lu Xiaofei left, a terrifying red light struck the truck loaded with crimson bloodvine with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! If the previous rockets were like small firecrackers, then this one was like a bolt of lightning striking you. The entire front of the heavy truck instantly vaporized, and the shockwave from the explosion carried with it fragments of steel. It spread indiscriminately in all directions like a torrential rain of pear blossom needles. Although Chen Fan had a strong physical body, this move was too insidious. Too fast. He crossed his arms to protect his head and face, and was thrown into the air by the blast wave. His back slammed hard against a huge rock, sending spiderweb-like cracks through it. Cough. Chen Fan landed, and a sweet taste rose in his throat. Damn, if this were in a game, it would be considered a critical hit from a sneak attack. Amidst the chaos of smoke and torrential rain, 3 figures slowly emerged from the depths of the dark forest. They didn't use umbrellas, but the rain automatically slid off 3 inches above their heads. It was as if an invisible barrier separated them from this filthy world. The one on the left is a hunchbacked old man, twirling 2 iron walnuts in his hands. On the right is a middle-aged woman dressed in a tang suit, with a blank expression. The one in the middle was a tall, thin man wearing a black training uniform and sporting a goatee. The aura of these 3 was 10 times more terrifying than that of the dozens of assassins combined. 3 experts at the manifestation stage? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, 1,000 curses running through his mind. No way, are experts really that worthless these days? Big shots of this caliber shouldn't be hiding in the deep mountains and forests cultivating immortality. Or perhaps he'd be a retainer in some powerful family, living a life of luxury? Coming to this desolate wilderness to intercept goods? Ding! Deadly threat detected. Opponent's combat strength assessment, 3 old coins. Overall strength far exceeds the host's current apparent level of spiritual energy. It could even threaten the host's ancient sacred body, which is not yet fully developed. Host's suggestion, the wind's blowing hard, get out of here. Do you need to tell me? I'm not stupid. The man with the goatee in the middle glanced at the mess on the ground, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. It's like looking at a few dead ants. Third brother, fifth brother, it seems the intelligence was wrong. This kid is no ordinary person. Those few good-for-nothings deserve to die. The hunchbacked old man chuckled strangely twice, and the iron walnut in his hand spun around with a crackling sound. Interesting, impressive external martial arts skills. It's rare to see a young man who can withstand one of my fiery sun palm strikes and survive these days. What a pity, taking people's money to solve their problems. Women in traditional Chinese clothing are more direct, and sometimes they are too lazy to talk. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a cyan wind blade, aiming straight for Chen Fan's throat. This wind blade isn't just for show, it moves wherever it goes. The water on the ground was cut through, and even the asphalt road underneath was plowed into a deep ditch. Damn! This woman has no sportsmanship. Chen Fan rolled over lazily, narrowly avoiding the attack. The rock he had just been leaning against had been neatly cut in half like tofu. Lu Xiao. Drive. Take the rest of the goods. I'll distract them. Chen Fan yelled at Lu Xiao, who was still in a daze, and then did not run towards the city. Instead, he turned and plunged into the dark, primeval forest beside him. Trying to run away, the goatee sneered. Chase him. This kid's head is worth $1 billion. The goods will be destroyed, and the people will die. The three figures flickered and vanished from their spot in an instant. The speed is astonishing. Lu Xiao lay prone in the muddy water, looking in the direction where Chen Fan had disappeared. He was trembling all over, and his eyes were red. He was an assassin and an opportunist. But this was the first time in his life that someone had chosen to let him go first when he was certain to die. Boss, please don't die. If you die, who will reimburse me for that 10 million? Deep in the dense forest, thorns grow in abundance. Chen Fan moved like a wounded leopard, darting swiftly through the bushes. The branches tore his clothes, leaving white marks on his tough skin. But he couldn't care less about that. The three auras behind him were like a persistent, insidious infection. No matter how hard I try, I can't shake them off. Damn it, is this what they call realm suppression? The true energy of these three old men is too profound, it's like they have an infinite mana bar cheat. Chen Fan was panting heavily, feeling his strength rapidly draining away. Although that sneak attack didn't kill him, the insidious fiery energy seeped into his meridians. It is gradually eroding his true energy, greatly reducing the recovery ability of the ancient sacred body. Is that a cliff ahead? Chen Fan abruptly stopped, and the loose stones beneath his feet tumbled into the abyss. There was no response for a long time. That's really awkward. There was a cliff in front and pursuers behind. This script seems to follow the same old formula, forcing the protagonist to jump off a cliff so he can find a legendary martial arts manual. But Chen Fan didn't want to jump, in case there weren't any crooked trees below. What if you only have hard rocks? Running? Why did you stop running? The strange laughter of the hunchbacked old man came from behind. Three figures descended in a triangular formation, blocking all of Chen Fan's escape routes. Chapter 36. Sorry, my wife renewed my subscription. With his hands behind his back, he approached step by step. The expression on his face was like a cat playing with a mouse. Young man, your footwork is quite good. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have offended the Zhao family, and you certainly shouldn't have offended the princes of the capital. Chen Fan leaned against a withered tree and caught his breath. Suddenly, that signature smirk appeared on his face. Hey, gentlemen and ladies, let's talk about something. I'll pay you double whatever the Zhao family gives you. No, 3 times. As long as you turn around and twist that old bastard Zhao Gang's head off right now, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. We can also give you a super VIP membership, which will give you a 20% discount on future purchases of pills. The woman in the tang suit looked at him coldly. Even when you're about to die, you're still being glib. Third brother, make your move, or things will get complicated. The hunchbacked old man chuckled and suddenly threw the iron walnut in his hand. Go to hell. The 2 iron walnuts swelled in the air, enveloped in crimson true energy. It slammed into Chen Fan's chest with tremendous force. This time, there's no escaping it. Chen Fan's pupils contracted sharply, and he could only cross his arms. He mobilized the last remaining golden energy and blood in his body to resist. Bang! A muffled thud. Chen Fan felt as if he had been hit head-on by 2 high-speed trains, and his whole body was sent flying backward. It slammed hard into the earthen slope behind it, half of its body embedded in it. Puff! A mouthful of golden, stagnant blood spurted out, staining the front of his clothes red. Ouch, 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 at least 3 bones are broken. Chen Fan grimaced. It feels like my internal organs are shifting. Huh, he's still not dead? The hunchbacked old man was somewhat surprised. What is this kid's body made of? Even if it were made of iron, it would have shattered by now. Stop talking nonsense, let's all attack together. I shattered his dantian. The man with the goatee lost his patience. He conjured a longsword of true energy in his hand, exuding a chilling killing intent. Chen Fan felt a pang of sorrow as he watched the 3 approaching figures. Tonzi, are we doomed? If I hang up, could you please clear my browser history? This is my last request. Host, please don't say such discouraging things. Additionally, this system does not have the function to delete browser history, so it is recommended that the host pay attention to privacy protection in the next life. Get the hell out of here. Just as the sword of true energy was about to pierce Chen Fan's brow at the critical moment. Ding, high-risk operation detected for the bound object Shinshinga. She disliked the strange taste of the anti-aging pills made by Su Chanshan, thinking they were substandard. In the spirit of no waste and if I don't go to hell, who will, I swallowed 3 pills in one go. That's a top-grade breakthrough pill, my friend. 1 pill is enough to make you feel like you're in heaven. She ate 3. Chen Fan had already closed his eyes and was waiting to die, but when he heard this, he almost jumped out of the pit. Holy crap, that woman's fierce. 3 pills? She's got a death wish. Don't rush, Shinshinga is exceptionally talented. Due to his special constitution, he forcibly absorbed the medicinal power. Just now, she successfully broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the 1st level of Junior Grandmaster. It jumped directly to the 5th level of Lesser Grandmaster. As her accessory, this wave of wealth. Host, you're ready to receive this. Passive triggered, 20x happiness return. Boom. Chen Fan was not given any psychological preparation at all. A surge of heat, 10,000 times more violent than those 2 iron walnuts, appeared out of nowhere in Chen Fan's dantian. If the previous true energy was a trickle, then this current power is like the Yellow River bursting its banks. It's an erupting volcano, a surging tsunami. Ah. Chen Fan looked up at the sky and let out a long howl, a sound filled with pain. There is also an indescribable sense of comfort. The broken ribs were cracking and popping as they healed and reformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became harder than steel. The meridians in his body, which had been dry, were instantly filled, even because the true energy was too great. The walls of the meridians were stretched so much that they emitted a series of crisp sounds like snapping strings. What happened? The man with the goatee, who was about to strike, was startled. The sword of true energy in his hand was actually shattered by the shockwave emanating from Chen Fan. This kid's aura, how come it's surging so rapidly? The deadpan face of the woman in the tang suit finally changed color. Chen Fan, who was lying in the pit, suddenly felt his previously listless aura surge like a rocket. Peak of the spirit transformation stage, broken. The 1st stage of the manifest intention period. Manifest meaning the 2nd phase. That is the formidable barrier that stands before martial artists, a barrier that countless people cannot overcome even after a lifetime of effort. With Shinshinga's unreasonable drug-fueled lifestyle and the system's 20-fold return, it was like a thin layer of paper separating them. It was stabbed to pieces with a finger. Click. It felt as if something inside Chen Fan's body had shattered. Immediately afterwards, in the dantian, a vast, golden ocean appeared out of nowhere. The true energy, which was originally in a gaseous state, was now being compressed wildly. It turned into drops of golden liquid, which converged into a river. They converge into a sea. It wasn't until the peak of the 5th level of the manifestation stage that this violent power barely subsided. The rain has stopped. No, it's not that the rain has stopped. It refers to the rainwater within a 10-meter radius of Chen Fan. Everything was evaporated into a white mist by the high temperature emanating from his body. Chen Fan slowly straightened up from the pit. His clothes were already torn to shreds, revealing his muscular upper body. Golden light flowed beneath his skin, a sign that the ancient sacred body had been fully activated. He clenched his fist, and the air inside his palm seemed to explode. It emitted a muffled, thunderous explosion. Is this the feeling of power? Chen Fan looked down at his hands, and a slow smile crept onto his lips. The arc grew larger and more menacing. It eventually turned into a chilling smile. Tonzi, this gigolo, it smells so good. The 3 peerless masters standing opposite them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces turned ashen, and they instinctively took several steps back. No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The hunchbacked old man dropped the iron walnuts from his hands. What kind of evil magic is this? Even if you started cultivating in the womb, you wouldn't be able to do it this fast. The man with the goatee swallowed hard. The sense of superiority he had felt from playing cat and mouse vanished completely. Instead, there was a deep sense of fear. He could sense the presence of the young man before him. It's no longer prey. It is a Tyrannosaurus Rex that has just awakened. Third brother, fifth brother, they're tricky. Withdraw. The man with the goatee acted decisively. This bizarre situation was beyond their comprehension. If we don't run now, we might die here. The three turned to flee, moving at top speed. Since we're already here, why are we in such a hurry to leave? Chen Fan's voice rang out behind them, unhurried and calm. But it sounded like the whisper of death. You enjoyed hitting me just now, didn't you? Now. It's my turn. Boom. A large crater was blown open in the ground. Chen Fan's figure vanished instantly. The next second, he appeared directly behind the hunchbacked old man who was running the slowest. There were no fancy moves or martial arts techniques used. It was just a simple punch. Simple and unadorned, yet swift as thunder. Get out of here. The hunchbacked old man was terrified. He turned around and struck out with a palm, trying to block. Click. That punch was unstoppable, shattering the old man's palm. Then it shattered his protective aura and finally imprinted itself firmly on his back. Puff. The hunchbacked old man didn't even manage a scream. He was as limp as a tattered sack. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist in mid-air. One punch, instantly killing someone of the same realm. Third brother. The remaining two were terrified, their eyes wide with horror. Split up and run, the goatee-bearded man roared. It darted to the left. Can you escape? Chen Fan stomped his foot and shot towards the woman in tang suit on his right like a cannonball. The woman screamed and waved her hands. Countless wind blades slashed at Chen Fan like a torrential rain. Too slow. Chen Fan neither dodged nor avoided the wind blades that were sharp enough to cut through gold and jade as they struck him. It made a clanging metallic sound, but left only a few shallow white marks. He stretched out a large hand, ignoring all the attacks. He grabbed the woman's skull. In your next life, remember not to mess with a man who lives off a woman. Chapter 37 Battle-damaged puppy, the queen's hormones explode. Click. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the body into the nearby bushes like trash. Now, all that's left is that goatee. The man with the goatee had already run several hundred meters when he heard the commotion behind him. Looking back, he saw Chen Fan's golden eyes staring intently at him in the night. In that instant, he felt as if he were being stared at from the abyss. No. Don't kill me. I'm from the Wang family. Kill me and you will be hunted down endlessly, the goatee roared hysterically as he ran. The Wang family? Chen Fan's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking his way. Perfect timing, that's exactly what I was looking for, someone to pass on a message. The man with the goatee stopped in despair and swung his sword to stab. This is a desperate struggle. Chen Fan extended two fingers and gently pinched them together. Bite. That long sword, imbued with the full power of a strong individual's true energy, was actually snapped in two by him with just two fingers. You. Before the man with the goatee could finish speaking, Chen Fan slapped him across the face. Smack. The slap wasn't delivered with full force, but it still knocked out half of the goatee's teeth. He spun around 3 times on the spot and then knelt down in the mud with a thud. Chen Fan squatted down and rummaged around in the goatee's arms for a while. He pulled out a waterproof communicator. An unread message is currently displayed above. Has the matter been resolved? Zhao Gang. Chen Fan grinned and quickly replied with a message. Then he shoved the communicator, along with the goatee's head, into the mud. The rain finally stopped completely, and the dark clouds dispersed. A pale, cold waning moon was revealed. Chen Fan stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the communicator in his hand that had been crushed and deformed. The last message sent on the screen has been read. It's all taken care of. I'm your father. Call. Chen Fan exhaled a long breath, and the golden true energy within his body gradually calmed down. That overwhelming sense of power gradually subsided. But his current appearance is truly appalling. His upper body was naked, and his pants were torn to shreds, resembling a beggar's outfit. It was covered in mud and blood. Most of it belonged to other people, but it was also mixed with the blood clots he had vomited before. His hair looked like a bird's nest, and his face was covered in patches of black and gray. Tonesy, this is what I look like now. Won't going back scare President Shin to death? Host is overthinking it. According to system analysis, the bound object, Shinshinga, is currently in a state of excessive energy and an urgent need to release it. Your battle-worn appearance will only greatly stimulate her hormone levels. Your system has been illegitimate for quite some time now. Chen Fan sighed and put the communicator in his pocket. From the system space, oh right, the 3 old guys I just killed. The system also conveniently rewarded me with a 10 cubic meter personal space. I took out a spare t-shirt and put it on, but it couldn't hide my disheveled appearance at all. He ignored Lu Xiao. That kid was very clever. They must have already run off with the goods. The most important task now is to go back and report. By the way, I need to soothe my queen at home who just got high on drugs. In the center of Jiangzhou City, Shinshinga's upscale apartment. It was already 3 a.m., but the lights on the top floor of the building were still on. Shinshinga stood barefoot in front of the French windows, wearing a wine-red silk nightgown. Her once smooth, long hair was now disheveled and draped over her shoulders, and her stunningly beautiful face was flushed with an unnatural redness. My breathing is rapid and hot. The true energy within her body was still surging, and her newly broken through realm was extremely unstable. An immense power surged through her limbs and bones, giving her an urge to destroy everything. That bastard, why isn't he back yet? She bit her lip, her nails digging deep into her palms. She called Chen Fan more than a dozen times, but none of the calls went through. If you dare to run away, I'll break your legs. Just then, the apartment's fingerprint lock beeped softly. The door opened. Shinshinga turned around abruptly, her beautiful eyes, which had been cold before, now filled with tears. At this moment, 2 dark blue flames were burning, a sign of true energy overflowing. You still know to go back. She swallowed the word come back before she could even say it. At the doorway, Chen Fan leaned against the wall. Like a zombie that just crawled out of a meat grinder. He was soaking wet, and his clothes were covered in dark red bloodstains. The t-shirt was tattered, revealing the arms and chest. Several shocking bruises and scratches still remain, although they have mostly healed. But it still looks scary. I'm back. Chen Fan forced a smile, trying to make himself look more relaxed. But that face paired with that smile just looks awful. Shinshinga stared intently at him, her fiery eyes trembling violently. The frenzy that had arisen from the breakthrough in cultivation level vanished miraculously in that instant. Instead, a suffocating chill filled the air. That chill was 100 times more terrifying than the 3 assassins Chen Fan encountered in the woods. Who did this? Her voice was very soft as a lover's whisper. But every word felt like a shard of ice squeezed out from between his teeth. Chen Fan was just about to make up an excuse, such as I tripped and fell or I was fighting with wild dogs for food. But when he met Shinshinga's eyes, he knew. This woman is not in the mood for jokes right now. I've run into some trouble. Chen Fan walked in and closed the door behind him. Place that deformed communicator on the cabinet in the entryway. The Zhao family hired a few old guys from the capital to intercept your goods. And take my life while you're at it. The capital? The Wang family? Shinshinga didn't even glance at the communicator. Her gaze remained fixed on Chen Fan's wounds. She walked over step by step, each step she took. The high-end tiles underfoot made a cracking sound. I'm asking you, who beat you up like this? She walked up to Chen Fan and extended her hand. Her fingertips trembled as she touched a bloodstain on his chest. I've taken care of everything. Chen Fan grabbed her hand, his palm burning hot. The 3 experts are buried in the mountains as fertilizer. The goods are fine, Lu Xiao took them back. I don't care about the goods. Shinshinga suddenly went berserk and grabbed Chen Fan by the collar. He was slammed against the wall. Bang! The wall shook, and the paintings fell down. Her stunningly beautiful face was right in front of me, her eyes filled with madness and violence. I'm asking you, which hand hit you? How dare they touch my things? You're my dog. No one but me can lay a finger on you. No one will let you shed a single drop of blood. How dare they? Ding! Detected a surge in the darkening value of the bound object, Shinshinga. Her current mental state: anyone who touches my beloved toy, I'll wipe out their entire family. Congratulations, host. Your status in her heart has been upgraded from a useful body pillow to an untouchable taboo. Reward: due to Shinshinga's extremely volatile emotions, the host gains an additional 500 bond points. And unlocks a new title, the Queen's Achilles heel. Looking at the somewhat hysterical woman in front of him, Chen Fan suddenly felt a surge of emotion. It's kind of funny. This woman is clearly concerned about him. But they had to say it in such a domineering and unpleasant way. Alright, don't be angry. Getting angry can cause wrinkles. Chen Fan sighed helplessly and wrapped his arms around her waist. He buried his head in the hollow of her fragrant neck. Look at me, I'm back safe and sound, not a single part is missing. Chapter 38: The Mad Beauty. Locking you up will make you safe. Shinshinga did not calm down despite Chen Fan's comforting words. Instead, she tightened her grip on Chen Fan's arm. His fingernails were almost digging into his flesh. Go home. She only said those two words, her voice terribly hoarse. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan was like a fragile porcelain doll. She was forced onto the large bed in the bedroom. Shinshinga didn't even let him walk on his own, she carried him all the way in. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he watched Shinshinga rummaging through drawers looking for a first aid kit. Mr. Shin, actually I'm really fine. This is just a minor injury, I can wipe it off with my saliva. There's really no need for such a big fuss. Shut up. Shinshinga walked over carrying a medicine box and roughly tore open the tattered t-shirt he was wearing. When I saw the bruises on his chest, which had scabbed over but were still quite menacing. Her hand trembled violently. The Zhao family, the Wang family. She disinfected his wound with alcohol using a cotton swab while murmuring the two names. The tone didn't sound like someone seeking revenge, it sounded more like someone chewing on the bones of these people. Ouch, Mr. Shin, be gentle, be gentle. This is made of flesh and blood, not rubber. When the alcohol touched the wound, Chen Fan winced in pain. Shinshinga paused, then looked up. Chen Fan was stunned. The queen, who once dominated Jiangzhou with her decisive and ruthless actions, now had tears welling up in her eyes. A tear slid down his cheek without warning and landed heavily on the back of his hand. It was incredibly hot. Well. Chen Fan's prepared witty remarks instantly got stuck in his throat. He had seen Shinshinga kill people, and he had seen her go insane. I've even seen her in all sorts of indescribable ways in bed, but I've never seen her cry. Why are you crying? I'm the one who got hit, and I'm the one who's in pain. Why do you act like you've been bullied? Chen Fan sighed and subconsciously reached out his hand. He gently wiped away the tear stains on her cheeks with his rough fingertips. Stop crying, you look awful. If your company's employees saw this, they would think I did something to you. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, Shinshinga felt as if she had been electrocuted. She suddenly grabbed his wrist. She was incredibly strong, and her eyes were fixed intently on Chen Fan. There was no gratitude in those eyes, only a chilling obsession. It's too dangerous outside. She murmured to herself, her voice so soft it sounded like she was talking in her sleep. As soon as you go out, someone will want to kill you. There will be people who want to take you away from me, like the Zhao family. That Su Chanxian was the same way. This world is so unkind to you. Chen Fan, ? Chen Fan, I've come up with a brilliant idea. Shinshinga suddenly laughed, and her smile was extremely beautiful. But it reveals a morbid madness. Once you're locked up, you're not allowed to go anywhere. You'll be safe then, yes, only then will you be safe. Mr. Shin, let's talk this out. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. Click. A crisp metallic snap interrupted Chen Fan's legal education session. Chen Fan lowered his head and looked at the thing that connected his right wrist to the headboard railing. It wasn't one of those cute pink plush toys, but something completely black. Specially made shackles with a cold, metallic sheen. There was even a faint aura of runes flowing across it. Holy crap! The dragon lock. Shinshinga, are you crazy? Use this thing to lock me up. This is meant to lock up master-level serious criminals. Chen Fan was shocked. This woman is serious. Shinshinga ignored his protest and bent down. The cold fingers tapped his lower abdomen, specifically the dantian area, several times. A powerful surge of true energy instantly rushed into Chen Fan's body, though it could not shake the vast, sea-like golden sea of energy. However, on the surface, Chen Fan's aura instantly weakened. He became an ordinary person with no cultivation. Of course, this was the result of Chen Fan cooperating with the acting. Otherwise, with Xinxinga's meager true energy, she would have been devoured by the ancient sacred body without leaving a trace. Your cultivation has been sealed, so you can't escape now. Xinxinga stroked Chen Fan's cheek with satisfaction, her eyes filled with adoration. Stay here quietly and wait for me to come back. If you're hungry, there's water and food by your bedside. If you're sleepy, you can go to sleep. No one but me will see you. Xinxinga, this is illegal detention. I'm calling the police. I need to find the Women's Federation. No, I need to find a human rights organization. Chen Fan struggled, making the handcuffs rattle loudly. Xinxinga ignored him. She stood up and took off her burgundy nightgown. In front of Chen Fan, he changed into a black, tight-fitting combat suit. Her long hair was tied up high, and she pulled a long black box out from under the bed. He took out 2 modified tactical short knives and tucked them into the outside of his thighs. At this moment, she was no longer the languid noblewoman. Rather, it is a deadly weapon unsheathed. Chen Fan, get a good night's sleep. She walked to the bedside and placed a bloody kiss on his forehead. The door was slammed shut, followed by the sound of it being locked from the inside. Chen Fan lay on the bed in a spread eagle position, shaking the shackles on his hands. He stared at the ceiling with a look of utter despair. Tonzi, come out and let's talk. This is the deep bond you mentioned. I feel like this is going to turn me into a caged canary. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden achievement, the Queen's Forbidden Love, carat oh carat. This shows that Xinxinga's love for you has broken through the defenses of reason and entered the supreme realm of no madness, no life. This is the ultimate treatment that countless gigolos dream of. Food, lodging, and safety all included, plus no hard work required. You should be secretly happy. Screw you, I want to be a kept man, not a prisoner. Chen Fan tried circulating his qi, and the runes on the dragon locking buckle immediately lit up. A sharp pain was felt. Tisk, there's actually some skill involved. However, if I really want to leave, this thing is no different from noodles. Host, we advise you not to act rashly. According to system calculations, Xinxinga's current corruption level is as high as 99%. If you escape now, and she returns to find you gone, she will most likely destroy Jiangzhou. And incidentally, we'll make you a specimen for permanent preservation. For the sake of world peace, please sacrifice your looks. You win. This night was destined to be a nightmare for the Jiangzhou underworld. Chen Fan lay on his $1 million custom-made mattress, listlessly counting the crystals in the ceiling chandelier. Although she was locked up, he was not worried about Xinxinga's safety. That crazy woman just ate 3 top-grade breakthrough pills and is currently in a berserk state due to excess energy. In addition, he has reached the 5th level of the Lesser Grandmaster realm. Let alone the Zhao family, even if you drag those old fogies from the Wang family in the capital over. She'd probably tear off a piece of flesh from him too. However, just waiting like this isn't a good idea. With a thought, Chen Fan opened the system panel. Commander, settle the rewards for that battle. Don't think I've forgotten. When that woman in the Tang suit died, it seemed like you swallowed a strange energy. Ding. Host, you have excellent eyesight. No wonder you're an expert at living off women. Always so sensitive to interests. The settlement report is as follows: 3 experts in the manifestation stage were killed, and a large amount of experience points were obtained automatically stored in the experience pool, to be retrieved after the host is unsealed. Loot obtained: Wind and Thunder Fan, damaged, Iron Walnut. These walnuts have been played with for 60 years and have developed a thick patina. It is recommended that the host keep them and play with them in the future. And a special reward, Concealing Breath Technique Advanced Version. Concealing Breath Technique? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, this skill allows the host to perfectly conceal their cultivation level. Even if a powerful figure at the celestial realm stood before you, as long as the host doesn't make a move. In his eyes, you're just an ordinary college student with kidney deficiency. This is perfect for your elaborate scheme of feigning weakness to outreach your opponent. It's like adding wings to a tiger. That's good, so I won't always be targeted as an expert when I go out. Chapter 39, A Ruthless Killer Returns as a Sweet Wife. While Chen Fan was researching new skills, the night sky over Jiangzhou was far from peaceful. Zhao Family Villa District. The once brightly lit mansion is now plunged into a deathly silence and darkness. Only the occasional screams piercing the night sky proved what was happening here. Zhao Gang hid in the secret room, watching the bodyguards fall one by one on the monitor screen. He was shivering all over, and his pants were soaked. On the screen, a black phantom appeared like a reaper of death. Wherever they went, they killed ordinary thugs. Even the retainers he had hired at great expense were all killed with a single stab to the throat. No nonsense, no pauses. That woman was like a demon who had crawled out of hell. With each kill, the red light in his eyes intensifies. Shen Qingge. You crazy woman. Are you really going to kill us all? Zhao Gang roared hysterically into the microphone. The prince will not let you get away with this. The capital will not let you get away with this. Boom. His response was a loud bang. The heavy alloy door of the secret room was actually kicked and deformed from the outside. Then it flew in like a piece of paper and slammed Zhao Gang against the wall. It can't be buttoned off. Amidst the swirling dust, Shen Qingge held a short knife that was still dripping blood. I walked in, stepping over the mess on the floor. Her black combat uniform was soaked in blood, and her face was splattered with drops of blood of unknown origin. It looked exceptionally alluring on that pale, exquisitely beautiful face. Your Highness? Shen Qingge walked up to Zhao Gang and used the tip of her knife to lift his chin. Tell that old bastard, if he dares to reach out again. I chopped off his claws. As for you. She suddenly plunged the knife in her hand downwards. Those who mess with me, this is what will happen to them. 4 o'clock in the morning. The apartment door lock turned again. Chen Fan was already half asleep when he heard the noise and immediately opened his eyes. The door opened, and a strong smell of blood mixed with the cold wind rushed in. Shen Qingge stood at the door, not coming in immediately. She stood in the entryway for a long time, as if confirming something. It was as if he was calming the terrifying murderous aura emanating from his body. Mr. Shen? Is it all done? Chen Fan called out tentatively. Shen Qingge froze for a moment, then quickly walked in. She didn't even change her clothes or take off her shoes. She pounced onto the bed and snuggled into Chen Fan's arms. It was cold, damp, and smelled of rust. This is how Chen Fan feels right now. But Shen Qingge was trembling. The ruthless female demon who had just killed was gone, replaced by a little girl who was extremely insecure. It's gone, it's all been cleaned up. She buried her face in Chen Fan's neck, her voice muffled. It carried a hint of morbid satisfaction. The Zhao family is gone, and so are those assassins. No one will dare to mess with you anymore. You are mine, and only mine. Chen Fan looked at the woman in his arms, covered in blood, and felt a mix of emotions. A normal man would probably have wet himself by now, but Chen Fan thought otherwise. This woman is kind of adorably silly. Fine, I'm yours, you can't escape me. Look, the lock is still on, isn't it? Helplessly, Chen Fan patted her back with his hand that was handcuffed. Go take a shower first, you smell terrible. Anyone who didn't know better would think you went to the slaughterhouse to buy supplies. Shen Qingge raised her head, her eyes, which had been filled with murderous intent, now sparkling. Let's wash together. Mr. Shen, I am now disabled. Your hands are cuffed, isn't that inconvenient? You don't need to do anything. Shen Qingge reached out to unbuckle his belt. I'll help you wash it and check it out while I'm at it. Are any parts missing? Ding. Detection indicates the host is about to face strenuous physical labor. For the host's safety, the system is gifting you energy potion large bottle. Host, please persevere. This is the price of both pain and pleasure. Tonzi, thank you so much, your whole family. The next day at noon, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and onto the messy bed. When Chen Fan woke up, he felt as if his waist was broken. Last night, that crazy woman Shen Qingge was simply venting her frustrations. Both my emotions and physical strength are severely depleted. The bed beside him was empty, only the black dragon lock remained faithfully hanging on his wrist. However, the other end had been untied and was now hanging by the bedside. There was a note on the bedside table. The handwriting was delicate yet sharp. I have to go to the company to handle some follow-up matters. The porridge is in the pot. Don't go out. If you dare to run away, I'll break your legs, your loving Qingge. What a tyrant. Chen Fan rubbed his wrist and sat up, looking at the note with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Although he was freed from his restraints, Chen Fan did not rush to run away. Firstly, the Zhao family has just fallen from power, and the outside world must be in complete chaos. Going out now would easily cause trouble. Secondly, this woman is living a good life off him, why would he want to run away? Just as Chen Fan, wearing shorts and humming a tune, was serving porridge in the kitchen. The doorbell rang suddenly. Ding dong, ding dong. The press was very urgent, giving off a hostile vibe. Who is it? Has Mr. Shen forgotten his keys? Chen Fan, with a spoon in his mouth and slippers slapped on, went to open the door. When the door opened, there was no warm and cozy scene. A middle-aged woman dressed in a Chanel haute couture suit stood at the door. She is very well maintained and looks to be only in her early 30s. Her eyebrows and eyes were practically identical to Lin Xiaoxiao's, except she lacked that innocent charm. It added a touch of harshness and arrogance. Two bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses followed behind him. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and the porridge in the spoon almost dripped onto his feet. Who are you? The middle-aged woman looked Chen Fan up and down, her gaze lingering on his floral shorts and bare upper body for 2 seconds. The disdain in his eyes was undisguised. You're Chen Fan? It's me, Auntie, you've come to the wrong house. Are you here to sell insurance? If so, forget it. I'm tough, I don't need it. Chen Fan leaned against the doorframe, looking rather unsteady. Presumptuous. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly and pushed Chen Fan aside as she walked in. The high heels clicked loudly on the floor. I am Lin Xiaoxiao's mother, Lin Yu. Of course you, a piece of scum who lives at the bottom of society, wouldn't recognize me. Lin Xiaoxiao's mother? Chen Fan suddenly realized. No wonder they look so alike, turns out she's that legendary, extremely controlling mother-in-law. Ugh. It's Aunt Lin. Oh, it's Aunt Lin. What a rare guest. Xiaoxiao isn't here, she's at school. Chen Fan wasn't angry, he just smiled and closed the door. Why don't you sit down for a while? Let me pour you a glass of water. We just ran out of tea at home. Lin Yu glanced at the sofa with disdain and did not sit down. Instead, he took a check out of his limited edition Hermes bag and held it between 2 fingers. His movements were elegant yet arrogant. I don't have time to waste my breath on someone like you. I know you've been causing quite a stir at school lately. You even lied to Xiaoxiao and fooled around with her, for a poor student like you. The only reason I approached Xiaoxiao was for money. Here is 5 million. She loosened her grip, and the check floated lightly onto the coffee table. Take the money and leave Xiaoxiao. Get out of Zhangzhou and never show your face in front of her again. And you absolutely mustn't let her get involved in your messy affairs. Is the plot really that cliché? Chen Fan looked at the check and was overjoyed. These days, there are still these kinds of dramas where wealthy families try to force someone out of their family? Chapter 40 Lin Xiaoxiao returns, unearthing a scene of chaos. 5 million. Are you insulting my kidneys or my face? The checks lay quietly on the coffee table, covered with many zeros. But it wasn't enough to make Chen Fan's heart race. Chen Fan was not angry or greedy as Lin Yu had expected, he simply picked up the piece of paper with 2 fingers. He held the mirror up to the sunlight, his posture as casual as if he were looking at a supermarket discount flyer. Aunt Lin, you're too kind. Chen Fan casually put the check back down and picked up the glass of cold water on the table to take a sip. However, inflation is rampant these days, and 5 million is barely enough to buy a decent villa in Zhangzhou. It has to be a bare-bones house. You're using this to test your cadres. Isn't that a bit hasty? Not enough. Lin Yu frowned, her disgust deepening. She never expected that this kid, who lived in such a cheap apartment and wore floral shorts, would have such a big appetite. It's not about the money. Chen Fan sighed, his face full of sincerity. Mainly because I'm a very sentimental person, especially when it comes to my relationship with Xiaoxiao. That's been done. He paused, the image of how he had tricked Lin Xiaoxiao into doing all that in the grove that night in order to get system rewards flashing through his mind. Having withstood the test of life and death, it is a pure revolutionary friendship. Using money to measure this is a bit vulgar. Chen Fan, don't play dumb with me. Lin Yu sneered, her well-maintained fingers tapping lightly on her knee, producing an irritating sound. I know you're quite capable. I heard that you crippled Zhao Feng, and last night the Zhao family villa area was even razed to the ground. Although the authorities have blocked the news, saying it was a gas explosion, I know that. Your shadow is behind this, or rather, the shadow of the woman behind you. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. This wealthy socialite is quite well informed. But don't think that just because you have Shinchinga backing you up, you can do whatever you want. Lin Yu leaned forward, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Xinxinga is a madwoman. She has made countless enemies in Zhengzhou. The Zhao family is just the beginning. The princes of the capital, as well as those hidden forces, are all watching her. If you stay by her side, you'll only become cannon fodder. It's fine if you're courting death, but if you drag Xiaoxiao into it, if she gets implicated, the Lin family will definitely not let you off the hook. Cannon fodder. Chen Fan stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Auntie, is there any possibility? I was actually the one in charge of starting the fire. You. A gigolo who lives off a woman. Lin Yu scoffed, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chen Fan, recognize your place. The reason you're still alive and talking to me is because Xinxinga hasn't gotten tired of you yet. When she gets tired of you, you'll be nothing more than fish on the chopping block for those big shots. She took out a slender women's cigarette from her bag again, and the bodyguard next to her immediately stepped forward to light it. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened like a knife. Besides, do you think I don't know about your dirty secret with Xinxinga? You were both deceiving the innocent Xiaoxiao and trying your best to please Xinxinga in bed. If Xiaoxiao knew about the brother Chen Fan she longed for. Actually, she's a gigolo who rose to fame by selling her body. Guess what she's thinking? Chen Fan's smile faded slightly. Tonzi, this old lady has a really sharp tongue. I almost wanted to hit her with a slipper. Host, stay calm. This is your future mother-in-law fake. You can't hit her, but she's wrong about one thing. You're not a gigolo, you're a top-tier, highly skilled individual who thrives on being a kept man. It is suggested that the host retaliate and show her what the sharp tongue of a corporate slave is like. Chen Fan put down the water glass, and the glass made a crisp sound as it hit the table. Aunt Lin, I don't like what you're saying. Chen Fan dropped his nonchalant demeanor and looked directly at Lin Yu. Surprisingly, this made the long-time noblewoman feel a chill. First of all, my relationship with Mr. Shen is a proper doctor-patient relationship. Occasionally working part-time as a private bodyguard and psychological counselor is considered legal income. Secondly, you keep saying it's for Xiaoxiao's good. Then I'd like to ask about that so-called marriage alliance in the capital. You call this maternal love? You married Xiaoxiao off to an old man who was supposedly almost 60 and half buried in the ground, in exchange for the Lin family's business interests. Lin Yu's hand, holding the cigarette, trembled violently, and a spark fell onto her expensive dress, burning a small hole. Her face turned deathly pale instantly, followed by a flush of embarrassment and anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Who told you that? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. What's wrong? Did someone hit a nerve? You yourself were a victim of a business marriage back then, and now you want your daughter to follow in your footsteps. You've been caught in the rain, so you're going to tear other people's umbrellas too. Shut up. You ill-mannered thing. Lin Yu completely lost her temper and stood up abruptly. He grabbed the glass of water that Chen Fan hadn't finished drinking from the table and splashed it hard at him. Splash. Chen Fan did not dodge. Cold water was splashed all over his face, dripping down his hair and onto his bare chest. It flowed over those wounds that hadn't completely healed. You dare to lecture me? Lin Yu's chest heaved with anger as she pointed at Chen Fan's nose and cursed. What do you know? The Lin family's foundation and the family's glory. That requires sacrifice. Xiaoxiao was born into the Lin family. This is her fate, as long as I'm still alive. You can forget about touching her in the slightest. Chen Fan wiped the water off his face and licked the coolness from the corner of his mouth. Life. Chen Fan laughed, but it was a cold laugh. Auntie, I don't believe in fate. I only believe in this. He raised his fist, though it was still partially shackled. Yet, the restrained explosive power within it was undeniable. Ding, the system has detected that the host has been verbally abused and physically humiliated by being splashed with water. Triggering the counterattack mission, an eye for an eye. No, that's too basic. Mission objective, to completely shatter the opponent's sense of superiority with verbal sparring. Reward, 1 truth sticker. Whoever is stuck with it will uncontrollably speak their true feelings for 5 minutes. Chen Fan looked at the system panel, a playful smile curving his lips. A truth-telling post. This is a good thing. Aunt Lin, you just said I was a duck. Chen Fan slowly stood up and approached Lin Yu step by step. And what about you? Selling one's daughter for the sake of the family's interests, this behavior seems even worse than that of a madam. You bodyguard. Beat his mouth up. Lin Yu screamed. Just as the two bodyguards in black were about to make their move, the door lock suddenly turned again. Click. The door opened. A figure wearing a white dress and carrying a backpack appeared at the door. She was carrying a bag of Chen Fan's favorite steamed buns, and her face was originally beaming with a smile. They froze upon seeing the scene inside the house. Chapter 41. Why are you crying? From now on, I'm your home. A chaotic scene? No, this is the setting of a large-scale family drama. The girl at the door stood there, stunned. The morning sunlight streamed in from behind her, gilding her silhouette with a golden edge. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Fan, who was soaking wet, wearing only floral shorts and half handcuffed. She then looked at her mother, whose face was full of anger and who was pointing her finger at Chen Fan and cursing. Finally, his gaze fell on the two bodyguards who were rubbing their hands together, ready to make their move. The breakfast bag in my hand fell to the ground with a thud, and the steaming hot Xiaolongbao soup dumplings rolled out, emitting heat. Mom? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. What are you doing? When Lin Yu saw her daughter, a fleeting look of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly reverted to her aloof and authoritative motherly demeanor. She straightened her skirt and said coldly, Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? This is not a place for you. It's dirty. Come back with me. I'm asking you, what are you going to do to brother Chen Fan? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't move, but instead took a step forward, raising her voice by 8 octaves. She's usually like a soft, sticky rice ball, and she never speaks loudly. But at this moment, the little white rabbit's eyes turned red, revealing its still developing fangs. I'm helping you clean up the trash. Lin Yu pointed at Chen Fan, her tone leaving no room for argument. This man is a liar and a scoundrel. He's only after your money. Look at his behavior, so shady, and he's still having an ambiguous relationship with that Xingxinga. How could someone as worthless as you be worthy of me? Mom! How could you say that about him? Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over, spreading her arms to block Chen Fan, like a little hen protecting her food. Brother Chen Fan isn't that kind of person. He was injured while saving me. He's the best person in the world to me. Looking at the petite figure blocking his way, Chen Fan felt a pang in the softest part of his heart. Silly girl, aren't you afraid those two big guys will punch you away? Chen Fan sighed inwardly and gently tugged at her ponytail. Hey, Lin Xiaoxiao, move aside. You're blocking my view of the show. I won't allow it. Lin Xiaoxiao stubbornly turned around, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Chen Fan, don't be afraid, I'm here. No one can bully you. Even if it's my mom, it's not allowed. Ding. Detected Lin Xiaoxiao's intense protectiveness of her husband has exceeded the emotional threshold. Bond level increased. Current affection level, 95 unwavering until death. Host, this gigolo is getting way too tough. The girl's already gone to such lengths, aren't you going to do something about it? If I keep watching this show, I'll get razor blades from readers. Chen Fan curled his lip. Who's watching the show? I'm looking for a starting point. He reached out and put his arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, pulling her behind him with a little force. All right, go hide in the back. When men are speaking, children shouldn't interrupt. Chen Fan's tone was relaxed, but his actions were domineering. He was shirtless, and water droplets were still dripping down his body. His disheveled appearance, with water splashed all over his face, did not make him look sleazy. On the contrary, his straight back and those frighteningly cold eyes exuded a wild and oppressive aura. Aunt Lin. Chen Fan looked at Lin Yu with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. I didn't want to say anything too harsh in front of the children. But since you insist on tearing things apart, let's have a proper chat. He pointed to the checks on the ground. Take this 5 million and buy some good skincare products. After all, I'm getting older, and if I'm too hot-tempered, I'm more prone to developing age spots. You. Lin Yu was furious. Besides. Chen Fan took a step forward, and the two bodyguards instinctively tried to stop him, but a glare from Chen Fan made them feel uneasy. That was the look in someone's eyes who had truly seen blood and killed people. They are completely different from bodyguards who only work out in the gym. Xiaoxiao is an independent person, not your private property. She's not a bargaining chip for you to exchange for benefits. You want to sell her to that old man in the capital who's about to go to his coffin. Did you ask for her opinion? Lin Yu's expression changed drastically, and she vehemently denied it. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm doing this for your own good. The Wang family has immense power in the capital. If you marry into their family, you will be a young mistress. Endless riches and glory. I'm your mother, would I ever harm you? If it's so good, why don't you marry him yourself? Chen Fan suddenly interjected. Anyway, old Master Wang is just looking for something new, and you still have your charm. Maybe they'll like it even more. Puff. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh so hard that she almost burst out laughing, but then sadness overwhelmed her and tears streamed down her face. Lin Yu was so angry at those words that she trembled all over, and her finger pointing at Chen Fan was twitching. They've rebelled, they've rebelled. Beat them. Kill this little beast. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. The two bodyguards could no longer hold back and pounced on Chen Fan from the left and right. Careful! Lin Xiaoxiao screamed. Chen Fan stood still, without even raising his hand. Just as the fist was about to smash into his face, the dragon lock on his wrist suddenly emitted a faint black light. Ding! Host under attack detected, triggering cheat, Shinshinga's remote protection. That was the mental imprint Shinshinga left in the handcuffs. Any malicious attack on the host will be considered an infringement on the Queen's private property and will be met with tenfold repercussions. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds. Before the two bodyguards even touched Chen Fan, it was as if they had run into an invisible high-voltage electric wall. He flew backward at an even faster speed than he had come, crashing heavily onto the shoe cabinet in the entryway. It foamed at the mouth, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. Lin Yu stared wide-eyed at the bodyguard who had collapsed to the ground. She glanced at Chen Fan, who seemed completely unaffected, as if she had seen a ghost. This. Witchcraft. Chen Fan raised his wrist, shook the black shackles, and looked completely innocent. Aunt Lin, I've already told you. I have a proper job. This is a talisman that President Shen personally gave me. Ordinary people shouldn't touch it. Your two bodyguards aren't in very good physical condition. Shouldn't they get some treatment? He turned his head and looked at Lin Yu, who was already stunned, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Take your people and your money. Get out, and don't let me see you in front of Xiaoxiao again. Otherwise, you might be the one flying out next. Looking into Chen Fan's emotionless eyes, Lin Yu finally felt genuine fear. This young man is definitely not an ordinary hoodlum. She gritted her teeth and glared venomously at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was still crying. Well, Lin Xiaoxiao, since you insist on associating with this scoundrel, from today onwards, you are no longer my daughter, Lin Yu. All of the Lin family's resources will be cut off. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. After saying that, she picked up the check from the ground, awkwardly stepped over the bodyguard on the ground, and fled the apartment as if she were escaping. The door was slammed shut. Only Chen Fan and Lin Xiaoxiao remained in the room, along with a mess of steamed buns. Brother Chen Fan. Lin Xiaoxiao cried so hard she could barely breathe, her shoulders trembling. Do I no longer have a home? Chen Fan sighed, walked over and hugged her, not caring that her tears and snot were smeared on him. Fool, the kind of family that sells their daughter like a commodity. It's better not to have it. He gently patted her back, about to say a few more flirtatious words to comfort her. Suddenly, I felt the girl in my arms was getting a rapid rise in body temperature. It wasn't just the kind of heat you get when you have a fever, but a scalding heat that felt like it was going to melt you. Chapter 42: Rescuing a Beauty in the Bathroom, almost leading to an accidental spark. Xiaoxiao. Chen Fan looked down and was startled. Lin Xiaoxiao's skin was turning red at a visible speed, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from her body. The surrounding air instantly became unbearably hot, and even the water stains on the floor were sizzling and evaporating into white mist. Warning! Warning! Due to intense emotional stimulation, Lin Xiaoxiao's 9 heavens profounding body has mutated. The yin gives rise to yang. The ancient spiritual root within her is spiraling out of control. If she isn't guided in time, she will spontaneously combust and die. Holy crap! They're going all in? Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was already smoking in his arms. Master, what do we do? Should we call an ambulance or a fire truck? It's too late. This is a case of demonic possession in the cultivation world. We must use external help to guide her. But host, your cultivation level is currently sealed by Shinshinga. You can't mobilize your true energy at all. Then what should we do? Watching her turn into a roast suckling pig? There's another way. The The system's voice suddenly turned lewd. Although your true energy has been sealed, your ancient sacred body is still functioning. Just through some kind of physical contact, let your bodily fluids, cough cough. Let your aura enter her body, and use the domineering attributes of the sacred body to forcefully suppress her. Physical contact? Bodily fluids? Chen Fan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in his arms, who was in a daze, crying out hot and constantly tearing at her clothes. She glanced again at the shackles Xinxinga had left on her wrist. Master, you're pushing me into a fire pit. If Xinxinga comes back and sees this, even if I had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for her to kill me. Host, which is more important, your life or your chastity? Besides, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. This is for justice. Justice my ass. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, picked up the burning hot Lin Xiaoxiao, and rushed into the bathroom. Turn the shower head up to the maximum and pour the icy water over your head. Little one. Wake up. Look at me. Brother Chen Fan. I'm so hot. Am I going to die? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him dazedly. Her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, clinging to him like an octopus, seeking a bit of coolness. You won't die. With me here, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take you. Chen Fan steeled his heart and lowered his head to kiss those 2 burning lips. The cold water mixed with the rapidly rising steam in the bathroom, making the small space feel foggy and misty. Chen Fan felt as if he were holding a red-hot iron the moment his lips touched it. A violent, scorching heat rushed from his mouth straight to the top of his head. If it weren't for his tough, ancient holy body, his tongue would probably have been scalded to death. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a sob that was both painful and relieved. With Chen Fan's guidance, the rampant mutated spiritual power within her finally found an outlet. It surged towards Chen Fan like a flood bursting its banks. Suck! Suck it for me! Chen Fan roared inwardly, activating the devouring instinct of the ancient sacred body at full speed. Although his dantian was sealed by Xinxinga, he was unable to use his true energy to fight back. But the ancient sacred body itself is a huge container. This pure yang fire, powerful enough to incinerate ordinary people, entered Chen Fan's body. Instead, it stimulated his blood in qi to boil, and even his sealed dantian began to loosen. Ding! High-quality mutated fire elemental energy detected. The ancient holy body is very satisfied. The buffet was delicious. Conversion successful. Host's physical strength plus 10. Fire resistance plus 20. Warning, although you're absorbing fire, Lin Xiaoxiao's clothes are almost soaked through. The visual impact is too great. Please calm your mind. Don't think about anything unpleasant right now. Shut up. I'm saving people. Chen Fan cursed inwardly, but he couldn't be blamed for it. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's white dress was soaked through and clung tightly to her body. It outlines the youthful yet beautiful curves of a young girl. I never expected this girl to be so talented. It leaves no detail untouched where it should be. Add to that her dreamy eyes and flushed skin. And there were also a pair of beautiful legs wrapped around his waist. This is an extreme test for a normal man. Hot, still hot. Lin Xiaoxiao unconsciously twisted her body, instinctively wanting more. Grandma, if you keep sucking me, I'm going to dry out. Chen Fan felt like he was turning into a human-shaped water pump. Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stiffened. A golden phoenix totem faintly appeared on the skin on his back. The totem was not static, but was slowly moving. Each movement brought even more intense heat. Oh no! That's a sign of the phoenix's rebirth. Host, simply absorbing it won't work. We must engage in dual cultivation. We must undergo a deeper level of soul solace. Quick! Use your divine sense to guide her and help her control the phoenix. Divine sense? I've only just reached the opening mansion realm. Where would I get divine sense from? The feeling evoked by the wind and thunder fan. Or just think of something to calm her down. In a moment of quick thinking, Chen Fan shoved Lin Xiaoxiao away. He cupped her burning cheeks in his hands and shouted loudly. Lin Xiaoxiao. Listen up. Who I am. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes groggily, her gaze unfocused. Brother Chen Fan. Yes, it's me. Now, obey my command. Take a deep breath. Imagine you're eating ice cream. Those supersized liquid nitrogen ice creams that are emitting white smoke. Ice cream. Yes. It's very cold. Very chilly. One bite and you're instantly refreshed. Chen Fan shouted. Using the newly unlocked, concealing breath technique advanced version, in reverse, he simulated an extremely cold aura. Pass it to her through the palm of your hand. This unconventional approach miraculously worked. Lin Xiaoxiao's obsession with ice cream combined with the coolness Chen Fan conveyed to her. It actually calmed the restless golden phoenix down. 10 minutes later. The steam in the bathroom gradually dissipated. Lin Xiaoxiao collapsed into Chen Fan's arms and fell into a deep sleep. The high fever had subsided, leaving only normal body temperature. Her fair skin became translucent again, even more hydrated than before. Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down on the wet floor tiles. It felt more tiring than fighting three masters. What a tragedy. He looked at the disheveled girl in his arms, then at the shackles on his wrists. Suddenly, I felt a strong sense of guilt. What's this? The Empress locked him in the house, but she had barely left when a mistress, no, a suitor, will come knocking on your door. Did they even stage a wet and seductive scene in the bathroom? If Xinxinga knew about this plot, she'd probably really turn him into a specimen. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the mutation within Lin Xiaoxiao's body. Achievement completed, humanoid fire extinguisher. Lin Xiaoxiao's misfortune turned into a blessing, and her 9 heavens profounding body began to awaken. It has also absorbed a trace of phoenix power, elevating its aptitude to monstrous level. A promising future awaits. Reward, in view of the self-control you just displayed, although the system detected that you almost couldn't resist 3 times. Special reward, 1 skill book, God-level massage technique. Amazing massage techniques, not only can they relieve fatigue, but they can also regulate the endocrine system through acupoint stimulation. It can even unblock meridians, making it an essential skill for home and travel, and for winning over wealthy women. Massage technique? Chen Fan's lips twitched. Tongzi, do you think I'll only be able to make a living by serving rich women from now on? Isn't that right? Aren't you enjoying your life as a kept man quite a bit, host? Chen Fan was speechless. He carefully picked up Lin Xiaoxiao and carried her out of the bathroom. I had just put her on the bed in the guest room and covered her with a blanket. I hadn't even had time to change her into dry clothes yet. The electronic lock on the gate suddenly beeped. Deep fingerprint verification successful. Chapter 43 Wet Temptation? A crazy woman wants to protect me. Deep fingerprint verification successful. Chen Fan stood in the center of the living room, soaked to the bone and with his hair in disarray. There were still several red marks on her neck, from when Lin Xiaoxiao was biting her while she was out of her mind. The worst part was that the guest room door was half open, and Lin Xiaoxiao, whom he had just settled in, was lying on the bed. The door opened. Xinxinga walked in carrying a thermal lunchbox. She changed into a business suit, black stockings, and high heels, exuding an aura of immense power. But those eyes, which should have been cold and aloof, now held a hint of pleasure called feeding a pet. But that fleeting pleasure froze the moment he saw Chen Fan. Immediately afterwards, her gaze swept over Chen Fan's wet underwear like radar. The lingering smell of shampoo in the air, and the half-open guest room door. A deathly silence. Chen Fan's Adam's apple bobbed as his brain raced. What to say at this time? Actually, I was helping her unclog the drain? Or is it that she just came to use the toilet and take a nap? Mr. Shin, although it looks like a crime scene, please listen to my excuse. No, let me explain. Chen Fan raised his handcuffed right hand, saying, this is actually a touching story about medical assistance. Xinxinga didn't say anything, but simply placed the lunchbox gently on the entryway cabinet. Click. This soft sound was even more frightening than the sound of the lock being opened earlier. Who? Xinxinga's voice was very soft, but it made Chen Fan feel the surrounding temperature drop to below zero in an instant. Lin Xiaoxiao. Chen Fan answered honestly, she went mad with her cultivation and almost burned herself to death. I just saved her. Xinxinga slowly walked up to Chen Fan and extended her hand. Her fingertips traced the red mark on Chen Fan's neck. Did you manage to save someone up to their neck? Side effects, purely side effects. Chen Fan chuckled dryly, you know, when you're rescuing someone, physical contact is inevitable. Xinxinga narrowed her eyes, about to lash out. A muffled groan suddenly came from the guest room. Immediately afterwards, a blinding white light burst forth from the crack in the guest room door. Boom! The entire apartment building shook 3 times. The white light was not just ordinary brightness, but carried an aura of holiness and majesty. It pierced through the walls and the ceiling, soaring straight into the sky. Chen Fan and Xinxinga's expressions changed simultaneously. This commotion. Chen Fan stared in disbelief. Did this girl eat a nuclear bomb? Ding, the phoenix power within Lin Xiaoxiao's body has been perfectly fused with the nine heavens' profounding body. This is causing extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. This time it's a true, complete awakening. Host, you might not be able to handle this much freeloading. This is practically a Manchu Han imperial feast. Outside the window, the once clear sky suddenly changed color. The white light shot into the clouds, transforming into an ice phoenix with wingspans that blotted out the sky and roared to the heavens. The cry of the phoenix resounded throughout Jiangzhou. This time, it's not just Jiangzhou University, it's not just Jiangzhou City. In the capital city, thousands of miles away, several terrifying auras soared into the sky. On the shore of the East China Sea, an elderly man who was fishing suddenly threw away his fishing rod. In the snowy mountains of the western regions, an old monk who had been in seclusion for 100 years opened his cloudy eyes. Born with a spiritual body, the phoenix has appeared in the world. Inside the apartment, the white light grew stronger and stronger. Chen Fan felt as if he were standing next to the sun. The ancient sacred body began to operate wildly out of control, greedily devouring the overflowing energy. This is Lin Xiaoxiao? Xinxinga looked at the white light, and the killing intent in her eyes faded. Instead, a solemn expression appeared. With this kind of talent, no wonder that bunch of good-for-nothings from the Zhao family are keeping an eye on her. She glanced at Chen Fan, then suddenly reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. A stream of icy true energy flowed into his body, helping him suppress his restless blood and qi. Don't move. Do you want to explode and die? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then felt a strange warmth in his heart. This crazy woman, she's still thinking about protecting him at a time like this. Just then, the space suddenly shattered like a mirror. A deep, resonant voice boomed through the living room. What a promising talent, such a promising talent. I have searched for 100 years and finally found it. From the void rift, an old man wearing a tattered Taoist robe and holding a wine gourd emerged. He ignored the building's security system and Xinxinga's cold gaze. He rushed straight to the guest room. That is... Xinxinga's pupils contracted slightly. Li Daoxian, the dean of Tsinghua Academy in the capital? Chen Fan was stunned. Who is that? The top 3 ruthless figures in the Chinese martial arts world are said to have already reached the realm above the Grandmaster level. Xinxinga stood in front of Chen Fan, saying, "It seems this little girl has really stirred up trouble." As soon as Li Daoxian rushed to the door of the guest room, he was blocked by an invisible barrier. Ha! The old man turned around in surprise, his gaze falling on the shackles on Chen Fan's wrists. The dragon lock? You're that little madman from the Shin family. Wait. The old man twitched his nose and suddenly leaned close to Chen Fan. The old face was almost pressed against Chen Fan's face. Hey kid, why do you smell like this girl all over you? Wait, there's also a ancient aura? Chen Fan leaned back in disgust. Grandpa, although I don't discriminate against the elderly. But could you please be a little more mindful of social distancing? I'm a germaphobe. Li Daoxian ignored his complaints and instead his eyes lit up. That look made Chen Fan's heart tremble. How strange, how strange. One is the awakening of a phoenix, the other is an ancient, useless body with blood and qi like a dragon. This little Jiangzhou. There are actually 2 hidden dragons? At that moment, the door was kicked open again. Lin Yu, who had just slunk away, actually came back. Her hair was disheveled, but her face wore an expression of ecstasy. They had clearly seen the strange phenomena outside. Little one, my little one. As soon as Lin Yu entered the door, she wailed, I knew my daughter was an extraordinary person. This strange phenomenon must have been caused by her. She was stunned when she saw Li Daoxian inside the room. He immediately recognized the important figure, as he was a frequent guest on the evening news. My knees buckled and I almost knelt down. Dean Li. Dean Li? What brings you here? Li Daoxian glanced at her. Are you this girl's parent? Yes, I am her mother. Lin Yu was so excited she was almost incoherent. Dean Li, I'm Lin Yu, this child has been smart since he was little. Shut up. Li Daoxian waved his hand, and a gentle force pushed Lin Yu into the corner of the wall. Noisy. He turned to look at Chen Fan, then at Xinxinga. You little madman, I want this kid, and I want that girl too. Name your price. Xinxinga sneered, and the short knife in her hand quietly slipped from her palm. Li Daoxian, are you trying to steal my woman? Robbery? Can you call it robbery when it involves scholars? Li Daoxian took a swig of wine. This girl has awakened a complete heavenly spiritual root. If she doesn't come with me to Tsinghua Academy in the capital to cultivate. Staying here will only waste your talent, and may even lead to your death. As for this kid. He pointed at Chen Fan, although he's a gigolo, his physique is quite interesting, so I'll take him along too. Chen Fan, ? While it's good to be noticed by a big shot, could you please remove that prefix? Chapter 44. Take it all away? Let me teach you step by step. What if we don't? Xinxinga refused to budge an inch. Li Daoxian sighed, little madman, you can protect this kid for a while. Cannot be protected for a lifetime. This girl's strange phenomenon has already alarmed the world, and countless old monsters will soon arrive. Do you think you can stop them in your current state? These words struck a nerve with Xinxinga. Just then, the guest room door opened. Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes as she came out. The soaking wet dress she was wearing had already dried. She exuded an ethereal aura, as if the person who had almost been burned alive just moments before wasn't her at all. Brother Chen Fan. She spotted Chen Fan at a glance, completely ignoring the other two people in the room. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she flew into Chen Fan's arms. I had a dream, I dreamt that I turned into a big bird. Chen Fan caught her and patted her head. It's alright, turning into a bird is better than turning into a roast chicken. The entire room fell silent. Li Daoxuan's lips twitched. This kid really had a sharp tongue. Lin Yu frantically winked at Lin Xiaoxiao from the corner. Xiaoxiao quickly greeted Deanly. This is an incredible opportunity. Li Daoxian cleared his throat and adopted the air of a reclusive sage. Young lady, I am the dean of Tsinghua Academy. I see that you have extraordinary potential. He's a cultivation prodigy. Would you be willing to become my last disciple? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes. Tsinghua Academy? Is brother Chen Fan there? Li Daoxian was taken aback. Not at the moment. Then I want to go, Lin Xiaoxiao replied decisively. I want to be with brother Chen Fan. Lin Yu nearly fainted from anger. You brat. That's Tsinghua Academy. Countless people would kill to get in. Are you crazy for a pretty boy? Li Daoxian was also speechless. He was the dean of the #1 academy in China. He was rejected when he personally accepted a disciple? He looked at Chen Fan with a playful expression. Kid, it seems the key lies with you. Chen Fan sighed and shielded Lin Xiaoxiao behind him, looking directly at this legendary big shot. Just as she was about to speak, Xinxinga's gleaming short knife had already shattered a corner of the coffee table into powder. Oldly, I respect you as a senior, but if you try to poach my employees in front of me again, the Xin Group will stop funding Tsinghua Academy next year. Xinxinga's voice wasn't loud, but her tone was as if she wanted to make a hole in Li Daoxuan's wine gourd. Li Daoxuan's expression froze. That was a sponsorship fee of 300 million. That little madman is really capable of doing things. He was just about to laugh it off when he saw the apartment's security door. To be precise, the doorframe, along with half a wall, suddenly let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain. Boom! Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Aunt Wang, who lives downstairs, was rushing up with a spatula in hand, about to yell at someone for not paying attention to the time during renovations. The loud noise startled him so much that he landed on his bottom at the bottom of the stairs, the spatula in his hand clattering to the ground. Good heavens! Even the demolition office isn't this violent. As the smoke cleared, a group of people wearing fitted uniforms appeared. A person wearing a Beijing University badge on their chest walked in. The woman in the lead was wearing a red dress and had long, wavy hair. Her high heels clicked crisply on the gravel, and she held a folding fan in her hand. That was quite flamboyant. Oldly, that's where you're wrong. Good seedlings should compete fairly, but you sneaked into someone else's house. Trying to close the door and take on apprentices before even entering the door? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? The woman's voice was charming, but her eyes were sharp as knives. After scanning the entire room, his gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao for a moment. Then, his gaze fell meaningfully on Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Tonzi, I have a very bad feeling right now. The way these people look at me doesn't seem like they're looking at someone talented. It's like looking at the free gift in a buy one get one free deal. Ding! Host, be more confident and remove the image. In their eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao is a rare treasure, while you are just a plastic bag that must be packed up and taken away. But it's okay, as long as I can lie down. What's wrong with using it as a packaging bag? Luo Yan? Li Daoxuan's beard nearly bristled when he saw the newcomer. You sly fox, your nose is quite sharp. I noticed it first. What's the use of finding out? Did they agree? The woman called Luo Yan chuckled, completely ignoring Li Daoxian. She swayed her hips as she walked up to Chen Fan. A rich but not pungent fragrance wafted over. Luo Yan stretched out her nail-painted fingers, trying to lift Chen Fan's chin. But Xin Xinga blocked him with a blank expression. If you don't want your hand anymore, you can donate it to someone who needs it, Xin Xinga said coldly. Luo Yan was not annoyed and withdrew her hand. She looked at Chen Fan with a smile. Young man, let me introduce myself. I am the director of the admissions office of Beijing University Beta College. Luo Yan, a top-tier mentor. That's that old geezer from Tsinghua Academy next door. If you follow him, you can only eat steamed buns every day and practice your strength like crazy. Come to my sister's place, you'll find the best resources. And I'll personally teach you step by step. She emphasized the words hands-on and even gave a flirty wink. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense the murderous aura emanating from Xin Xinga almost materializing without even turning around. Director Luo, right? Chen Fan shrank back a little. He tried to hide himself behind Xin Xinga. While your suggestion is very constructive, could you perhaps compensate us for the wall over there first? That's a load-bearing wall, if I remember correctly. The fines imposed by the property management company are quite heavy. Luo Yan's smile froze for a moment. Just then, another whooshing sound came from the air. Amit Ba. Such a phoenix spirit is destined to be with our Buddhist sect. A burly man in a suit but with a shaved head climbed over the balcony. Bullshit. This girl is clearly suited to practice my Shushan's 10,000 swords technique. A helicopter was hovering outside the window. A middle-aged man carrying a sword was shouting wildly through a megaphone. The small apartment was instantly transformed into a vegetable market. People from all walks of life crowded into the 500-square-meter living room, arguing fiercely. Spit flew everywhere. Lin Yu huddled in the corner, her earlier elation now replaced by terror. Her proud Lin family background paled in comparison to these powerful figures who could move mountains and fill seas at the drop of a hat. It's not even worth a fart. Chen Fan sighed helplessly as he watched the group of big shots about to fight over the apprentice. He pulled a bag of sunflower seeds from under the coffee table and handed it to Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. Want some snacks? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded obediently and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. Ignoring the heated arguments that were taking place for her, she focused on peeling sunflower seeds for Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan, that bald uncle is so shiny. Shoo, those are high-ranking monks from Shaolin Temple, you can't say that. To say that Buddha's light shines everywhere. Oh, the halo above his head is a bit dazzling. As Xin Xinga watched this scene, her previously tense nerves inexplicably relaxed a little. She took out her phone and sent a message in a private group chat with only the two of them. Xin Xinga, is this the trouble you've gotten yourself into? Xin Xinga, this house is uninhabitable. Let's go to my villa tonight. Chapter 45 Beautiful mentor step aside, I choose the strongest loser. Chen Fan felt his phone vibrate, took it out and glanced at it, his lips twitching slightly. Chen Fan, boss, to be fair, I'm not taking the blame for this. It's clearly your little girl who's too amazing. Chen Fan, besides, going to the villa isn't a good idea? I'm still in shackles, it wouldn't look good. Xin Xinga, shut up. If you dare to run, I'll cuff your other hand too. Just then, Li Daoxian and Luo Yan seemed to have reached some kind of consensus, and the two stopped arguing at the same time. All eyes turned to Chen Fan. Boy. Li Daoxian said with a dark face. We've discussed it, and that girl will only listen to you. In that case, we'll accept this buy one get one free deal. You choose. Go to Tsinghua or Beida? Luo Yan also crossed her arms, looking confident. Young man, think carefully before you choose. My sister is a powerful expert at the celestial realm. As long as you agree, you can do whatever you want in the capital. And I don't mind if you live off a woman. All eyes in the room instantly focused on Chen Fan. This is an easy question. Even a fool would know to choose the one with the big breasts, no, the one with the strong abilities and abundant resources, Luo Yan. Ding! Host is facing a major life decision. Option 1, choose Luo Yan. Reward, 1 Earth rank cultivation technique. But from then on, they were caught in a bloodbath. Xinxinga's descent into darkness increased by 50%, Luo Yan's possessiveness increased by 30%, and they would most likely die from a woodcutter's knife. Option 2, choose Li Daoxian. Reward, 10 top-grade spirit stones. However, this requires getting up early every day to practice, violating the principle of lying flat. Option 3, check the name in the corner of the list to gain the favor of the ultimate loser mentor. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Could you show me the admission brochure? Chen Fan held out his hand. Luo Yan confidently handed over the list of professors from Peking University and immediately turned to her own page. It was covered with a dense list of honorary titles. Chen Fan skipped that page and flipped through it quickly. Finally, it stopped at the last page of the directory. It was a photo that looked like it was taken with a landline camera. The person in the photo had hair that looked like a bird's nest. Wearing thick black-rimmed glasses and holding a game controller, he looked like he hadn't woken up yet. The introduction consists of only one line: Zhong Qiming, tutor at Peking University, level of expertise unknown. Special skills: playing video games, watching anime, and sleeping. Chen Fan pointed at the name and smiled brightly. He's the one. The air suddenly fell silent for 3 seconds. Luo Yan's charming smile froze, and Li Daoxuan's hand, which had just raised the wine gourd, stopped in mid-air. Even Xinxinga raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who? Luo Yan thought she had misheard. Upon closer inspection, a sharp, explosive sound was heard. Zhong Qiming, that good-for-nothing who loafs around in the academy, hasn't recruited a single student in 10 years, and can't do anything but play video games? You'd rather choose him than me? Luo Yan pointed to her own nose. Are you blind? I am a powerful being at the celestial realm. That Zhong Qiming might not even be able to stabilize his returning to origin stage, and you're actually willing to stoop so low just to avoid me? Representatives from other factions around them also shook their heads, having initially thought the kid had some luck. Looking back now, it was just plain stupid. Instead of clinging to powerful figures, they choose to sideline some marginal character. Isn't this pushing Lin Xiaoxiao, this peerless genius, into a fire pit? Lin Xiaoxiao tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve. Brother Chen Fan, this uncle looks so sloppy, do we really have to choose him? Xiaoxiao, you can't judge a book by its cover, Chen Fan said, spouting nonsense with a straight face. This Professor Zhong has a unique appearance, and his eyes reveal a detached indifference that comes from seeing through the vanities of the world. This is true wisdom. And look at his special skill sleeping, what does that tell you? It shows he knows how to balance work and rest. We won't have to work from dawn till dusk when we go there, which is great. Chen Fan. Luo Yan's chest heaved violently with anger. You're humiliating me. You'll regret this. When the competition comes, I will show you just how foolish your choice was today. After saying that, Luo Yan glared at Chen Fan fiercely, then turned and left. The high heels made a clattering sound as they stepped on the floor. The group of admissions officers from Peking University quickly followed, looking at Chen Fan as if he were a fool before they left. Li Daoxian sighed, though he hadn't managed to snatch anyone. But seeing my arch-rival get thwarted made me feel a little better. Kid, I don't know what you're thinking. But Zhong Qiming is indeed an oddball. Since you've made up your mind, then this girl. The girl will naturally come with me. Chen Fan closed the list in his hand. Since I'm the one who gets the first prize, and she's the one who gets the second prize. Then could you please help me contact Professor Zhong? Just then, a man who had been squatting on the ground in the corner, wearing a hoodie and headphones, slowly stood up. Because he was so inconspicuous, not a single one of those people noticed him. He took off his headphones, revealing a pale face with dark circles under his eyes. It is Zhong Qiming in the photo. No need to contact me, I'm right here. Zhong Qiming yawned. His voice sounded so weak, as if he had been staying up all night in an internet cafe for 3 days and 3 nights. I was about to say something, but you guys were too noisy. I only played one ranked game, and now I'm AFK. Chen Fan. System, is this guy reliable? I have a feeling he's about to suddenly die any second. Ding. Host, please rest assured, system checks show this person's vital signs are stable. It's just that I've been in a state of cultivating immortality physical cultivation for a long time. Moreover, he possesses unique energy fluctuations that have an unusual compatibility with the host's amorous system, making him a hidden powerhouse. Hold on tight. Carrot oh carrot. Zhong Qiming slowly walked up to Chen Fan and looked him up and down. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao again, and finally his gaze fell on the shackles on Chen Fan's wrists. Good eye. Zhong Qiming finally managed to utter these 3 words after a long pause. Then he took a black portable hard drive out of his large pocket and handed it to Chen Fan. This is a gift I will cherish for the rest of my life. Practice what you've learned, it's far better than fighting and killing. Chen Fan took the hard drive, it felt heavy in his hand. This is 2T of learning materials. Zhong Qiming pushed up his glasses. A strange white light flashed across the lens. Remember to plug it into your computer when you get back, but don't let anyone else see it. Especially for women, this is of great benefit to your spiritual practice. Xinxinga keenly caught the words "don't let women see," and her gaze instantly turned dangerous. What information can't I see? She asked coldly. Zhong Qiming shrank back, clearly allergic to this powerful female creature. Well, those profound discussions about human anatomy and spiritual philosophy are rather avant-garde. Chen Fan quickly stuffed the hard drive into his pocket. Boss, this is for academic exchange, academic exchange. The farce has finally come to an end. Although the various factions were unwilling, they had no choice but to disperse. Lin Yu watched as the dust settled, though she was very dissatisfied that Chen Fan had chosen a useless mentor. But no matter what, Lin Xiaoxiao got into Peking University. Having brought honor to his ancestors, he slunk away, not daring to utter another word. The apartment finally quieted down. Xinxinga looked at the mess in the room and rubbed her temples. Pack your things, let's go to the villa. That evening, at Chen Family Manor, a famous affluent area in Jiangzhou. Chen Fan was assigned to the room next to Xinxinga's bedroom, although the door wasn't locked. Moreover, Xinxinga could push the door open and come in at any time. Chapter 46 Hard Drive Tutorial. The female CEO forces me to cosplay. It was late at night. Chen Fan plugged the black hard drive into the computer. Master, be ready at any time. If it really is study material, remember to remind me to wear headphones. Host, this system is also very curious. The items given by a hidden master like Zhong Qiming are definitely not simple. Open the folder. There is only one folder named Tao. Chen Fan clicked on it, and it was full of video files. The file name is also strange. Analysis of the precast animation of magical girls' ultimate moves and a demonstration of whether clothing destruction can increase combat power. If Newton cultivated immortality and the commonality between Gundam mechs and the Dharma realm. Chen Fan fell silent. Isn't this just a hard drive for anime and manga fans? Undeterred, he randomly clicked on a video titled Crows Zero, The Essentials of Boxing Techniques. A clip of an anime fight scene begins to play on the screen. However, as I watched, Chen Fan's expression changed. Those exaggerated anime moves actually began to break down in his eyes. Reorganization. The trajectory of the punches thrown by the figures in the picture actually contains a kind of mysterious rhythm. The ancient holy body within his body involuntarily began to operate, mimicking that power exertion technique. Ding! High-dimensional martial arts intent detected. Congratulations, host, for watching Crows Zero and comprehending the true meaning of intentional strike punch. Current progress, 1%, 5%. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has increased. Current realm, second level of the opening mansion realm. Warning, the contents of this hard drive are extremely hardcore. It is recommended that the host consume them with a soft drink. Even better results. Chen Fan slammed his laptop shut and gasped. Holy crap? Watching anime can make you stronger? This Zhong Qiming, he's a phenomenal person. Just then, the door was pushed open. Xinxinga walked in wearing a silk nightgown, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. His eyes were languid yet dangerous. Still not asleep? What are you looking at? Her gaze swept across the computer screen, and she saw the image frozen on the moment when an anime girl was waving a staff. The air froze. Xinxinga's lips curled into a playful smile as her fingertips lightly traced Chen Fan's Adam's apple. So, you like this kind of thing? Do you like role-playing? Chen Fan swallowed hard. Boss, if I told you this is cultivation, would you believe me? Xinxinga put down her wineglass and leaned in. She pressed Chen Fan against the back of the chair, her warm breath spraying against his ear. I don't believe it, but if you want to play, I can stay with you, as long as you behave and listen to me. Ding. Detected that Shinshinga has developed a strange competitive spirit. She feels she can't lose to a two-dimensional character. Trigger mission: survive this role-playing misunderstanding and remain innocent probably. Reward: 1 Swiftness Talisman for escaping. Chen Fan inwardly groaned, Teacher Zhong, this material of yours has some serious side effects. The next morning, Chen Fan appeared at the dining table with huge dark circles under his eyes. Last night's debate on the gap between the appeal of anime and reality was incredibly intense. Although nothing indescribable actually happened in the end. The main reason was that the system alerted Lin Xiaoxiao at a crucial moment that she was having a nightmare next door. Chen Fan took the opportunity to escape under the pretext of coaxing the child, but he was still thoroughly tormented by Shinshinga. That woman actually ordered a magical girl outfit online. He even asked him if the staff needed to have an electric shock function. That's absolutely outrageous. Let's eat. Shinshinga elegantly cut the steak on her plate. It was as if the crazy woman who wanted to strip Chen Fan naked last night wasn't her. After you finish eating, tidy up. I'm going to the capital to report for duty the day after tomorrow. Chen Fan took a sip of porridge and felt a soreness in his lower back and knees. Mr. Shin, before going to Beijing, I would like to ask for a leave of absence. Shinshinga paused, and the knife and fork scraped against the porcelain plate with a sharp, light sound. Ask for leave? Where to? Looking for Su Qianqian? No. Chen Fan quickly waved his hand. I want to go back to my hometown. My grandfather left some things in the old house. I want to get it back, and there are some things I want to figure out. The hard drive Zhong Qiming gave him contained nothing but a bunch of instructional videos that shattered his worldview. There is also an encrypted document. Last night, when Chen Fan tried to crack the system, it prompted that a specific bloodline aura was required to open it. And that smell was very similar to a certain scent from his hometown in his memory. The system also suggested that his background was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. An orphan, yet possessing an ancient sacred body. This is inherently unreasonable. Shinshinga stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly trying to determine if he was planning to take the opportunity to run away. Address. Your hometown address. Shinshinga took out her phone. I'll go with you. Chen Fan was so startled that he dropped his spoon. No. That place is a remote and impoverished area, with muddy roads everywhere. Your luxury car can't get in. Besides, I'm going to pay respects to my ancestors. If I bring a boss back with me, I'm afraid my ancestors will think I've sold myself. Didn't you sell it? Shinshinga retorted. Chen Fan. That makes perfect sense, there's no way to refute it. Mr. Shin, you are extremely busy. The Zhao family has just fallen, and you're still busy taking over their businesses. You don't have time to wander around with me. Chen Fan spoke earnestly and patiently. Besides, I'm only going back for 2 days. After you take the things, fly straight to Beijing. Little one needs someone to take care of her, doesn't she? Mentioning Lin Xiaoxiao softened Shinshinga's expression slightly. That little girl is now a key person to protect, she really can't be separated from her. 2 days. Shinshinga held up 2 fingers. And location services have to be kept on at all times. What if they dare to turn off their phone or lose contact? She didn't mention the consequences, but simply used her fork to pick up a piece of bloody beef. Put it in your mouth and chew it slowly. Chen Fan immediately saluted. Mission accomplished. The communicator is on standby 24 hours a day. The roads in Qingshi town, which is under the jurisdiction of Jiangzhou, are full of potholes. The taxi hopped around like a toad in heat. Young man, look at all those designer clothes you're wearing. Why did you run into this poor mountain village? The driver, a balding middle-aged man, glanced at Chen Fan in the rearview mirror. The young man was handsome, but his complexion wasn't very good. He kept clutching his right wrist, and from time to time, there was a crisp metallic clanging sound. Chen Fan leaned against the car window, his stomach churning from the jolting. I also want to know why I'm here, Chen Fan thought to himself. If Shinshinga knew I was riding in this beat-up car that makes noise everywhere except for the horn, I reckon they can acquire this car dealership and then dismantle it for scrap metal. He pulled his cuffs down to cover the dragon-shaped clasp that gleamed with an eerie light. That crazy woman, Shinshinga, although she agreed to his request for leave. But he stubbornly refused to remove the shackles, even going so far as to call it that. This is the bond of love, carry it with you. You knew I was with you too. Pay up for nothing. This thing is incredibly heavy, and it's a high-level magical artifact. Without Shinshinga's unique technique, even a chainsaw wouldn't be able to cut it open. Master, I'm going back to my hometown to visit relatives, Chen Fan casually made up. My old house is about to collapse. I'm going back to see if I can salvage any antiques. The driver chuckled, revealing a mouthful of smoky teeth. Visiting relatives? I think you're hiding from your debts, aren't you? Young people these days can't afford to pay off online loans. They all ran into the mountains. But don't be afraid, I've been there. Back in the day, I slept in a pigsty for 3 days to avoid my mother-in-law's dowry. Chen Fan. This guy is such a drama queen. The car finally stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. Chen Fan paid the fare and got off the bus as if his life depended on it. Chapter 47 The Mysterious Key. I'm actually a second-generation stargazer. The old house in front of me is still the same as I remember it, with peeling paint on the walls. The red bricks inside are exposed. The old jujube tree in the yard was half dead, and a few crows perched on its branches. She didn't make a sound, she just stared straight at him. Tonesy, scan the area for any suspicious individuals. For example, the sentry Shinshinga sent, or the assassins I imagine. Ding. Scan complete. Within a 500-meter radius, there was only one wild cat mating. No high-energy reactions were observed from the 2 arguing sparrows and the stinky tofu that Aunt Wang next door was frying. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and pushed open the rickety wooden door. Squeak. Dust rushed in, choking him and causing him to cough repeatedly. The room was simply furnished with a table with a missing leg, 2 long benches, and an old wall clock hanging on the wall. The hands had long since stopped at 12 o'clock. Chen Fan walked into the inner room, which was his parents' bedroom. In my memory, my parents were very ordinary people. My father was a carpenter, and he was always cheerful. My mother was a seamstress, and she was very skillful. The 2 died in a car accident when he was very young, which was his last memory before he entered the orphanage. The old man said he left something behind. Where could it be? Chen Fan lay on the floor and pulled a dusty box out from under the bed. This isn't a treasure chest, it's just a bright red biscuit tin from the 1980s with Mayflower's bloom and the moon be full printed on it. Even the edges are rusted. That's it? Chen Fan's lips twitched. If there were any peerless secret manuals inside, I would eat this iron box on the spot. He struggled to pry open the lid. There was no gold or silver treasure inside, only some yellowed old photos. A rattle drum, and a letter. The envelope was sealed with sealing wax and contained no stamp. Only 4 powerful characters, to my son. Just as Chen Fan was about to reach for it, his fingertips touched the envelope. A faint electric current sensation was felt. Ding. Special psionic energy fluctuations detected. Host is lucky, although the material of this letter paper looks like toilet paper. But it is actually made from the bark of the Star River Divine Tree, which is impervious to water and fire and will not decay for thousands of years. It seems your deadbeat parents have quite a background. Chen Fan was stunned. He took out a windproof lighter from his pocket and burned the corner of the envelope for half a minute. Not even a black mark was left. Wow, my ancestors were really rich back then? Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Fan? Is Xiao Fan back? An older woman wearing a floral apron rushed in, holding a spatula in her hand. A piece of stinky tofu dripping with oil was hanging on it. It's Aunt Wang from next door. Back when Chen Fan was bitten by a dog, it was she who chased the dog away with a slipper. Aunt Wang, it's me. Chen Fan quickly hid the iron box behind his back. Aunt Wang looked Chen Fan up and down, and her eyes suddenly reddened. Oh my, it's really Xiao Fan. You've grown so tall. This fabric is really nice. Did you make a fortune while you were out there? Why are you wearing handcuffs? Wait, is this a new type of jewelry? She pointed to the dragon-shaped clasp peeking out from Chen Fan's cuff. Chen Fan chuckled twice. Oh right, this is that, couple style. The most popular inmate style this year. You city folks really know how to have fun. Aunt Wang warmly took his hand. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go to Auntie's house to eat stinky tofu. Freshly fried, smells delicious. Just as Chen Fan was about to refuse, the system notification sounded. Ding. A parent's care detected. Task triggered, accept Aunt Wan's stinky tofu and chat with her for half an hour. Reward, item, I have True Sight trial version, which allows you to see through an illusion once. Duration, 10 minutes, if you don't eat. Aunt Wang will keep talking about it until dark. Chen Fan glanced at the oily, stinky tofu and swallowed. I'll give it my all for the reward. Half an hour later, Chen Fan was left with a mouthful of garlic and stinky tofu smell. Finally, we saw off the enthusiastic Aunt Wang. He closed the door and even used a stick to prop it up. He then sat back down on the bed and picked up the letter. Tear open the seal. A key fell out of it. It is completely black, without any patterns. It's like the kind of bicycle key you get at a $2 store on the street, and it's even a bit flimsy. Chen Fan first picked up the letter. The handwriting was messy and hurried. It is indeed my father's handwriting. Fanner. By the time you read this letter, your mother and I will probably be downstairs playing mahjong. Or perhaps they fled to another galaxy. Don't blame your parents for not leaving you any inheritance, they just didn't dare to. Actually, our family isn't native to Earth. Your mother and I are the 36th generation of guardians of the Starry Sky Ancient Road. To put it bluntly, it's just a gatekeeper for those big shots who want to become immortals. He works part-time collecting tolls. Life was going quite well until that day when something really tough happened. They tried to force their way in without paying and even tried to steal our security guardrail. Your mother and I can't beat them, so we have to pack our bags and run away. They hid on this small planet where spiritual energy was depleted. Keep that key safe, it's the only proof to unlock the Star River treasure vault. Don't try to find out about your background, and don't think about revenge. Those guys are too strong, your mediocre skills aren't even worth a second. You should just be an ordinary person and get married. Having a baby and living a peaceful life is enough. In addition, your mother arranged a marriage for you when you were a child. The other party is the disciple of an old Taoist nun from Kunlun. If things don't work out, he might not be able to make a living. You can take the token and try your luck. Leave this to your unreliable father. After reading it, Chen Fan was completely stunned. Ancient Starry Sky Road? A gatekeeper? And he charges extra for it? Chen Fan shook the letter. This is ridiculous. I was given a fantasy romance novel script, how did it suddenly turn into a sci-fi movie? And Chen Fan pointed to the phrase, marry a wife and have a child, and said, Dad, you didn't say I couldn't live off a woman. I'm living off a woman now, so I guess I'm doing just fine, right? Host, please do not doubt the system's judgment. The energy fluctuations in this letter are undeniable, it seems you're more than just a gigolo. He's also a second-generation cultivator. Chen Fan picked up the black iron key. Tonzi, how do you use this thing? Where do you insert it? Parsing. Parsing failed. Warning. This item is too high a level to be read in the current version of the system. Please level up, or find a specific keyhole. Even the system can't read it? Chen Fan tried to use his divine sense to investigate. The moment they made contact, a tremendous rebound force was felt. It felt like being hit hard on the head with a sledgehammer. Buzz. Chen Fan's head was buzzing, and he saw stars before his eyes. I almost fell headfirst to the ground. Holy crap, that's powerful? He shook his head and carefully tucked the keys into his underwear. No, wait. It was stored close to the body in the system space. It's too dangerous to leave this kind of treasure outside. Just then, a soft sound came from the courtyard. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of footsteps breaking on a dead branch, very soft. If Chen Fan hadn't just eaten stinky tofu, and if Chen Fan weren't the ancient sacred body, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Chapter 48. My heart rate spiked to 180, and when my wife checked up on me, I hit her. There's someone there. Chen Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Chief, didn't you just say there was no one here? That was half an hour ago. Now, host, you're surrounded. 3 in total, all at the peak of the 9th level of the manifestation realm. This configuration is impressive. Catching you, you piece of trash, is more than enough. Chen Fan immediately jumped out of bed and leaned against the wall. Are you after the keys? Or are you after me? Bang! The already flimsy wooden door was kicked open, sending splinters flying everywhere. Three figures dressed in black, tight-fitting combat suits filed in. They wore tactical masks that only revealed their eyes. He wasn't holding a firearm, but rather a dagger that gleamed with a blue light. No nonsense. The leader of the men in black scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on Chen Fan and the empty cookie box. Where is the stuff? His voice was hoarse, as if he had a mouthful of sand in his throat. Chen Fan raised his hands, looking completely innocent. Brother, are you after money or are you after women? If you're looking to make money, Aunt Wong next door just fried some stinky tofu, maybe you can sell it for a little bit. If it's about assaulting women, I have a wife, and she's a shrew. You can't afford to mess with her. The man in black's eyes turned cold. Court death. The man in the middle pushed off with his feet and charged forward like a cannonball, his dagger aimed straight for Chen Fan's throat. Quick! Allow! Ruthless! This is the method of a professional assassin. Chen Fan did not dodge. Master, activate the True Sight Eye trial version. Since it's a trial card, why not take it? The Eye of True Sight has been activated. In an instant, Chen Fan's world changed. The black-clad man's movements appeared to him like a slow-motion replay, and even the flow of the man's internal energy was clearly visible. The left leg muscles contracted, the right arm exerted force, and the opening was under the armpit. Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Let me show you what real fighting power in the world of anime is. His foot slipped unpredictably, and his body twisted at an incredible angle as if it had no bones, just barely avoiding the fatal blow. This is something I learned from watching Magical Girl last night, Absolute Evasion Waltz. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan clenched his right fist, exerted force from his waist, and the blood and chi of the ancient sacred body erupted. A deliberate, powerful punch. This punch was devoid of any fancy moves, consisting only of pure power. Bang! The fist slammed heavily into the man in black's armpit. Snap! The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible. The black-clad man, who was at the half-step grandmaster level, was actually blasted away by Chen Fan's punch, crashing through the wall and flying directly into the courtyard. The remaining two men in black were stunned. This intelligence is not right. Wasn't he supposed to be a gigolo who only lives off women? That punch was even more powerful than a wild boar's. Dust filled the air. The man in black, who had been blasted away, clutched his shoulder and struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with horror. What kind of boxing style is this? Chen Fan blew on non-existent smoke from his fist and struck a cringeworthy pose. This is the unique skill created by Jiangzhou's #1 gigolo, the iron fist of beloved wife. What, want to learn it? Pay tuition. This is a tough problem, let's all work together. The leader gave a low shout, and the three of them instantly formed a triangular formation. This combined attack technique can multiply their combat power. The three men simultaneously drew their swords, their blades weaving into an impenetrable net that blocked all of Chen Fan's escape routes. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. With the blessing of the Eye of True Sight, he suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon. Although the three men's moves were ruthless, their internal energy flow was clearly controlled. Why does this look so familiar? Lightly touch the ground with your left foot, lower your right arm, and direct your chi to the Yongquan point. As Chen Fan darted around amidst the flashing blades like a monkey, he muttered incantations to himself. Isn't this the same health-strengthening radio calisthenics his dad taught him when he was a kid? His dad used to force him to practice every day, saying that it would make him grow taller. Chen Fan had always thought it was just something to fool children, but he never expected it to be a profound martial arts technique. So you're all disciples and grand disciples of my unreliable old man? Chen Fan suddenly stopped and stopped dodging. Since we're from the same sect, that makes things easier. He put his hands in a strange starting position. It looked like a primary school student doing a stretching exercise. Break! Chen Fan spotted a crucial point in the three-person attack, the only pause in the flow of true chi. Make a palm with your right hand and gently pat it. Smack! The palm strike looked light and airy, but it landed precisely on the leader's wrist tendons. A chain reaction occurred instantly. The leader's wrist went numb, and the dagger slipped from his hand, striking his companion's blade on the left. Sparks flew everywhere, and the two people's internal energy instantly became chaotic, colliding with each other. Chen Fan seized the opportunity to close in, using the dragon lock in his hand as his best weapon. Clang! 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 The heavy metal shackles were wielded by Chen Fan with great force, like a meteor hammer, smashing one blow after another into the head of the man in black. You dare kick down my door? You tried to scare me. Do you know these shackles are a limited edition? Can you afford to pay for the damage if you break it? A moment later. 3 men in black lay on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, groaning like 3 dead dogs. Chen Fan stepped on the leader's chest, bent down, and shook the shackles on his wrists. Speak, who sent you? Don't talk to me about professional ethics, I'm not a patient person. If you don't tell me, I'll shove this stinky tofu into your mouth. Chen Fan pointed to the plate of stinky tofu that Aunt Wang had given him on the table next to him, which was still unfinished. The man in black stared at the blackened tofu, his eyes revealing genuine fear. It's the Yi family from the capital. The Yi family? Chen Fan frowned. Lin Xiaoxiao's fiancé's family? Yes. Young Master Yi heard that Miss Lin has awakened the phoenix physique and has an ambiguous relationship with you. Let us teach you a lesson, and while we're at it, let's see if we find any treasures. Chen Fan sneered. Yi Tianxi, right? I just wanted to live a quiet life as a kept man, but they forced me to take action. He kicked the man in black unconscious. Master, what should we do with these 3 people? I suggest you don't get your hands dirty, host. I've already anonymously sent their coordinates to Xinxinga's bodyguard team. Believe me, if they fall into that woman's hands, they'll regret ever being born. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a powerful enemy and protecting your parents' belongings. Reward, skill, camouflage intermediate. Note, you can alter your breathing and facial micro-expressions so much that even your own mother might not recognize you. Used in conjunction with the concealing breath technique, the effect is outstanding. Chen Fan dusted off his hands and glanced at the old house, which was a mess. It's no longer safe here. Since the Yi family was able to find this place, it means that their background has been thoroughly investigated. That key was definitely a hot potato. It seems that this trip to the capital is unavoidable. Chen Fan took out his phone, and the screen was full of missed calls and WeChat messages, all from Xinxinga. Why is it not moving? Location data shows you have remained in the same spot for more than 20 minutes. Are you dead, or are you fooling around with some random woman? Answer the phone. If you don't answer the phone, I'll send helicopters to bomb the place. Even through the screen, Chen Fan could feel the murderous aura emanating from the screen. He quickly returned the call. Hello, Mr. Shin. Chen Fan. The sound of Xinxinga gritting her teeth came from the other end of the phone. You'd better give me a perfect explanation as to why your heart rate monitor showed it spiked to 180 just now? What kind of strenuous exercise are you doing? Chen Fan glanced at the 3 unlucky guys on the ground and coughed lightly. I was so excited to see my old neighbor, we were catching up. Really, and also, Mr. Shin, I miss you. I'm going back now, get all clean and wait for me. After saying that, Chen Fan decisively hung up the phone and threw it into his pocket. He picked up the tin box containing the cookies and walked out of the old house without looking back. As the sun set, it cast a long shadow of him. And in the corner of the yard, under the half-eaten plate of stinky tofu that he had thrown away, a hidden King of Spades playing card is vaguely visible, with a strange eye drawn on its back. Chapter 49 The Queen's Jealousy Helps Me Ascend. The next day, Chen Fan had just returned to the outer ring of Jiangchang. Still figuring out where to safely insert that black iron key. A black Maybach, like a ghost, silently glided up in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing Xinxinga's extremely cold and beautiful profile. There were no pleasantries, no questions. There are only 2 words. Get in the car. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Something's off about her tone. This female demon is usually fierce, though. But it carried a hint of flirtation today. The voice was as cold as a scalpel that had been frozen in a morgue for 3 days. Mr. Shin, where are we going? Back to the villa? Chen Fan opened the car door and sat down. The moment his buttocks touched the leather seat, he felt the air pressure inside the car was so low it was suffocating. We're not going to the villa. Xinxinga stared straight ahead, her slender fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly. Let's go to the Hilton. Hotel. Chen Fan instinctively covered his collar. President Shen, although our relationship is already established. But isn't this a bit too sudden, especially in broad daylight? Besides, I just finished exercising with those men in black last night, and I haven't showered yet. Xinxinga floored the accelerator, and the Maybach roared like a wild beast. The immense force of the push pressed Chen Fan firmly against the back of the chair. Shut up. The car sped along and finally stopped in the underground parking garage of the Jiangzhou Hilton Hotel. Xinxinga grabbed Chen Fan's wrist and took the private elevator all the way to the presidential suite on the top floor. Enter the room and lock it. Xinxinga didn't touch him inappropriately as usual, but went straight to the wine cabinet. He took out a bottle of Romani Conti that looked ridiculously expensive, and without even decanting it, filled 2 large glasses. Drink. She pushed one of the glasses in front of Chen Fan, then tilted her head back and drank the rest in one gulp. The red wine slid down her snow-white neck, pooling into a small, blood-red lake in the hollow of her collarbone. Chen Fan frowned as he looked at her. Xinxinga, what's wrong with you? She was the scheming queen of the night who usually controlled the entire Jiangzhou. At this moment, she looks like an abandoned little girl. Xinxinga put down her wineglass and looked at him with a dazed expression. A self-deprecating smile curled at the corner of his lips. Chen Fan, you're leaving. I'm going to school, not to the execution ground. Chen Fan sighed, picked up his wineglass, and took a sip. And you were the one who sent me there. You said that only the capital city has resources that are worthy of my body. Yes, I'm the one who sent you. Xinxinga staggered over and placed her hands on the armrests of the sofa next to Chen Fan, confining him to this small, confined space. The capital city is Luoyan's territory, as is that of Li Daoxian. And Su Chanxian, so many vixens are eyeing you. She reached out her hand, her icy fingertips tracing Chen Fan's outline, from the brow bone to the lips. I'm thinking, maybe I should just break your legs. I'll lock you in the basement and only let me see you each day. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Ding. Warning. Detected a surge in the corruption level of the bound object, Xinxinga. Current corruption level, 85%. Mr. Xin, calm down. Chen Fan grabbed her hand and pressed it against his face. I'm going there to live off a woman, not to sell myself. Besides, who else but you can afford to feed my appetite? Xinxinga stared into his eyes, as if trying to see through the true feelings behind that flirtatious remark. After a long while, the murderous intent in her eyes subsided. It turned into an intense, unyielding possessiveness. She pushed Chen Fan down onto the sofa and straddled him. Looking down at him. Chen Fan, remember what you said today. She leaned down, her red lips reeking of alcohol and exuding a sense of aggression. It was imprinted firmly. If he dares to provoke other women in the capital, I'll buy this building. I'll brick you into the wall. Chen Fan could sense her unease, the seemingly strong woman. Actually, I'm more afraid of losing it than anyone else. Since we can't resist, then, let's enjoy it. Chen Fan grabbed the back of her head with his other hand, turning the tables on her. Ding. Strong emotional interaction detected. Xinxinga's fear, reluctance, and love have transformed into pure energy. Host, this meal of being a kept man tonight might leave you a little stuffed. I don't know how much time passed, but the air in the room became as hot and dry as a sauna. Xinxinga's long hair was scattered on the pillow, and her black silk nightgown had long since been tossed into some corner. Chen Fan. Chen Fan is now in a difficult situation. This isn't dual cultivation, it's practically a battle against a perpetual motion machine. It seems that the supreme record of forgetfulness within Xinxinga's body has gone wrong, or rather, it has been completely ignited by alcohol. The extremely coldine energy surged wildly into Chen Fan's body, attempting to completely freeze and possess his ancient sacred body. Master! Help! This woman is going to drain me dry. Host, stay calm. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Carat oh carat. Anomalies detected in the external environment. Global spiritual energy is undergoing tidal resonance. Sea levels are rising, and spiritual energy concentration is surging. This is a precursor to the second spiritual energy revival. Chen Fan took a moment from his busy schedule to glance at the television that was still on. The television was broadcasting breaking news. According to the latest data from the Global Ocean Monitoring Center, at 3 a.m. last night, global sea levels have risen by 3 meters without warning, and several island nations along the Pacific coast have issued the highest-level tsunami warnings. Experts point out that the concentration of a certain active factor in the air is increasing exponentially. This may be the second wave of spiritual energy revival that Blue Star has experienced since the Great Nirvana a century ago. We urge all citizens to minimize going out and to keep doors and windows locked. If you experience any unusual symptoms such as fever or superhuman strength, please call the Armed Forces Administration hotline immediately. Chen Fan rubbed his aching back and lay sprawled on the bed watching the news. My head is buzzing. The spiritual energy revived 100 years ago, but humanity hadn't realized it yet. Being chased and bitten by mutated beasts, this time it's better. Before the experts could reach a conclusion, the sea level had already risen. Chen Fan checked his internal condition. The bottleneck that was originally stuck at the 5th level of the manifestation stage was like a dam that had been breached by a flood. At this moment, the true energy within his dantian surged. That natal spiritual abode shone with golden light, clearly indicating that it had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the manifestation stage. Overnight, he crossed several minor realms. If this gets out, Luo Yan from that Peking University student will probably be so angry she'll swallow her dentures. Tonzi, this isn't right. I just took a nap and served as a human air conditioner for the whole night. That makes us invincible. Host, please take seriously the chemical reaction following the collision between the ancient sacred body and the 9 yin meridians. Last night's global spiritual energy surge made you two look like giant human lightning rods. You neutralized the cold energy within Shinshinga's body. The converted energy didn't explode you. You're lucky to be alive. By the way, congratulations. Your kidney function has been thoroughly tested and is now as strong as a diamond. Chapter 50 Personal Attendance, Warning of a Broken Leg. Roll. Chen Fan turned his head to look at the bathroom. The sound of water stopped. The bathroom door slid open, and Shinshinga stepped out. Instead of her signature blood-red trench coat, she changed into a simple white haute couture shirt and black trousers. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, and she no longer had that icy, unapproachable aura. At this moment, most of it has melted away. Especially those eyes, they were no longer like two knives. Instead, it resembled a pool of melting spring water. Junior Grandmaster Level 9. She was just one step away from becoming a true Grandmaster. Woke up? Shinshinga walked to the bedside and naturally picked up Chen Fan's coat. Get up and get dressed. I don't like waiting for people. Although his tone was still the same, his actions made Chen Fan feel a little flattered. She was actually buttoning up her own clothes? This female tyrant, worth hundreds of billions, can shake the entire Jianzhou region with a single stomp of her foot. Now she's adjusting her collar like a timid young wife? Chen Fan stiffly opened his arms, letting her do as she pleased. Mr. Shin, I can do it myself. Your hands are for signing contracts worth billions. It's really a waste of your talents to button my clothes. Shinshinga didn't stop moving, and even helped him straighten the slightly wrinkled hem. Shut up. She took a black card out of her pocket and put it into Chen Fan's shirt pocket. The movements were fluid and without hesitation. Take it. Chen Fan took out the card and glanced at it. The Centurion black card, the kind with no spending limit. Mr. Shun, this. The capital is not like Jianzhou, where there are many dens of iniquity. There are plenty of spoiled brats, but you're one of mine. Don't lose face over money. Shinshinga patted the bulging pocket. Buy whatever you want. If I see something I don't like, I'll smash it if I want, and I can afford to pay for it. If someone bullies you. She paused, a flicker of the possessiveness she felt last night flashing in her eyes. Then the anger was calmly suppressed. Fight back. If you can't beat them, just say my name. Or run faster. After I cleaned up the mess here, I took over the Zhao family's assets. I'll go to the capital to find you. She moved closer to Chen Fan, her body emanating a pleasant scent of shower gel mixed with a faint aroma of red wine. It went straight into his nose. Don't keep me waiting too long, and don't let me appear in the gossip news in Beijing. I'll only see if you have any rumors with any female celebrity or school beauty, otherwise? She stretched out her finger and gently traced a line on Chen Fan's chest. The sound of fingernails scraping against fabric sent chills down his spine. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and keep you at home. I won't let you go anywhere. Don't worry, Mr. Shen, my greatest virtue is upholding male virtues. That would be best. Shinshinga turned around to get her bag, her back view neat and decisive. It was as if the woman who had just gently straightened her collar was just a hallucination for Chen Fan. The car is downstairs, it'll take you to the airport. Before heading to the airport, Chen Fan had the driver take a detour to Zexinglu. Some accounts need to be settled, and some people need to be said goodbye to. After all, going to the capital meant being far from the emperor's reach. His cash cow can't die. Black smoke billowed from the backyard of Zexinglu. Cough cough cough, damn Chen Fan. Did you die out there? Can't you see I'm starving to death? Where are the pig's trotters? Where are my braised pig's trotters? Su Chanxian had a head of pink hair that looked like a bird's nest from being fried, and her face was streaked with black and white. He looked like a refugee who had just returned from mining coal. She was throwing a tantrum at the poor alchemy furnace, waving her palm leaf fan like a helicopter propeller. Her eyes lit up instantly when she saw Chen Fan come in. That was the gleam of a hungry wolf seeing meat. Chen Fan, you finally decided to show up. Quickly, hand over the pig's trotters. I'm starving. Chen Fan looked at the girl with amusement. A third-grade alchemist is someone who would be revered as an ancestor by major families in the outside world. You have to yell to even get a decent meal here. No pig's trotters, but I have a black card. Chen Fan leaned against the doorframe and waved the card Shinshinga had given him. I'm going to the capital. Su Chanxian was stunned for a moment, and the palm leaf fan in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. Going to the capital? What about me? Aren't you going to take care of me? What are we going to do with this runaway shop? Are you going to abscond with the money? She rushed over and grabbed Chen Fan's sleeve with a strength far beyond that of someone who refines pills. He looks more like a weightlifter. If I leave, who will buy me good food? Who will keep those annoying flies away from me? No. You're not allowed to leave. Or you can take me with you. It's impossible to take you away, you're an unregistered resident. Can't pass security check. Chen Fan ruthlessly shattered her illusions, saying, you can keep the shop, Lu Xiao will watch the door for you. There's money in this card, enough for you to buy all the pig trotters in Jiangzhou. He slipped a supplementary card into her hand. Of course, the limit is set at 5,000 yuan per day. To prevent this girl from being swindled out of everything. Su Qianhan held the card tightly, her eyes a little red. His mouth was so pursed it could hold an oil bottle. Who cares about your stinking money? Listen. Chen Fan dropped his playful grin and reached out to ruffle her messy pink hair, making it even messier. Focus on refining pills, and wait until I've established myself in the capital. We'll bring you over then. I'll build you an alchemy room made entirely of gold, so you can use top-grade spiritual herbs as firewood. Real? Su Chanxian sniffed and looked at him suspiciously. Don't lie. I'm a dog if I lie. When have I ever lied to you? You said you'd take me out for a seafood feast last time, but you ended up taking me out for spicy hot pot. Isn't there seaweed in mala tang? Doesn't that count as seafood? You. All right, let's go. Chen Fan didn't say anything more and turned to leave. He waved to her with his back turned. Remember to deliver on time. If I find out you're slacking off. The golden alchemy room will be replaced with a stainless steel one. As Chen Fan stepped out of the star-picking tower, he let out a long sigh of relief. System, would you call me a CPU illiterate girl? Host, this is called corporate-level empty promises, and according to system monitoring. Su Chanxian's affection for you has actually increased instead of decreased. She's currently in a tsundere state of being angry but still deciding to wait for you to come back. This is probably what's known as the early stages of Stockholm Syndrome? Jiangzhou Airport. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed two huge pink suitcases and stood at the entrance of the departure hall. Like a lost little penguin. Upon seeing Chen Fan, she immediately dropped the box. They rushed over. Brother Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly caught this energetic humanoid cannonball. Gently, my old back still hurts. Brother Chen Fan, are you alright? I was terrified when I saw the news last night. I can't get through to you when I call you. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up, her eyes filled with worry. It's okay, my phone died yesterday. Chen Fan made up a lie on the spot, because he didn't want her to know that he had been working overtime at Shinshinga's place last night. This girl could probably cry so much she could create a moat. Let's go, our journey is to the stars and the sea. Or Peking duck and doji fermented mung bean juice from Beijing. The plane soared into the sky, leaving the gradually shrinking city of Jiangzhou behind. Chapter 51. Keep a low profile? Sorry, my strength doesn't allow it. 10,000 meters above Beijing, the clouds were so thick they looked like piled up cotton candy. Inside the first-class cabin, Chen Fan was comfortably reclining on a leather seat, enjoying the champagne served by the flight attendant. Lin Xiaoxiao, standing next to her, was staring blankly at the sea of clouds outside the window, clutching the talisman Chen Fan had given her tightly in her hand. It was clearly his first time flying, and he was both excited and nervous. Brother Chen Fan, that cloud looks like a cotton candy, can we eat it? It's edible, it tastes entirely of water vapor. Want me to go up and grab a handful for you when I have time? Chen Fan took a sip of champagne, mentally planning his itinerary after landing. Although Zhong Qiming, that useless mentor, seems unreliable, he is still a local bigwig in Beijing, so I need to get the registration done first. Just then, the fuselage suddenly jolted. The champagne in her hand was splashed directly onto Chen Fan's newly changed haute couture shirt. Attention passengers, the aircraft is encountering severe turbulence. Before the captain could finish speaking over the loudspeaker, another loud bang was heard, as if some heavy object had slammed into the wing. Immediately afterwards, a sickening metallic tearing sound rang out. A large gash was torn open on the right side panel of the cabin by a sharp claw covered in black scales. A howling wind rushed in, causing the cabin to depressurize instantly, and the oxygen masks fell down with a clatter. Ah! Screams erupted, and several passengers who weren't wearing seatbelts were nearly sucked out of the room. Through the hole, Chen Fan saw a giant black bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters. It was flapping its steel-like wings, its scarlet eyes fixed on the human flesh cans inside the cabin. Ding! Detected a third-tier ferocious beast, the iron-feather black-winged eagle, attacking the flight. This thing is equivalent to the human's agile stage, but with thicker skin and tougher flesh. His combat power is no less than that of a manifesting stage cultivator, and he loves to eat tender, soft-skinned two-legged beasts. Host, if this plane crashes, the whole thing will be over. Damn it, I can't even get robbed on a plane? Chen Fan cursed under his breath and grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao, who was about to scream. Sit still and don't move. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up against the raging airflow. The ancient sacred body activated instantly, its feet planted firmly on the swaying floor like nails. The strange bird seemed to have identified Chen Fan as having the strongest blood and energy, and let out a strange cry. The sharp beak pecked at the gap in the cabin like a drill, its target Chen Fan's head. Court death. Chen Fan took a step forward, his figure rushing towards the gap like a cannonball. Just as he was about to throw a punch, the phoenix aura he had borrowed from Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stirred within him. It created a wondrous resonance with his own ancient sacred body. Golden energy surged through his veins, faintly emitting a clear and melodious phoenix cry. Chen Fan felt a burning heat all over his body, an indescribable power coursing through his limbs and bones, which he had to express. Get out of here! There were no fancy moves, just a simple straight punch. Boom! The fist collided with the bird's beak. The arrogant third-tier ferocious beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before its head exploded like a watermelon. Immediately afterwards, the massive body was blasted into a shower of blood by the violent force of the punch. But that's not all. With this punch, the energy within Chen Fan seemed to find an outlet. It instantly broke through the cabin's limitations and soared straight into the sky. The previously gloomy sky suddenly brightened. 10,000 meters above the ground, a golden giant phantom, hundreds of feet tall, appeared out of thin air. Although the giant's face was obscured, it exuded an aura of desolation that suppressed eternity. In the giant's hands, a phoenix reborn from the ashes was being held aloft. The perfect resonance between the ancient sacred body and the undying phoenix vein. The giant held a phoenix in his hand and stood on the Milky Way, his terrifying pressure sweeping across a radius of hundreds of miles in an instant. The plane, which had been rocking violently just moments before, miraculously stabilized under the suppressive force. At this very moment, on the ground in the capital city. Whether it's the high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association who are having a meeting, or the old monsters who are secretly cultivating in various universities. Even the old men playing chess by the roadside all looked up at the same time. On the back mountain of Tsinghua Academy, Li Daoxian, who was picking his toes, suddenly stood up. He didn't even notice the wine gourd had fallen to the ground. This aura, ancient? A phoenix? What kind of monster has descended upon the capital? At Beijing University, Luo Yan, who was applying nail polish, suddenly jerked her hand. Nail polish was spilled all over the floor. Strange celestial phenomena indicate the birth of a monstrous being. That direction, is it the airport? In an instant, several powerful divine senses soared into the sky above the capital. It scanned the passenger plane like a radar. At the cabin door, Chen Fan looked at the exaggerated strange phenomenon outside. His face turned green. Holy crap? Did you go too far? Host. Your punch had special effects. Carrot oh carrot. Great, now the whole capital knows you've arrived. You're not going to be a kept man anymore, you're probably going to be dissected and analyzed. Shut up. Quickly, think of a solution for me. Chen Fan quickly withdrew his fist, and the strange phenomena that filled the sky dissipated. However, the residual energy fluctuations are still astonishing. We recommend activating the ultimate concealment technique. The system can help you conceal your presence and disguise your aura as that of an ordinary passerby, but only for 10 minutes. Open. Drive it now. With a series of system operations, the earth-shattering aura emanating from Chen Fan vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a sense of decadence in a young man suffering from kidney deficiency. He casually retreated into the cabin and pulled over a tattered seat cover to cover the large hole. Then he plopped back down next to Lin Xiaoxiao, panting heavily. That scared me to death. Did that big bird just crash into something and die? Chen Fan patted his chest, looking like he was still in shock. The surrounding passengers, who had been stunned by the shock, were now gradually waking up. They had no idea what had happened and just assumed the plane had struck a bird. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, kept her eyes wide open the entire time. They witnessed the full power of Chen Fan's punch. That golden silhouette, that unparalleled power. Brother Chen Fan. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze was no longer just one of admiration, it was as if she were looking at a god. Shoo! Chen Fan put a finger to his lips. That was an illusion. Actually, Ultraman happened to pass by and saved us, you know? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, even though she didn't believe in Ultraman. But she believed in Chen Fan. As long as her brother Chen Fan didn't want anyone to know, she would keep the secret to herself. The plane finally landed slowly and gently at Beijing Capital International Airport. As soon as it landed, you could see it through the porthole. The area around the tarmac was already surrounded by a dense crowd. Tsinghua Academy admissions office is here. Senior who caused the strange phenomenon just now, please wait. Beijing University cordially invites geniuses to enroll. Scholarships are readily available. A special operations team from the military has come to make contact. The banners were hung up more festively than during the Chinese New Year, and the media reporters with their long lenses and microphones completely blocked the exit. Chen Fan's lips twitched. Are these guys born in the year of the dog? You have such a sensitive nose? He took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and pulled her hat brim down. Xiaoxiao, it's time to test your acting skills. Remember, we're just two country bumpkins who've never seen the world. You're here to visit relatives, I'm here to see a doctor. Although Lin Xiaoxiao didn't understand why, she still obediently cooperated. Chapter 52. 1 second he was shouting for war, the next he was my good son-in-law. The two mingled with the still shaken passengers as they walked out. At this moment, Luo Yan, along with several professors from Peking University, was guarding the entrance to the corridor bridge, scrutinizing each person who came out with piercing eyes. Their auras are all below the manifest stage, that's not right. That bald guy is a bit suspicious, but not really. As the disguised Chen Fan led Lin Xiaoxiao past, Luo Yan's gaze lingered on him for a second. At this moment, Chen Fan's face was pale. Her steps were unsteady, and she was still carrying Lin Xiaoxiao's pink suitcase. He looked like a pale-faced man whose body had been completely drained. Humph, just an ordinary person with no cultivation. Luo Yan looked away with disdain and continued to stare at the people behind her. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and slipped away. He grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao and they disappeared into the crowd. Host's acting skills are phenomenal, successfully fooled a celestial realm expert. Reward, plus 500 points. However, host, although you escaped the first day of the lunar month, it seems that crazy woman Lin Yu has also arrived in the capital. Chen Fan paused, turning back to glance at the news displayed on the airport's large screen. At that moment, a black stretch Lincoln was parked at the airport VIP entrance. Inside the car, Lin Yu looked at the latest intelligence transmitted to her tablet. His face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. On the screen was a series of documents about Chen Fan in Jiangzhou. And the energy fluctuation analysis report from near the airport. Useless, a bunch of useless people. They actually managed to get him to the capital alive. Lin Yu crushed the wine glass in her hand, the shards of glass piercing her palm. Blood was everywhere. But now that you're here, don't even think about going back. This is the capital, not your rural backwater. Young Master Yi has already made the arrangements this time. I will ruin your reputation and make you beg me on your knees. She turned to look at the bustling capital city outside the window, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Xiao Xiao, Mom is doing all this for your own good. Once that wild boy dies, you'll understand your mother's good intentions. Outside the airport, Chen Fan sneezed. Who's insulting me? He rubbed his nose and looked at the vast and unfamiliar city in front of him. And the girl clinging tightly to his arm. Never mind, it doesn't matter who it is. Anyone who dares to ruin my life as a kept man will be smashed to pieces. Come on, Xiao Xiao. Brother will take you to eat authentic braised pork offal with baked wheat cake. As night falls in Beijing, the city lights begin to twinkle. Inside a private room at a club on the East 3rd Ring Road, Lin Yu was elegantly swirling the red wine in her glass. Across from me sat Lu Mozi, the famous gossipmonger from Beijing. Ms. Lin, about the matter you asked me to investigate. They're all here. Lu Mozi pushed a thick brown paper bag across the table, but the price. Money is not a problem. Lin Yu casually tossed out a check without even lifting his eyelids. What I need is definite information about Chen Fan. Is he really the illegitimate son of some powerful family in the capital? Or is he just a gigolo who lives off women? Lin Yu had already planned it all out in her mind. If Chen Fan really has some connections, then let him be a backup option. If not, humph. Then don't blame her for being ruthless and making him disappear without a trace. After all, she had just made contact with the second young master of the wine family in the capital. People are extremely envious of Lin Xiaoxiao, who possesses the phoenix physique. Lu Mozi chuckled and put the check away. Ms. Lin, you may have really misjudged this time. This kid is really weird. How so? Take a look at this first. This is the internal surveillance analysis report of yesterday's terrorist attack at the airport. Lu Mozi pulled out a blurry photo and pointed to the one on it, which only showed the back of the person. But the man's figure could still be vaguely discerned. Although the authorities have blocked the news, saying it was a bird strike. But according to the senses of several experts at the manifestation stage who were present at the time, the energy fluctuations that erupted had two sources. One is your daughter's phoenix force, and the other. Lu Mozi lowered his voice. It is an extremely domineering ancient aura, suspected to be the ancient holy body that has long been extinct. This power directly blasted that peak 3rd-tier Ironfeather Black-Winged Eagle into dust. Lin Yu's hand trembled, and a few drops of red wine spilled out. Ancient sacred body? How could someone with such a useless physique possibly cultivate? And you mean? Did Chen Fan kill that ferocious beast? That's not even the most exciting part. Lu Mozi then pulled out another financial statement. Do you know about the star-picking tower in Jiangzhou that's been making waves lately? Just now, their branch store has already chosen a location in Wangfujing, the most bustling area in Beijing. It is said that they will also cooperate with the military to supply elixirs. So what? That's Su Chanshan's business. It's true that Su Chanshan is the legal representative, but we checked the flow of funds and the original equity structure. Lu Mozi tapped the table, his tone playful. 90% of the profits from Zexinglo went into a private account belonging to a man named Chen Fan. In other words, that great alchemist Su. Actually, I'm working for Chen Fan. Smack. The wineglass in Lin Yu's hand fell onto the thick carpet with a dull thud. She didn't bother wiping the wine stains off her skirt and snatched the report away. The string of zeros on it made her heart skip a beat. If we also add the background of that crazy woman, Shinshinga, to the Shin group. Lin Yu felt her head buzzing. She always thought Chen Fan was a shameless, clingy poor boy who only knew how to live off his daughter and was a good-for-nothing. But now tell her that this kid is not only a martial arts freak who can punch a ferocious beast to pieces. Or is he a hidden billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of millions? This is not mud at all. This is clearly a diamond-encrusted 24K pure gold bachelor. Ms. Lin? Looking at Lin Yu's ever-changing expression, Lu Mozi tentatively asked. Should we send more people to teach him a lesson? Lin Yu suddenly looked up, her originally sinister eyes instantly turning into an incredibly kind expression. It even exudes a strange kind of fanaticism. Lesson? Who dares to lecture my good son-in-law? She quickly tidied her appearance, even smoothing her sideburns in front of the reflective glass window. Lu Mozi, keep what you said today to yourself. Also, help me find out where they are eating right now. I'm going there, hoping to bump into someone. Ah? Lu Mozi was stunned. How what? The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more pleasing he becomes. Don't you understand? Lin Yu grabbed her handbag and rushed out in her high heels. That speed was as fast as someone rushing to grab discounted eggs. Chapter 53. Don't go back to school tonight. At this moment, in a braised pork offal shop in an old alley in Beijing, Chen Fan was squatting by the roadside without any regard for his image, holding a steaming bowl of braised pork offal. Next to her was Lin Xiaoxiao, who was eating with her mouth full of oil. Brother Chen Fan, this sausage is so delicious. Although the taste is a bit strange, it gets more fragrant the more you chew. Lin Xiaoxiao had no airs about being a goddess, with minced garlic still on the corner of her mouth. That's right, that's the soul of old Beijing. Chen Fan slurped up a mouthful of soup and sighed contentedly. Much better than airplane food. Ding! An extremely dangerous target has been detected approaching at high speed. 80 miles per hour, murderous intent. Wait, what? Negative killing intent level? Extremely high concentration of flattery detected. A black, extended Lincoln was parked illegally in front of the braised pork offal shop in an extremely arrogant manner. As the car door opened, Chen Fan subconsciously tensed his muscles. They were even prepared to use the teleportation talisman to escape at any time. However, it was neither an assassin nor a bodyguard who came down. It's Lin Yu. But not the sharp-tongued Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu's face was filled with a warm, spring-like smile. Her eyes shone with the loving tenderness one feels upon seeing a long-lost son, and she strode quickly toward Chen Fan. Fan. Oh, my good son-in-law. Why are you squatting here to eat? It's so cold. The air here is cold, it's bad for your health. Chen Fan swallowed a piece of lung with a gulp. I almost choked to death. Cough. Fan? Chen Fan stared wide-eyed at Lin Yu, who was about to reach out and pat his back. I just felt a chill run down my spine. Has this woman been possessed? Or is there Yunnan mushroom in this braised dish? Am I hallucinating? Lin Xiaoxiao was also terrified and dropped the half-eaten charcoal back into the bowl. A splash of oil appeared. Mom? You took the wrong medicine? Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively stepped in front of Chen Fan. Don't even think about bullying brother Chen Fan. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll run away from home. If it were in the past, Lin Yu would have slapped him and called him a worthless good-for-nothing. But now, Lin Yu just gave her daughter a reproachful look. His eyes were so tender they seemed to melt your heart. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Mom, those were tests. Do you understand what tests are? True gold fears no fire. Mom just wants to see if Chen Fan is truly sincere towards you. After saying that, she completely ignored Lin Xiaoxiao's wary gaze. Turning to look at Chen Fan, her face crinkled into a smile like a chrysanthemum. Xiao Fan, your aunt used to be very outspoken. Don't take it to heart. Come on, throw this bowl away. Come with Auntie, she has reserved a table at the Imperial Kitchen. Let's have a good family get-together. Chen Fan got goosebumps all over his body. Aunt Lin, is there some misunderstanding? Chen Fan shrank back warily. I don't have any money. He has no connections, he's just someone who freeloads on meals. Oh dear, this child. He's even being modest now. Lin Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, a laugh that made Chen Fan's stomach churn. What's with all this talk about money? Am I that kind of materialistic person? What your aunt values most is your character. It's your talent. Let's go, get in the car. Without further ado, Lin Yu displayed hand speed no less than that of a celestial realm expert. He grabbed Chen Fan's arm and dragged him into the car. Chen Fan. Half an hour later, at the Imperial Kitchen, a top-tier private restaurant in Beijing. Chen Fan sat on a chair covered with a gold-threaded tablecloth, looking at the plate of premium Longjing shrimp in front of him, which was only enough for one bite. Looking at Lin Yu across from him, who was smiling like a kind old lady, he felt like a hostage. Xiao Fan, eat more. Look how thin you are. Lin Yu solicitously placed a piece of sea cucumber on his plate. Although Beijing University is good, its cafeteria is definitely not good. If you don't like the food in the future, just tell Auntie. Your aunt will have someone bring you food. Chen Fan held the sea cucumber between his fingers, unsure whether to eat it or not. Not eating it isn't an option either. Auntie, please just say what you want to say. Chen Fan put down his chopsticks. Please do this. I'm terrified. Lin Yu's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal. She waved her hand, signaling the waiters to leave. Only 3 people remained in the private room. Since Xiao Fan is so straightforward, then Auntie won't hold back anymore. Lin Yu picked up her teacup, her eyes glancing intentionally or unintentionally at Chen Fan's wrist. Xiao Fan, I heard you were in Jiangzhou with that Su Qianxian. There are also business dealings? Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. So that's why? A small business, just enough to make a living. Chen Fan remained calm and composed. Oh dear, what a small business. Auntie has heard about it, it's a big deal. Lin Yu leaned forward and lowered her voice. His tone carried a hint of ingratiation. Xiao Fan, look at Xiao Xiao, this child. I spoiled her since she was a child, and she will live in the capital later. I'll need your help a lot. Auntie was blinded by greed before, thinking you weren't good enough for Xiao Xiao. Now it seems that Auntie was blind. As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. She then pulled Chen Fan's hand over and forcibly placed it on top of his. Chen Fan felt a warm sensation on the back of his hand. It was the temperature of Lin Xiaoxiao's palm. The girl's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Mom! Lin Xiaoxiao was so embarrassed that she tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Yu held it down firmly. What's there to be shy about? Men should marry when they're of age, and women should marry when they're of age. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Xiao Fan, Auntie knows there are many outstanding girls around you. Especially that Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen. But you have to understand, those kinds of strong women are too domineering. It's not suitable for living together, but our little one is different. Be obedient and well behaved. And she has the phoenix physique, she's a perfect match for you. Chen Fan was stunned. This face-changing speed is so fast, even Sichuan opera actors would want to become his apprentices. Just a few days ago she was threatening to break his legs, and now she's starting to promote her daughter? They even went so far as to belittle Xinxinga? Aunt Lin, I think it's too early for us to talk about this. Not too early, not too early. Lin Yu interrupted him, her eyes flashing with shrewdness. Auntie has been through this before, and these kinds of things should be settled as soon as possible. Why don't you guys stay home from school tonight? My aunt has an apartment nearby, it's just sitting empty anyway. Cough, cough, cough. This time, it was Lin Xiaoxiao's turn to choke on the tea. Chen Fan was so shocked that he almost slipped off his chair. Isn't that a pretty obvious hint? This is practically like packing up your daughter and delivering her right to your door. Auntie, our school has a curfew. Chen Fani refused firmly, saying, besides, I'm a proper student. You should prioritize your studies. I'm just too scared. If Xinxinga knew that he had lived together with Lin Xiaoxiao on his very first night in the capital, it's estimated that his human skin kite will be hanging on the city wall of the capital tomorrow. Lin Yu was somewhat disappointed, but quickly recovered. All right, studies come first. But Xiao Fan, come visit us often in the future. Treat this place like your own home. Chen Fan felt extremely uncomfortable during the meal. After finally getting to the checkout, Lin Yu absolutely refused to let Chen Fan take out his black card. They insisted on paying for it themselves, even calling it a gift for the child. Stepping out of the restaurant, a night breeze blew. Chen Fan felt his back was covered in cold sweat. Indeed, the most terrifying creatures in the world are not ferocious beasts. She's your mother-in-law who's after your wallet. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered with this opportunist no matter how attentive the other party was, improving his own strength was more important. They saw off Lin Xiaoxiao, who was reluctant to leave and kept looking back. Chen Fan stood on a bustling street in Beijing with Lin Yu, who had a face full of wrinkles from smiling. He fell into deep thought. Here's the problem. Where will I sleep tonight? Chapter 54 Buying Property in the Capital, a Luxury Home. Because we arrived early, registration at the school won't begin for another 2 weeks. Staying at a hotel? Chen Fan took out the Centurion black gold card that Xinxinga had given him. This card can indeed be used all over the world, but the problem is, as soon as the card is swiped, the transaction record will be synced to Xinxinga's mobile phone in real time. If you go to book a hotel room, and it's a single room, given Xinxinga's suspicious nature, she would definitely check the hotel's check-in records. They might even check the surveillance footage to see if any other women have entered or left his room. If she discovers Lin Yu's forced matchmaking behavior or misunderstands something, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tonzi, check this for me. Is there a place around here that's safe, doesn't require an ID card, and ideally can be avoided by Shinshinga? Host, are you looking for an illegal internet cafe? I'm a billionaire. Is it appropriate for me to live in an internet cafe? To live a slightly more comfortable life as a kept man in Beijing, you need to have your own place. It not only needs to be secluded, but it also needs to be large, preferably with a decent training room. Chen Fan stroked his chin. After all, I'm now a man with a huge sum of money. I can't really go and sleep under a bridge. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the largest real estate agency in Beijing. Half an hour later, a real estate agent in a suit greeted Chen Fan with a big smile. Mr. Chen, you have excellent taste. This Jingxinyuan is a rare detached villa on the outskirts of Beijing's Second Ring Road, with a garden and a basement. Originally priced at 300 million, now only 80 million. That's... The real estate agent hesitated, looking somewhat embarrassed. What is it? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Well, this house is a bit eerie, the agent said in a low voice. The previous owners all said they could hear strange noises at night after living there for only a few days. Some people have even said they've seen ghosts, and that the room was freezing cold in the middle of summer, which is why the price is so drastically reduced. Chen Fan was delighted upon hearing this. Where do ghosts come from in this world? Even if they do, could they be more terrifying than that female demon Shinshinga? It's as cold as an icebox? That's perfect, it saves on air conditioning costs. Take me to see it. If it's really cool, I'll buy it. The real estate agent looked at Chen Fan like he was an idiot, but for the sake of his sales targets, he still forced himself to lead the way. Upon arriving at the villa, Chen Fan was immediately greeted by a chilling aura as he stepped through the gate. The real estate agent next to him shivered from the cold, but the ancient sacred body within Chen Fan's body throbbed with excitement. System, scan this area. Is it haunted or haunted? Ding. Scanning. Scan complete. Host, this isn't a haunted house, it's clearly a treasure trove. Beneath the villa lies a miniature icy spiritual vein. Due to the long-term neglect of the array, its spiritual energy has leaked out, causing the area to become cold and damp. This is malevolent energy to ordinary people, but to the host, with their thick-skinned and resilient ancient holy body, it is nothing. This is practically an automated training ground. You can get the equivalent of 3 days of training in one nap. Triggered a lucky break reward, the underground spirit gathering array was automatically repaired. Now it's not only warmer, but it also locks in spiritual energy inside the house. Chen Fan was overjoyed inside, but he put on a serious face and walked around the room twice. This house is indeed filled with Yin energy. Chen Fan frowned, making the real estate agent's heart jump into his throat. However, I have a tough life, and my birth chart is entirely Yang. We just need a place to escape the summer heat. 60 million, full payment. Let's sign the contract now. 60 million? The real estate agent's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Brother, are you kidding me? Just tell me if you're selling or not. Sell. Sign it now. And just like that, Chen Fan acquired this luxury mansion in Beijing for a bargain price. Once the formalities were completed, the system repaired the formation, and the chill in the room instantly transformed into a refreshing and invigorating spiritual energy. Chen Fan lay on the leather sofa worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and stretched comfortably. This is life, without Shinshinga's incessant calls. There's no feigned maternal love from Lin Yu, only me and my big villa. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chen Fan sat up with a start, and when he scanned the room with his divine sense, he found Lin Xiaoxiao standing outside the door, dragging a pink suitcase. How did you find this girl? Chen Fan reluctantly opened the door. Brother Chen Fan. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao saw Chen Fan, her eyes instantly reddened, and she dropped her suitcase and rushed into his arms. Why, I have nowhere to go. Stop. Doesn't your mom have an apartment in Beijing? At the very least, I booked a 5-star hotel for you, right? Chen Fan pulled Lin Xiaoxiao off him, who was clinging to him like an octopus. My mom is so scary. Lin Xiaoxiao sobbed. She insisted on dragging me to meet some second young master of the Wang family, and even said she wanted to marry me off to him. I refused, so I sneaked out while she was in the bathroom. Brother Chen Fan, you won't abandon me, will you? Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head, her big, watery eyes filled with pleading, like an abandoned kitten. Chen Fan's lips twitched. How did you know I was here? I saw you coming out of the agency just now, so I followed you all the way. Lin Xiaoxiao twisted the hem of her clothes. Brother Chen Fan, this house is so big. Living alone is so lonely. I can cook, do laundry, heat things up, and tidy up the house. Please take me in. Ding. Host detected facing moral blackmail crossed out, a love triangle crisis. Option 1, coldly reject Lin Xiaoxiao and send her back to Linyu. Reward, title straight man of iron, destined to be single forever. Option 2, take in Lin Xiaoxiao. Reward, a trial card for being a stay-at-home husband, an all-around housekeeper. Lin Zhao's favorability plus 10. Although it's already maxed out, this will translate into a more dangerous level of dependence. Chen Fan sighed. If we send this girl back, she'll probably be sold by that crazy woman Linyu for a dowry. I'm fine with staying here, but let's agree on 3 rules. Chen Fan held up 3 fingers. First, you're not allowed in my room. Second, you're not allowed to tell your mother I'm here. Third, you're responsible for cleaning this villa. Yay! Brother Chen Fan is the best. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter through her tears, picked up her suitcase, and rushed inside. I'm going to choose a room right now. I want to stay next to Brother Chen Fan. Watching Lin Xiaoxiao's cheerful figure, Chen Fan suddenly had the illusion that he had let a wolf into the house. Master, I have a feeling this is just the beginning. Host, be more confident and remove the word feel. According to Murphy's Law, when you want peace and quiet, it's usually the calm before the storm. That evening, Lin Xiaoxiao prepared a sumptuous dinner to impress everyone. The two sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, drinking red wine, the atmosphere ambiguous and somewhat awkward. Brother Chen Fan, this wine, it's a bit strong. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks were flushed, and she looked at Chen Fan with a dazed expression. That Sprite mixed with ergua to a type of Chinese liquor, how could it not give you a headache? Chen Fan ruthlessly exposed him. Can't you just go along with the atmosphere? Lin Xiaoxiao muttered, suddenly leaning closer to Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan, you said? Will Sister Shin be angry if she finds out we're living together? Chen Fan's chopsticks trembled, and the braised pork he was holding fell onto the table. Let's eat, why bring up ghost stories? Chapter 55, between a pure and alluring mature woman and a soft and cute lowly, I choose to pee. The good days didn't last 3 days. Chen Fan had a very comfortable time during those 3 days. During the day, they cultivate on the underground spiritual veins, and at night they enjoy a feast prepared by Lin Xiaoxiao. He could occasionally give the girl some pointers on her phoenix body. Cultivation life was peaceful and warm. Until the morning of the 4th day. Chen Fan was practicing Tai Chi in the yard wearing shorts, while Lin Xiaoxiao was frying eggs in the kitchen wearing an apron. The fragrance wafted out through the window. Brother Chen Fan, dinner's ready. We have your favorite runny poached eggs today. They're here. Chen Fan finished his stance and was about to go inside. Suddenly, a huge roar came from the distant sky. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Chen Fan looked up and saw 3 helicopters painted with matte black paint flying in a triangular formation. The strong wind whipped up by the propellers blew the flowers and plants in the yard all over the place. Holy crap! Who's so wicked? Disturbing the peace so early in the morning? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. The helicopter in the middle hovered above the villa, and a rope ladder was thrown down. Immediately following, a tall figure appeared, wearing a black trench coat and sky-high heels. Like a queen descending, she descended steadily down the rope ladder. His trench coat fluttered in the wind, and his sunglasses covered half his face. But that suffocatingly cold aura could freeze people from a great distance. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. It's over. That woman, though late, arrived. Xinxinga took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of cool and beautiful eyes. Her gaze lingered for a second on the SpongeBob SquarePants patterned shorts Chen Fan was wearing, before sweeping over Lin Xiaoxiao, who was running out of the house. It seems I've arrived at the wrong time? Xinxinga's voice was so calm it was unsettling. Lin Xiaoxiao was still holding a spatula when she saw Xinxinga. I was so scared I almost threw the shovel away. Sister Shen. Sister Shen? What brings you here? Lin Xiaoxiao subconsciously shrank behind Chen Fan. How? The house was paid for with my supplementary credit card, so I can't come? Xinxinga, in her high heels, approached step by step. Or should I just not disturb your time together? Chen Fan felt the cold sweat on his back had soaked SpongeBob SquarePants. Mr. Shen, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Fan forced himself to explain. Xiao Xiao ran away from home and had nowhere to go. I'm doing this out of humanitarian aid. Humanitarianism? Xinxinga walked up to Chen Fan and extended her slender fingers. I helped him straighten his messy collar. His movements were gentle, but his eyes were like knives. Does the rescue team need to stay together? Does a rescue operation require people to dress like this and act like monkeys in a yard? Ding! Detected extreme tension. Xinxinga's jealousy has flared up, and her dark side is loading. Emergency survival mission triggered, end the war within 1 minute. Reward, enhanced version of the indestructible kidney. You'll need even stronger physical abilities to handle this situation. Chen Fan grabbed Xinxinga's hand and said affectionately, Boss, you've come at the perfect time. I was just about to tell you why I took her in. It's to help you monitor the Lin family's every move. This is a proton. I'm enduring this humiliation for the sake of our business empire. Lin Xiaoxiao stared wide-eyed from behind. Xinxinga paused, looking at him with a half-smile. Oh? Bearing humiliation and carrying a heavy burden? Should I reward you then? No need for a reward, Mr. Xin, you've flown all the way here. You must be tired. Come inside and rest. Chen Fan quickly changed the subject. Xinxinga snorted coldly and walked straight into the villa. Upon entering the living room, I was greeted by a heartwarming breakfast platter. And then there were those pink slippers placed in the entryway. Xinxinga's gaze turned even colder. From today onwards, I will live here too. Xinxinga tossed her Hermes bag onto the sofa, declaring her ownership. Ah! Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. But only 2 bedrooms were cleaned up. It doesn't matter. Xinxinga didn't even glance at her, and pointed to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. I'll stay in that room. That's Chen Fan's room. Lin Xiaoxiao protested. Now it's mine. Xinxinga turned to look at Chen Fan. You have a problem with that? Chen Fan shook his head frantically. No. Absolutely not. Boss, you can stay in the master bedroom, I'll sleep on the sofa. If all else fails, I'll sleep in the basement. Need not. Xinxinga said calmly. The bed is big, I don't mind squeezing in. Puff. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was drinking water, spat it out. No. Lin Xiaoxiao got anxious, like a little rabbit with its fur standing on end. Brother Chen Fan is a boy. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. And I'm his future fiancé. Xinxinga's eyes sharpened, and the air instantly froze. Fiancé? Xinxinga walked up to Lin Xiaoxiao and looked down at her. Her aura was fully unleashed. Little sister, that kind of feudal dregs called arranged marriage is outdated. It is legally invalid, and they are his creditors and his boss. He is also his only legal holder. You. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned red with anger, but she was too overwhelmed by Xinxinga's imposing manner to speak. Chen Fan was caught in the middle, feeling like the unlucky guy who was about to be torn apart by 5 horses. Has everyone not had breakfast yet? Fried eggs don't taste good when they're cold. That night, the atmosphere inside the villa was extremely eerie. Chen Fan had just finished showering and came out wrapped in a bath towel. Then I saw Xinxinga wearing a black lace slip dress, sitting on the living room sofa drinking red wine. Her long legs were crossed, and her skin was so white it was dazzling. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a fluffy Pikachu onesie pajama. He was sitting cross-legged on the carpet playing video games, with a lollipop in his mouth. It makes cute sounds from time to time. Pure and alluring mature woman style versus soft and cute lowly style. This is like experiencing both ice and fire. Chen Fan, come here. Xinxinga patted the spot next to her. Give me a shoulder massage, I'm tired from sitting on the plane for so long. Brother Chen Fan. Come help me beat this level. This boss is too difficult. Lin Xiaoxiao held up the controller and acted coquettishly. 2 pairs of eyes simultaneously shot towards Chen Fan. Ding. Host, don't hesitate now. Hesitation leads to defeat. System suggestion, play dead, or make a quick getaway to pee. Chen Fan clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Ouch. Stomachache. The fried eggs from this morning might have expired. I can't take it anymore, I need to spend the whole night in the toilet. You guys go to sleep first. Leave me alone. After saying that, he sprinted into the 1st floor bathroom at top speed. He locked the door and leaned against it, panting heavily. Is this even a human being's life? Tonzi, I want a refund. I'm not staying in this villa anymore. Outside the door, Xinxinga and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance. They both snorted coldly and went back to their rooms. But this is just the beginning. In the following days, the villa became a battlefield without gunfire. Xinxinga deliberately asked Chen Fan to help her zip up her jacket and apply sunscreen. Lin Xiaoxiao then pestered Chen Fan to teach her martial arts and feed her fruit. Xinxinga bought an expensive watch for Chen Fan, and Lin Xiaoxiao knitted a scarf for Chen Fan in return. Chen Fan was experiencing both pain and pleasure, feeling that his lifespan was decreasing at a visible rate. Until a dark figure broke this delicate balance. Chapter 56: The Villa Explosion, and the black-faced lowly who fell from the sky. That afternoon, Chen Fan was hiding in the study pretending to look at the 2 terabytes of study materials, but in reality, he was seeking refuge. Downstairs, Xinxinga and Lin Xiaoxiao were having a tea ceremony competition to see who could brew the better tea. His words were laced with veiled hostility. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the villa trembled. Chen Fan was so frightened he almost dropped his computer. An earthquake? Did that crazy woman Lin Yu really send people to blow up the building? He rushed out of the study, and Xinxinga and Lin Xiaoxiao also stood up warily. In the yard of the villa, there was a large pit with a diameter of 2 meters. At the bottom of the pit, there was a man whose body was charred black and whose hair was sticking out like a chicken coop. The girl, still clutching a pill furnace tightly in her arms, was struggling to climb out. Cough, cough, cough. Damn teleportation talisman. I knew this cheap stuff was unreliable. You almost turned me into a meat patty. The girl exhaled a puff of black smoke and looked up. She revealed a pair of large, clear black and white eyes, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. Chen Fan! You heartless bastard! He's actually hiding here enjoying a life of leisure. Su Qianqian? Chen Fan's eyes widened. The person who arrived was none other than Su Qianqian, the genius alchemist who almost blew up the star-picking tower in Jiangzhou. Xinxinga squinted at the beggar who had fallen from the sky. The voice was chillingly cold. Chen Fan, is this the result of your romantic entanglements outside? A heartless man? It seems your story in Jiangzhou is quite interesting. Lin Xiaoxiao also stared at Su Qianqian warily. Who are you? Why did you insult brother Chen Fan? Su Qianqian struggled to climb out of the pit and patted the dirt off her skirt even though the skirt was no longer recognizable as its original color. Who I am? I am his creditor. They are his providers. He is a core technical backbone of his business empire. Su Qianqian pointed at Chen Fan with a self-righteous air. Chen Fan, the credit limit on that supplementary card you gave me is too low. It's simply not enough to buy high-grade medicinal herbs. Besides, the alchemy room in Jiangzhou was too small. I've already blown it up. I want to go somewhere else. I want a bigger alchemy room. Chen Fan felt like his head was about to explode. 2 women were already bad enough, and now there's this violent little girl. Is this villa still worth keeping? Miss Su, you blew up the shop in Jiangzhou? What about my brother Lu Xiao? Is he still alive? Chen Fan asked, his voice trembling. He's alive, lying in the hospital. They said it should be considered a work-related injury. Su Qianqian waved her hand dismissively. Stop talking nonsense, I can smell it. There's something good down here. Is there a spiritual vein? Quickly make some space for me, I need to refine a grade 4 youth preservation pill. Upon hearing the words youth-preserving pill, Xinxinga and Lin Xiaoxiao, who were originally filled with murderous intent, suddenly became irritated. My ears twitched at the same time. A pill to preserve youth? Xinxinga raised an eyebrow. The kind that can keep you young forever? Nonsense. Anything made by me is guaranteed to be top-notch. It can not only keep you young forever, but also whiten your skin and remove blemishes. Make your skin as soft as a peeled egg. Su Qianqian proudly raised her chin. Xinxinga's attitude instantly made a 180-degree turn. The basement is empty. Xinxinga pointed downstairs. Soundproof and explosion-proof. Do whatever you want. Wow. This beautiful lady is beautiful inside and out. Much better than that stingy Chen Fan. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she rushed to the basement with the alchemy furnace in her arms. I want braised pig's trotters. 2 basins. Bring it to the basement. Chen Fan stared in disbelief as Su Chanxian disappeared into the basement entrance. Is this what female friendship is like? Is it based on beauty and skincare? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have collected all three types of bonds: mature woman, school beauty, and lowly. Although the battleground has escalated, your villa is certainly more lively now, isn't it? Reward: upgraded version of soundproof barrier, covers the entire villa even if the basement explodes, the upstairs neighbors won't hear it. From then on, the layout of the villa was completely changed. The first floor is Lin Xiaoxiao's territory, filled with a lively atmosphere and snacks. The second floor is Xinxinga's restricted area, aloof and full of oppressive atmosphere. The basement is Su Chanxian's biochemical laboratory, from which strange explosions and maniacal laughter can be heard from time to time. Chen Fan became the lowest ranking person in this villa. Chen Fan, go deliver food to the basement. That's your employee. Xinxinga sat on the sofa and gave instructions. Brother Chen Fan, please help me unpack these packages. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted. Chen Fan! We're running out of fire. Come down and be my blower. Su Chanxian roared in the basement. Chen Fan felt he needed to find a refuge. Thus, the basement became his only sanctuary. It's quieter here. Chen Fan squatted beside the alchemy furnace, fanning Su Chanxian. His face was covered in black ash, but he looked completely satisfied. Although the air quality here is poor and the temperature is high, there's still the risk of explosion, but at least I don't have to face the death stares of those two women. Su Chanxian threw medicinal herbs into the stove while looking at him with disdain. Are you stupid? You have two beautiful women upstairs with you, why did you insist on coming down to play in the mud with me? You don't understand. Chen Fan sighed wearily. The world above is too complicated, only here in your world can you find such a place. Only then can I feel a trace of pure, laborer's joy. TCH, so pretentious. Su Chanxian rolled her eyes. Since you're here, don't just sit around. Grind the dragon's beard grass over there into powder. If you grind it too coarsely, you'll be sleeping in the alchemy furnace tonight. Okay. Mr. Su is so generous. Chen Fan was diligently grinding the medicinal powder when a notification suddenly popped up from the system. Ding! Host detected engaging in tedious, repetitive task. State of mind is peaceful. Having spent over 3 hours in a room with the alchemy maniac Su Chanxian, I gained the passive skill, Fire Control Technique Beginner. Hint, this skill isn't just for alchemy. If those two women start fighting later, you can also use it to light your cigarette. Chen Fan smiled wryly. Light a cigarette? I think it was used to ignite the fuse. Just then, Xinxinga and Lin Xiaoxiao's voices suddenly came from upstairs. Sister Xin, I also want to go to the basement to take a look. Perfect timing, I also want to go and see how the youth-preserving pill is coming along. The footsteps grew closer. The grinding pestle in Chen Fan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. It's over, even the last pure land is about to fall. Su Chanxian chuckled as she looked at Chen Fan's terrified expression. He pulled a dark, round pill from his pocket. Don't be afraid, take this turtle-breathing pill. Play dead for an entire day, without fail. Honest and fair pricing, only 998 yuan. Would you like one? Chen Fan stared at the pill that looked like a sheep dropping and fell into deep thought. To eat or not to eat? This is a problem.